What is chat even talking about? What the hell? What are we doing? Wait, what did I miss? Okay, let me read this. Shabbat Shalom, Buzz. Tiny's plug? I don't know what that means. Oh, audio issues. He skipped his friend's housewarming for it. I didn't skip my friend's housewarming to do fucking research, okay? I just didn't want to go because I was tired, okay? I was jet lagged, a little bit deflated from the election results, okay? Just wanted to chill. Recharge my social battery, okay? Isn't that a thing? Don't we accept those excuses? Isn't that a thing? It's real? Why the fuck? I don't have deliveries today. Hang on. If I don't get a $3 million house, you've all enabled fascists. I don't give, sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. Imagine confusing me for my neighbor. What the fuck? Okay, all right. All right, okay. All right. Hey, that was such a clean transition, was it? Okay. Watch Sean Fain's speech at the DNC. I will not. And tell me what to do? Fuck. I need, okay. Just open some tabs. That's what I want to do. All I want to do is open tabs. Why? I gave you a 24-hour ban. Hang on. I gave you a 24-hour ban. You haven't learned. Okay. This is not trial and error. Okay. Go away. Okay. Okay. Did Steven's DM get leaked again? Bro, I don't know. Now, is this person... Yeah. More drama, please. No. What did I say? I said no drama. I said never happen. I was thinking about it yesterday. Regardless of whether I like or dislike the person, I don't think I've ever really... Have I ever deep dived into someone's, like, reading someone's DMs on screen? I can't. About just, like, about, like, romance and shit. I think I barely got through the Vosh Cat Black DMs when that happened, because that was just... But that was about politics. That wasn't about... Whatever. I think people are weird. I think anyone who, like... if you're reading that stuff, like, you're more degenerate than anyone that you're actually, like, commenting on, but I don't know. Right. Right. Why is... I feel like Reddit's been pretty boring lately. What the fuck? Am I missing things? Are there memes that I just can't see? Have I developed a meme screen? What's going on? Ooh. I don't know if there is. What did Biden say? Is this good? Is this good memes?
Are there people who, in the Democratic Party, who want to defund the president?
Are there people in the Republican Party who think we're sucking the blood out of kids?
I'm not sure. Are there people in the Democratic Party who want to...
Mr. President, Speaker Pelosi made the...
He should have ran. He's definitely thinking he could have been president.
Did your father
What happened in that debate? And what happened in the Trump debate? I know he was actually... I think the fact is he was sick and probably nervous. And now as soon as that's done and the pressure's off, he's just gone full fucking... He's 40 years younger. His hair's going to start growing back. Just you wait. UN stuff? I mean, it's all just drama, isn't it? Eugh. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have any... Did you see Head Gimp Denims? I wouldn't call her that, but okay. I came back with the same smugness and zero walkback. I saw a bit of it. I saw where she was doing the thing like, I'll say it. It was stupid. Ban. It was a bad ban. I'll say it. I'm like, bro, yeah, you're allowed to say that. There's nothing wrong with saying... Oh, wait, actually. Why is... You know what? You know what? I am actually very appreciative of the fact that every big streamer has pedo clips of themselves going around. I really appreciate that. You know, it really takes the weight off. It really takes the load off of me. You missed the BB files. Oh, well, watch it again. Watch it again. Everyone's got some soundbite that links them to pedophilia, okay? Not this guy, though. Do you feel left out? I mean, if you looked hard enough, you could find something, but... It would be like 5 seconds. Like, what would it be? It would probably be me like being like, oh, what's this ethical CP thing people talking about? And I'll be like, oh, it's because there's some fucking debate bros who like to catch people or play on people's emotions by saying that like, oh, if like ethical CP could be distributed in a way that didn't harm children and actually reduced recidivism, would you support it? And then like, oh my God, I can't support them. Like, yeah, it's just a thing where people think they're like smarter than fucking literal brain dead Chris Hansen pedo hunter lovers. But yeah, I don't know. Stupid. Waste of time.
Says her ban was...
Ah. Why? Why does someone do this? Why is someone coming in and just spamming a message and then getting banned? I don't know. What a waste of time. You don't realize it takes me 2 seconds to ban you. Okay. Did you publish any updated Obsidian notes? Nope, but I did keep working on it. The biggest left-wing streamer who doesn't have a pedo clip, a sexual misconduct allegation, or October 7th rape denial. Based! I should put that on my bio. And my Twitter. Okay, what's as Mongold saying?
Denim says her ban was total horseshit based off of a lie.
Okay. The
Okay.
ban was total horseshit.
Whoa!
I'll say it, dude.
I'll say it.
I'll
say
say it. It's not that big of a deal to say it.
The fact that Asmongold
no.
got banned for 2 weeks
It's
for
about
calling
me.
Palestinians inferior.
I think that it's extremely fair to criticize religious extremism, and I think that it's extremely unfair to categorize everybody in part of that group as religious extremists.
And the rest of
Wait. That would be a good argument if you hadn't said that they're from an inferior culture and like I don't care if they get genocide. Like, sorry, that's he's kind of he's shifting a little bit now. Okay, I see. I mean, what he said there is fine. You can criticize religious extremists, and yeah, when people attack religious extremists and people call you Islamophobic for it, like they're the ones who are being bigoted by assuming that all Muslims are and people in that region are extremists. But it's a shame he didn't come up with that one a bit earlier. Okay.
us got a month based off of a lie is a fucking joke.
I wonder when these people will take any accountability for their own actions. Oh wait, no, I don't wonder. I know when that's gonna happen.
Damn.
Never.
Wow.
I don't have anything to do with this. I didn't tell them to go up on TwitchCon and say that.
Ethan Klein.
Dude, where's the you guys are missing a category for Zionist.
I didn't have her try to put a $30,000 hit.
Listen, I'll up the number, okay? 30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
I didn't tell her to do that.
You know what's crazy? Right after that old clip, she came into Asmon's chat saying it's all a joke.
I was like, bro,
Did you?
oh my God, bro, like you're gonna come into
Discourse.
my chat. What are you getting mad about? So can you see why
Wait,
that's
what?
not really a good thing?
Dog, that clip wasn't even about you. It was about Grums, and it was a joke. I changed the 20K that Unhinged Freak offered to 30K and added anime titties to the offer. Listen, either it's all okay or none of it's okay. If people want to talk like that, I don't think it makes much of an effect. Ugh. If you can make it clear that it's a joke, the problem is that your audience is mental and they don't see it as a joke necessarily. Like there are people in these audiences who want large numbers of people to die. Okay.
To say though, even joking around about putting a hit out on somebody, saying I'll pay $30,000 to get rid of this guy, and I'm the one on the screen. Yeah, it was mean. Maybe you're gonna have to explain that to the police or Twitch or somebody. That this not my.
Is that can the police actually fuck you up in America for that?
problem anymore.
And of course, nothing happened, and Twitch totally ignored the situation. And even though Asmon said this,
Yeah, I went too far. Yeah, this is like a felony.
she just continued to react to dozens and dozens of
I think
Asmon
she said I'll pay 30K to make this guy disappear and also enlarge the titties of some anime character or some shit. I think that was what it was, right? Like that's why it was. I mean, it was so clearly a joke, but I don't know.
Mongold's videos like nothing happened. Just reverse the roles for one moment. You have a male streamer put a 30K bounty on a girl streamer. This male streamer then comes into the girl
Squad W. God, this fucking Asmongold community. Oh God, why would you reverse the? This is about inflammatory rhetoric about, I guess, the bigotry of the fucking Sabra meme or whatever, the very subtle bigotry of the Sabra meme, and. That's it. Why are we making about gender roles? Why is this guy so woke? This voiceover is so woke. He just pulled that one out of nowhere. It's so shoehorned. Oh, and what if they're gender roles? What the fuck has this got to do with gender roles? Everyone on Twitch is getting banned or called out or clipped all over the shop for saying things like, "Oh, I'll give you $10,000 and make this guy fuck him up," or on site, or give me the opportunity. Like people are doing it. Yeah, all these people are being put on blast for talking like this. Okay.
streamer chat to say it's all a joke. The girl streamer is obviously uncomfortable and tells him to stop.
Wow.
And then the male streamer proceeds like nothing happened and continues to farm drama on this girl for months. And right after this streamer finally gets banned, she gets back with a vengeance, spreading even more lies.
Asman literally proposed final solution in a coded way when he covered the Tyler Hitler Vera video on Germany crypto Nazi shit. I saw that. And that's crazy that he still hasn't been banned for that.
The only reason why they have trouble with the answers for the solutions to these things are because the solutions would get them put in jail. They know what the solutions are. They just can't say them.
I'm losing my mind. How the hell do these people take what Asmon said here and extrapolate him condoning that rhetoric? Have you read the title? Are you capable of rational thought?
I think that this like anti-Islamic or anti-immigration or anti-refugee party is going to keep growing until they get big enough to where they can exercise political power. That outcome will be bad for a lot of people. And I think the outcome could have been avoided if they had been listened to earlier and decisions had been made before it got too radical. That's not what happened either.
This is the whole, like, if we'd controlled immigration earlier, we wouldn't have this problem, or meme. It's like, I know a lot of more liberal centrist people make this position. Like, they'll say that if only we'd listened, then we wouldn't have allowed the right-wingers to fill this gap, you know? If only the left had challenged the Muslim grooming gangs, then the right-wingers wouldn't have had the space to take it over themselves. It's like, the problem is that the most anti-immigrant countries or areas in Europe, it's not France, it's not the UK, it's not Germany, it's not Spain or these high immigration countries. It's Hungary, okay? Hungary got fuck all immigrants, okay? And they hate immigrants. They are right-wing as shit. Until very recently, it was Poland, you know? Yeah, the problem is the right wing wouldn't stop there because the far right does not. They exploit fears and concerns and people's discomfort, but they don't raise legitimate concerns. Anyway.
Or people could stop lying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But yeah, it's not a final solution. I would. It's appeasement is what it is. It's not final solution.
She doesn't care what actually happened or what any of this is. She's just looking for a way to talk shit about me. That's all.
Okay. What's this? Oh, they're gonna make him into a Tesla. Way, good memes. All right. Nice one. The Hypertruck. Hang on. Okay. Most constructive body shaming. Can you play that on piano? Yeah, but I think that particular tune gets a lot harder. But yeah, I've played that bit before. Back in the day. There you go. It was suggested. Oh. It was suggested that I watch this. I don't know why. Someone just said that they really want me to watch this and that it's the best Israel-Palestine conversation they've ever seen on YouTube. And I'm like, ugh. Well, if that's the case, either she dominates the entire thing with this guy, or it's just Ryan Grimm getting annihilated by the guy in the middle. I have no idea who the guy in the middle is, but Ryan Grimm is a absolute moron in Israel Palestine. She's, I think, I'll ask slightly more interesting questions. So, Haviv Rettig Gur, is that his name? Well, he's Israeli. He very Israeli. Okay. That's like 48 minutes long, so oh shit. Let's go.
Joining us now is Times of Israel journalist Haviv Rettig Gur. Haviv, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And so the audience understands kind of where you are in the spectrum when it comes to Israeli politics. I had said at the top of the show that you were kind of a couple ticks to the right of Netanyahu, but correct me if I'm, where would you say that you are kind of politically, just so people have the proper context for evaluating?
I'm a journalist. I'm objective from Mars, obviously.
Same right here. Yeah.
I am a big fan of some ideas on the left. Still think two-state solution is doable. I think, in fact, everything else that I've ever heard is less likely and less doable. And on a lot of social issues and cultural issues, I'm pretty liberal. Specifically on the question of Iran and on the question of Israeli capabilities and on the question of how this war has been handled.
Sean just uploaded the weirdest shit. Oh my god, drama. You mean there's drama? Uh-oh. Well, like a YouTube video or Twitter? What do you mean uploaded? He blocked me on Twitter. He gave up. It's just a fucking video game video. Okay, I don't care. Fake outrage, Stellar Blade. Okay, whatever.
Handled. It is my view that pretty liberal. Specifically on the question of Iran and on the question of Israeli capabilities and on the question of how this war has been handled, it is my view that the Biden administration's humanitarianism, constantly pressuring the Israelis to slow down, has hurt everybody. Mostly Palestinian civilians, definitely the hostages in the dungeons in Gaza, and Israeli soldiers have died because for periods of 4 months or more, the Israeli army had to stop in Gaza because they couldn't go into Rafah, things like that. There is a way to prosecute this war, and to do it slowly is the worst possible way. Israel has escalation dominance vis-a-vis Iran, and the only way to avoid a destructive war in Lebanon, I argued 10 months ago, is to have an exchange with Iran. So where does that put me? I'm very hawkish in that sense, but I don't think I'm actually on the right.
All right, let's go with that.
Two-stayer wants to go harder and go to war with Iran. Interesting. Okay. Okay, we got a guy who's got something to say. Probably won't agree with all of it, but my God. We got some perspective. Okay. There you go.
So we put up this first element from report over at Drop Site News, but there's been a lot of reporting in the Israeli press and elsewhere about the kind of rise of looting going on in Gaza at the hands of gangs. As we report over at Drop Site, the kind of Hamas-led security forces are now launching kind of a counterattack, ambushed a group of hijackers who killing at least 20 of them, it appears. And
did this happen in like one single incident? How are Gazan gangs managing to steal 100 trucks? Those trucks have, well, they often have support convoys with them. They have like military support with them. How are gangs managing to take 100 trucks? So Hamas said they killed 20 people. They executed 20 people. Were there more than... Huh. Was there more than one incident? I know Hamas has been accused of stealing a lot of aid themselves, but they also have been involved in distributing aid, and I think Palestinians have reported that as well. So it's kind of hit or miss with them. It might be another faction. Would PIJ have enough power to steal? I don't know. Don't know. Bear in mind, if the IDF numbers are true, that they've killed like 17,000 militants, and I think something like 14, 15,000 of them are Hamas. That's basically like half. They still have half of their original soldiers left, right? Not to mention all the new people who are taking up arms. So I guess, and since they're not like an army where usually if you cut an army in half, you fuck them. It's a lot more than. It's not like it's not the equivalent of just reducing their HP by 50%. But because Hamas are very good at splitting up and operating fairly independently as small units. So I can see them having the power to take 100 trucks, but militant, I don't know.
So the
looked at the
argument that's
story,
being made by, and you've seen the reporting in Haaretz, I'm curious if Times of Israel has done some reporting on this as well, but the argument that Hamas is also making is that ever since Israel took over Rafah, looting within that area has dramatically increased, and that the IDF calls it the looting zone. The United Nations yesterday said that COGAT urged a last-minute shift in the route that these 109 aid trucks took, and it put them right into the sights of the hijackers. So there are a lot of suggestions, both in Israeli media and from Gazans, that there's some collaboration going on between Israel and these gangs, these well-organized gangs that are now hijacking trucks. What's your understanding of what's going on?
He said he was curious if the press has spoken about this beyond what, because if this is just Ryan Grimm and that Jeremy shares speculation, then I'm guessing there's nothing there. But he said some Palestinians have said it, some Gazans have said it, and some, did UNRWA suggest that? 100 aid trucks stolen. Do we know exactly 5 days ago, 4 days ago, is there anything new about a closer look at how armed gangs steal tons of aid? This is an interview. That won't tell us that much. The UN said 100 aid trucks were stolen, but won't say who did it. And that was 2 days ago. If they're not, these were for UNRWA and the World Food Program. If they thought Israel was involved, they would say no. They have no reason to not say who did it if it's fucking Israel. Hmm. 98 lorries out of 109 were taken. Well, we'll see what they say.
On there.
Well, there's so much to unpack there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, okay, I don't think he trusts it. Okay. Israel denies restricting aid or turning a blind eye to the proliferation of gangs and organized crime, accuses Hamas of diverting aid. Hamas denies it, in turn alleging Israel has tried to foment anarchy by systematically targeting Hamas-employed police guarding aid convoys. Now, I don't know if this is still the case, but obviously, as we've learned from our research in Cast Lead, is that the problem with Hamas police is that their police officers have a very, very tight overlap with the militants, as in, like, there are lots of soldiers who work in the police, and they do both jobs at once, which makes them targetable, unfortunately, even though their role as a police officer might be kind of important in a situation like this.
The United Nations lost something like 97 trucks.
Mm-hmm.
The United Nations, out of a convoy of, I believe, 109.
Yeah.
The United Nations cannot distribute aid in Gaza. There are 900 truckloads worth of aid sitting on the Gazan side of the Kerem Shalom crossing that they simply can't distribute. When the UN is asked by journalists why, what it would take for them to distribute, they say Israeli protection. And when they then say to them, well, why doesn't the Israeli army accompany the convoys? They then say, well, they can't accompany the convoys because that'll make the convoys a target of the other side. There is no force, no criminal gang, no clan, no family, these are all these terms used to describe a real social reality on the ground in Gaza. There is no force big enough to take 97 trucks out of the hands of the UN, except Hamas in the certain areas where the Israelis aren't operating. So the very idea that 97 of these trucks are lost, the UN says something about it, doesn't say who it is, doesn't say who it suspects it is, doesn't say if these items have shown up on the black market in Gaza. being sold by certain parties or other parties. It's all very, very strangely vague. And then there's this argument that, in fact, it's not Hamas. It can't be anyone but Hamas. Hamas is still sufficiently strong in Gaza to not allow anyone else to come in. The irony is that a few months back, I think probably 5 months ago, something like that, the Israeli army tried to build out a separate aid distribution system working with these clans, which are just an important social structure in Gazan society that also sometimes built out organized crime syndicates. And the two aid convoys that worked with the Israeli army publicly, this is known, and this is something that nobody has hidden, were intercepted and massacred by Hamas forces. And so Israel hasn't.
I don't know where he's getting, or who else has said that Hamas would be the only ones who could possibly do that. Like, there are other armed factions even within the Palestinian side. Like, it could be PIJ. Or if Hamas killed some of the people, I mean, that could be some were stolen by Hamas and others by other groups. Or Hamas did steal it and they had an internal conflict afterwards. I don't fucking.
Actually trusted the clans to be capable of actually doing the distribution and holding their own in Gaza. There is no one in Gaza who could have taken those trucks except Hamas. Therefore, my conclusion, I have not heard evidence. I've seen a lot of this desperate speculation, hoping to avoid the very idea that Hamas might be the bad guys in any scenario. But I haven't actually seen any evidence that suggests that anyone else even remotely has the capability. And so falling back on these conspiracies of the Israelis would love the aid to get distributed in ways that totally bypass Hamas. It would get a lot of pressure off of them. And nobody quite knows how, because Hamas is sufficiently strong to continue disrupting the aid.
Emily has a question in a second. I'm just curious. Yasser Abu Shabab is the leader of the hijacking group that Hamas claims to have, sent its security forces to ambush and attack. He was killed in this attack. What's the theory for why the security forces launched this ambush of these hijackers if the hijackers were actually Hamas?
That there's some chance that they were piecing together some kind of an organization that was capable of working with the Israelis, or that they needed somebody to massacre to make this case. So, and it's more.
I think that latter explanation is pretty unlikely.
Likely, it's more likely than that 97 trucks were taken by those 20 people. It's more likely than that there is a clan nobody's ever heard of before.
Well, you just mentioned something interesting in your answer about how Hamas is still, I think you said, sufficiently strong. And I think that's a really important point. And I want to ask, I probably disagree with the argument, but is that part of, because I think there are some hawkish people who will say, Hamas has been basically vanquished and destroyed. And that seems to me a dishonest argument. There has been a lot of destruction, but Hamas has reconstituted itself in northern Gaza, for example, and is still there. It's still, in dealing with infrastructure and all of those, sort of a vacuum, obviously. So who else would fill it but Hamas? Is this part of your argument as to why the humanitarianism, as you put it, of the Biden administration is insufficient and has been cruel, as you put it earlier, to the people of the Palestinians, the people of Gaza, because it sort of drags the conflict out longer than otherwise it could have been?
Yeah, the best way I think to think about this is to distinguish the Lebanon situation from the Gaza situation. In Lebanon, Israel's supreme interest is at some point pretty soon to end it. And the reason is that it achieved a tremendous amount in Lebanon in terms of weakening Hezbollah, shattering Hezbollah, and at incredibly low cost. And as it sticks around and as it expands the war and as it maybe goes deeper and as Lebanon itself has no other, Israel will start paying higher cost and for much lower return. And so right now there is a real ceasefire negotiation process that the Israelis are interested in. Hezbollah took such a blow that Hezbollah is interested in. Hezbollah's patrons in Iran feel like they're on their back feet and they're interested in. So there's a real likelihood, and every one of the parties wants it, but they're trying to shape how it looks and how they define.
I think in the last 24 hours, there was the terms of the Lebanon Hezbollah ceasefire that were starting to take shape. I wonder, because I think in the 2006 war, a lot of these were fairly public, like Condoleezza Rice and the whole 7 points. I wonder. Let's have a look quickly. Let's get a glimpse. Key details still needed to be worked out between Israel and Hezbollah, and disagreements could scuttle or delay any deal, the official said, but some cited reasons for cautious optimism. Okay. Always. Potential ceasefire fragment. Easier for Israel because Hezbollah doesn't have hostages. 60-day truce. Israeli forces withdraw. Hezbollah goes to the north of Litani. During that time, the Lebanese army and a peacekeeping force would ramp up their deployment. So already, I'm just going to say instinctively, I don't think Israel ever accepts this unless the UNIFIL troops are given more power to enforce their mandate. I can't remember what the number is, but there's like, it's some article or chapter of the UN Charter that would allow UNIFIL troops the right to actually use force to exercise their mandate. Because right now, I think UNIFIL can only use force to defend themselves, not to stop people from setting up weapons or military posts in the south. Decimated Hezbollah's leadership. We have agreed to this path of indirect negotiation. Hezbollah's two conditions are stop Israeli attacks and preserve Lebanese sovereignty. This doesn't mean fuck this. I hate this sentence so much. It's like Hezbollah's Lebanese sovereignty is kind of contradictory to Hezbollah's desires. One of the big problems with Lebanese sovereignty is that Hezbollah are more powerful than the military. That's an issue. Okay. Short-range rockets, sometimes 100 a day. Well, yep, they're still quite good at that. Oh, the spammer's not even getting through to the main chat now, are they? Chapter 7. Okay. Remained confined to the border zone. Amos Hochstein, envoy from the Biden administration. Nabih Berri, this guy's survived everything. He's been there for so long. But in the 18 years since the war started, these forces failed to prevent Hezbollah from rebuilding and expanding its military infrastructure in the south. Officials tracking the current talks acknowledged the shortcomings of this setup, but said there were no realistic alternatives to deploy on the ground. Well, that's exciting. Banger. Oversight committee led by the United States to monitor truce violations. It's just that why are you ignoring the secret UNRWA Hamas meeting? Because I'm a jihadist. Okay. Senior Israeli military official said 3 weeks ago that Israeli forces were close to achieving the goal of taking out Hezbollah's infrastructure in the 2.5-mile strip abutting the border, diminishing the threat of any October 7th style infiltration. Okay. 2.5 miles. That's a lot of houses, though. There's a lot of Lebanese civilian life 2.5 miles from the border. Okay.
Find the story of it for a ceasefire. The problem that Israel has in Gaza, the security problem Israel has in Gaza, is very, very simple. There is no other rest of Gaza other than Hamas. In other words, in Lebanon, there's a lot of other factions and groups and political organizations and even kind of militias. And there's the Lebanese army, which has refused to engage the Israelis because they know Israel's at war with Hezbollah and not with Lebanon. All of that other rest of the polity that can step in to fill the vacuum doesn't exist in Gaza. There is only Hamas. And Israel adopted a doctrine kind of learned from Afghanistan. The American mistake in Afghanistan, part of the American mistake was something called the clear and hold doctrine, which is that they cleared, a valley. They took the valley, they cleared the valley, and then they held it with a Marine detachment or an Army detachment so that the Taliban couldn't regroup there. What that ended up creating was many, many thousands of targets for the guerrillas all over Afghanistan. It ended up being a major source of pain and
I've read something similar to this before, where the idea now for Israel, and I don't think I agree with it, but the idea of why Israel's doing what they're doing is that their whole thing now is that they've basically returned to every place that they've attacked in the last year. They've returned to every place basically 2 or 3 times. And the reason they do that is they go somewhere, they fuck shit up, they take out Hamas, and then they leave, and then they come back when Hamas have regrouped, and then they do it again. And I guess the idea of them doing it is that every time Hamas regroups, it's a diminishing return. They have less weapons, they have less soldiers, they're less likely to have the same leaders that they had before. They have more inexperienced people taking over power. So that basically every time Hamas tries to regroup, it's like harder and harder for them to do it until they're eventually just, I guess, fighting with sticks and stones. The thing is, I don't know comparing that to Afghanistan, because Afghanistan's obviously a massive country and also the guerrillas and the opposition was sometimes able to leave the country. They could go to Pakistan and lie low there. So it was very easy for groups who opposed the United States to launch that war of attrition because they were able to resupply constantly. They were able to still navigate the entire landscape of the massive country and the rural landscape and the mountains and everything. So I don't think Israel should be setting up just like little detachments all over Gaza, but I don't see what would stop them from doing one, right? Like in the north, I don't see what would stop Israel from doing that Afghanistan thing and starting with one area like this. Like Beit Hanun, right? Because you're right next to the Erez crossing here, which means you've got access to the aid trucks, and they can just like build up this area, make it like a Hamas-free whatever, and then use this as your model to bring alternative governance in and alternative leadership, and then just try and expand it like that. I don't know. And I say that with very limited military experience, but bro, it just sounds reasonable, okay? Sounds based. This Israeli strategy only works if control of the Philadelphia is maintained. I mean, maybe, but I don't know, because even Gallant doesn't agree with that. And I think if Gallant doesn't agree with that, he's the one with the experience. He's the one with, and he's not saying that for left-wing reasons.
A major obstacle to America achieving its goals in Afghanistan. So Israel has the opposite of that in Gaza. Hamas is buried underground in 500 kilometers of tunnels. It spent 17 years building, and it's the single biggest thing Palestinians have ever built. And Hamas bent Gaza's entire economy to building these tunnels. And in 13 months of war, not a single civilian has been documented being allowed into the tunnels for safety.
I think Pepe, yeah. I think I need to, when I finish with that table, I'm probably going to go over it and clean it up, because I think I want to make a new entry for just describing the roles of each soldier, because so many of those soldiers in their bios, like police officers, security guards, border guards, every other bio has, they built tunnels, they dug tunnels. It's like, they had so many tunnel builders. And that was in 2008. And why? It's unbelievable, actually, that Israel just watched them do that and they were like, yeah, big deal. What? Tunnels? What did you expect? "500 kilometers," that number comes from Sinwar. He said that they have 500 kilometers. I think the estimates, well, it seems like the estimates for the number of tunnels or the size of tunnels that they have keeps getting bigger. Like right now, I see the estimates going from like 350 to 450 miles, which would be way more than 500 kilometers. And people say that, oh God, is it Finkelstein who talks about the surface area of Gaza? And he's like, how could you even do possibly? It's because square meters. Obviously, tunnels can go in circles and they can go above and below each other. It's just so stupid. I'm pretty sure the concentration of tunnels in Gaza is like, the Paris metro is, I think, 40 square kilometers of land with over 150 square kilometers of tunnel, like the Paris metro. And that's a metro. That's for trains and shit, not just single file men crouching with Kalashnikovs. The other day I read someone claiming the tunnels were built by the IDF. Any idea where that may come as a narrative? As far as I know, the IDF built a bunker, like a storage basement, effectively, in Al-Shifa for storage. I don't know if they built any number of tunnels, but definitely not 99% of them. 99% of those tunnels will have been built by Hamas. It's also, that argument makes no sense. If the IDF built tunnels, like, it's still on you to use them or not. Like, if the IDF built a tunnel underneath a civilian building and then you take over Gaza, it's your choice to keep using that tunnel as a military item, right? Anyway.
And so Israel's goal is to get Hamas out of those tunnels, to engage them and to destroy them. How do you do that? You take an area with Hamas and then you pull out and Hamas comes back and then you take that area again. And so literally everywhere in Gaza, you've seen 3, 4, 5 Israeli entries, and each time an Israeli pullout to kind of reverse the clear and hold problem. So right now what we're talking about is a Gaza in which Hamas has sections of its organization still underground, sections of its organization that come up and retake control. No one else who can fill that gap. There's no serious organization with guns and popular support of any kind, even in small areas of Gaza, that can fill the gap. There is only Hamas. I haven't described to you the solution. I've just described to you the problem that nobody has a solution for. Not Biden, not the left, not the right, not Netanyahu, not progressives in America. Nobody quite knows what takes over Gaza after Hamas. And let me just say one last sentence about that, because this is fundamental. If Hamas can't be removed from Gaza, nobody knows how to rebuild. Nobody knows how to push the ceasefire forward. You can't dump $100 billion on Gaza and actually have it rebuilt if Hamas is the one passing out the money. So Gaza is a huge problem, and Hamas is the name of that problem, and there's no perfect solution for it. What the Israelis are hoping for is a long degradation war. It's going to be 2 years, 3 years, and eventually Hamas will slowly be degraded enough that other solutions can come to play.
So the United States eventually said, you know what, why don't we just withdraw from Afghanistan? Hamas is saying that if Israel withdraw from Gaza, it will release the hostages. Why not take that deal?
Why not take the deal that you end the war and release the hostages?
Yeah.
Hamas has not ever said that, it said this, by the way, the week after October 7. I mean, it said it immediately. No war, we're fine, we're totally fine. Here's all your hostages back, but totally end to the war. They're simply...
Shitty source, but here, recovered videos of Hamas digging tunnels, pretty interesting, IMO. Some of the Hamas obituaries of those soldiers shows you some of them died digging the tunnels because of cave-ins, and that goes into the obituaries. That's a shitload of tunnel, bro. Look at all that tunnel. Ooh. Chomp, 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 chomp. Okay.
2 points. First of all, that's not true. Hamas has always added massive other stipulations having to do with the West Bank, having to do with prisoners, including prisoners who are mass murderers in Israeli prisons and by the thousands. There's never been a Hamas statement that it said, just let's end it. Just let's end the war. Go back to October 6th. Nothing happened.
Well, they've said they would accept
that is
the
not
Biden.
Something.
They've said they would accept the framework that was put through by Netanyahu's war cabinet and then announced by Biden in July. Right? Didn't they say they would accept that?
It's an interesting thing. First of all, that's a very temporary, tiny little deal that leaves most of the hostages still in Hamas's hands. That's first of all. Second of all, and that they have occasionally leaked to the. Secondly, we don't actually know. We know a lot of things the Qataris said they said. We know a lot of things the Egyptians claimed they might have said at some point, probably. We know all this stuff from sort of unsubstantiated leaks that actual officials won't confirm. There has never been, I'm a huge critic of Netanyahu. I think Netanyahu's fundamental strategy led to October 7, and I think he has led since October 7 fundamentally while politicking. He launched his political...
What is I'm trying to remember all the ceasefire deals. What did Biden say in July? Because I heard Hamas refer to this recently. Hmm. July 2nd. I know it's true that Netanyahu's been adding conditions because I think in July they weren't talking about in July they weren't talking about the Philadelphia corridor, and now Netanyahu really wants the Philadelphia corridor. Why don't they ever just give you a list of fucking bullet points, bro? Come on. Yeah, the thing in July is the first stage of a 3-part deal. So it's some hostages released for a temporary ceasefire. Implementation issues still to be resolved. It's always the same rule of thumb. It's always the same rule of thumb. Israel doesn't want to leave Gaza with Hamas back in power, and Hamas doesn't want the war to end unless they get to stay in power. Like, that's it. And never the twain shall cross. Anyway.
Survival campaign on October 8th, and I feel betrayed by him as my prime minister. But there has never been a Hamas deal for him to say no to on all the hostages. There's been a deal on 30 hostages in exchange for 42 days. If you pull out of the Philadelphia corridor, big complicated question, happy to get into it if that's interesting. But this idea that there's an end to the war and all the hostages come back, there has never from Hamas been...
Here's what I don't get by the Philadelphia corridor is... This is, I think, Gallant's argument, which I think makes a lot more sense. If Israel pulls out from the Philadelphia corridor, they're still going to have troops all over here, and 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 probably some corridor in here as well, or some shit, and probably an exact, like a... Given the way that they've paved parts of these areas to make it easier for the military to just drive through, they're just like they're like minutes away from securing this again if they see any problems, and they can probably monitor this place from here and from here and from the air. Like I don't know why you would introduce that as a new red line. It makes you look so unreasonable, and it also just means, and it's debatable even within the hawkish wing of the Israelis. So, yeah.
Deal like that on the table. And even things that come even in the general ballpark of that have been Qatari statements that nobody has ever been able to confirm. When Hamas had a working, functioning leadership, namely Sinwar, it would have been entirely possible to produce that Hamas statement. It no longer has that. Is Mohammed Sinwar his brother, the guy in charge? Nobody quite knows. So there simply isn't such a deal on the table. And the idea that you would pull out and let Hamas come back in and just retake Gaza now, and by the way, have this war again in 3 years or 5 years, and never rebuild Gaza. I mean, truly, you can think the Israelis are monsters. It doesn't change the fundamental problem of Hamas. It really doesn't change it. So if you don't have a solution to how to install something after Hamas, or how to remove Hamas sufficiently or degrade it sufficiently to put something else in, it doesn't really matter what the Israelis do. There is no day after until that can happen.
It feels like the Israeli plan, and tell me if you think this is an accurate description of it, it feels like the Israeli plan at this point is these kind of ongoing, what you'd call occupation / intervention in different areas, go into particular areas, push the people out, leave there, people come back, go back in, combined with watching and maybe facilitating Gaza turn into, a warring faction of clans against clans and gangs against gangs, which then a divided Gaza then is less of a threat to Israel, and that you just live to fight another day endlessly, rather than kind of settle on a long-term solution of coexistence. Is that what you see actually happening? Put aside what people want, it just feels like that's where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, you.
I don't know why Israelis pronounce Hamas like this when they speak perfect English and can say the H sound. People. It's like asking a fucking Hispanic person why they say Latina whilst they're speaking perfect English. It's because you'll use words that you've heard the most often in a particular tongue the way that you've heard it the most often. So it's really normal. What?
You phrase that in a way that suggests this is the Israeli plan. That might be kind of what everything defaults to,
right.
Because nobody.
Right, because maybe we can make progress in thinking about it by setting aside what the quote plan is and just talking about what's actually going to happen.
What is actually happening is that when you remove Hamas, half of the Gazan population is under 18, and Hamas ran the schools for 17 years. When the idea of removing Hamas from Gaza is a much deeper and more profound problem than the strict military problem, which Hamas built Gaza into a battlefield for a war in which it would be impossible to remove it, at a scale never before seen in the history of warfare. There's nothing like those tunnels. The Viet Cong built quite a few tunnels. I don't think it's 20% of what Hamas built in Gaza in a much smaller area.
My memory of I think the Viet Cong built about 250 miles of tunnels, wasn't it? That's what they used, 250 miles? There's that really big one that is still open to tourists. Obviously, the country was much bigger. It's funny that no one ever talks about that, do they? I don't even think about it that often. It's just like, that's a... It's such an unprecedented situation, isn't it? The fact that in 2024, you got conventional military against the de facto military in a tiny place of land that's closed off from all sides, that's dense, urban, and riddled with tunnels underneath that are all for military purposes. And there are aid trucks going around. And the military's, one of them's not fighting with fucking uniform. It's just such a bizarre situation. God. Were the Viet Cong tunnels, were they mostly in rural areas or were they in cities as well? I don't know anything about fucking Vietnam. At least the details of the war. Was it mostly urban warfare or was it mostly out in the jungle? I always hear people call it the jungle. So it's like, yeah. So that's different as well. Hezbollah is a bit more of an analogy to that because they've got the nature reserves. If you don't know what a Hezbollah nature reserve is, this is basically the bane of the IDF, which is between Israel and the first Hezbollah towns in South Lebanon. There are these hilly, wooded areas where you've got these massive like hills and rocks, foresty parts, and there are tunnels just like cut into the hills, into the rock. And sometimes you have to like crawl up a hill through trees before you come to a huge pile of fucking moss, and underneath that is a steel door, like a reinforced steel door that leads you into a tunnel bunker. And that's how they appear to fire up their rockets and shit. So yeah, it's pretty intense. And that's what very massively messed up Israel in the 2006 war. That's why no matter how many airstrikes they did, Hezbollah was still able to fire off like 200 rockets a day through the entire war before the Iron Dome.
And so Hamas produced a situation in which getting it out requires essentially this kind of war. I don't mean to suggest that every single Israeli airstrike is legitimate. I'm just saying there isn't fundamentally a different kind of war if you actually want to remove Hamas from Gaza. And Hamas made sure of it. And there's the deeper point, which is the educational, religious sort of narrative point. Hamas tells Gazans that they are not suffering for nothing. They are suffering because they are the vanguard of a great Islamic restoration after centuries of weakness, and the great war against the Jews is that fundamental war for the restoration of all Islam. To a lot of Gazans who hate Hamas, there's also a deep appreciation of that story of dignity. And so when you actually start to map out what it would mean to remove Hamas from Gaza, it turns out to be this immense military problem, an immense cultural problem, an immense religious problem, a problem that Jews can't do. Jews are not going to go into Gaza and talk to Gazans about their religion. But that's also fundamental to removing Hamas from Gaza. And so there has to be in Gaza a much larger sense of the scale of the problem and of the desperate need for the problem. If Hamas remains in Gaza, Gaza will remain destroyed no matter what Israel does. Truly, I mean, if the Israeli prime minister becomes the head of the most far-left progressive party in the Israeli Knesset, there is nothing you can do for Gaza as long as Hamas rules it. And so how does that day after look? What is the role of the Arab states? What is the role of the Muslim world? What is the role of building out a Gaza that's different? Lebanon has a much better future ahead of it, because even though it's been taken over by Hezbollah in the name of Iran, if Israel can sufficiently weaken Hezbollah, there is the rest of Lebanon that can come in and fill a gap. Who is that in Gaza? How do you build that in Gaza? And we're talking here about the best case scenario that everyone actually wants that. I hope everyone wants that. I hope it isn't just, in the West moralizing and in the Muslim world just hating Jews. I hope it's actually about Gaza, and we can put together some kind of an international coalition that frankly moves in and massively, seriously builds and de-radicalizes Gaza. And then there's a real powerful argument for the Israelis getting out.
I wonder how this guy would answer the question of what's the point in going into Gaza? And I'm not sure of my answer to this question. What's the point in going into Gaza and doing all this if you know that no international force or international body is going to take over the strip for you and help you rebuild it? Like, what's the point in doing all this if you think that the concept of the rebuilding stage is just impossible? It's just not going to happen. It's not politically viable because no one's going to do it. I mean, that's probably the best argument I've heard getting the hostages back. Okay. Yeah, but if you wanted the hostages back, if that was the only thing you cared about, you would have just taken Hamas's deal in October 8th and then just quintuple blockaded, which is not really a great position, is it? That's just status quo, but worse for Gaza. And more dangerous for Israel. I don't know.
Out as fast as possible. But until there's even that awareness, you're just asking the Israelis to hand Gaza back to Hamas. And that's just something that the Israeli public won't allow to happen, never mind the politicians.
Well, in Control Room, I'm about to queue up E3, which we can put up this on the screen, and then E4. So Bernie Sanders and Ryan will probably have something to say about this as well, is pushing to block U.S. arms sales to Israel. There's going to be a vote in the Senate on that today, right, Ryan? That's what Bernie is queuing up today. And on that note, I want to turn to this clip of Tulsi Gabbard on CBN, Christian Broadcast Network, talking about some of the deeper ideological questions that we were just talking about here. Let's roll this clip. It's E4.
You mentioned American taxpayer dollars. Is there a difference between funding Israel and funding Ukraine? Like, how do you see that exactly? I'm just curious about that.
Yes, there's a very
because
clear
radical
difference.
Islamic extremism is what Israel is on the front lines of every day.
She's going to be, what is it? There are all these strange combinations. She's going to be a full-on defend the shit out of Israel, but also fuck Ukraine. That's what she's going to be.
There's a very real difference, and there will always be with every unique challenge that we face and that unique decision that must be made. Using those two examples, are we better off increasing and escalating tensions and waging this proxy war against Russia, of which Ukraine has never had any shot at winning, when you look at what's happening in the war between Israel and Hamas? And it is a war between Israel and Hamas, a radical Islamist terrorist group. This is just the latest front of this war that's been waged for a very long time between these radical Islamist terrorist groups that have been waging it militarily and ideologically. This is in our best interest, as well as all freedom-loving countries and civilization, to take on what is the greatest short and long-term threat to freedom. He's afraid of being called an Islamophobe, and it's the same reason why he is not taking seriously the need to defeat Hamas.
Tulsi Gabbard, obviously recently nominated to be Donald Trump's director of national intelligence. And
is Tulsi pro-Israel? I thought she was a weird isolationist. No, don't ever be fooled by an isolationist, okay? Because probably more often than not, they're not isolationists. Populists are very, very good at being both an isolationist and a hawk at the same time, whenever it suits them. That's really, and Trump is that as well. Trump is a hawk who vowed to kick the crap out of ISIS in Syria, who took out Soleimani, but who also says that we should get out of NATO and just do our own thing. It's not isolated, and who also says that Israel should just finish their war as quickly as possible, and that Biden was too pro-Palestinian or whatever for his talks about slowing down the war effort or humanitarian aid or ceasefires or anything else. So Trump is not an isolationist, and neither is Tulsi. Tulsi is just, in Tulsi's case, she's just pro-Russia, like openly, basically. She is basically a Kremlin parrot, and the Russians understand that. They understand that she basically says everything that they need her to say. That's why they said that she was like Russia's girlfriend or Russia's wife or some shit.
The host asked her, Joe Biden just recently pausing weapon shipments to Israel. How do you see that? He's on the side of Hamas at this point, and obviously this comes.
Also, who is more likely to go to war with Iran in the next 4 years? I think it would have been Biden or Trump. We'll see. I just have a feeling Trump is going to do something pretty insane, because Trump, luckily, I think, inherited a fairly calm situation. The conflict in Ukraine was kind of like, I wouldn't say it's frozen, but it wasn't explosive, right? It didn't reach any explosive, cross any checkpoints, really, in terms of how chaotic it was. The Middle East was like, Sinwar was deliberately, under Trump, lying a bit low because he was already sort of like anticipating the future of October 7th. That's why even in 2019, they were already accelerating their tunnel building projects and fortifying them and trying to prepare the Strip to be able to absorb an Israeli invasion for as long as possible. And that's why the kind of action that Sinwar was taking during Trump's presidency and 2021, 22, 23 was low-scale rocket attacks and things like the March of Return, right? Like very restrained action. Whereas now Trump has inherited chaos in the world, right? He's inheriting the war in Gaza. He's got Lebanon and Israel and Hezbollah kicking off. He's got the Houthis. He's got in the Red Sea. He's got Iran getting involved. He's got China eyeing up Taiwan harder than they ever have. We're actually about to see how Trump will deal with Russia and Ukraine, right? He said he'd end it within 24 hours. Well, once those 24 hours run out, he's probably going to feel a bit insecure about his peacemaking capabilities and take drastic measures to make something change, because that's the kind of person he is. His cabinet is full of crazy hawks. So,
talking about this clip as Bernie Sanders is pushing to block U.S. arms sales to Israel. And so I guess my question is, with this perspective that there's a deep ideological root to what we see in Gaza and sort of Hamas filling this leadership vacuum, infrastructure vacuum over and over again, is the response to that further military action if I mean, I understand, obviously, why that's an option, but is that ultimately, is it continuously justified if the root problem is a deep ideological, is a deep ideological conviction that is like worsened by the military action in some ways? That's obviously arguable, but how do you see that sort of dynamic between one and the other?
For the last 150 years, there's been a debate within Islam, and it's a big and profound and powerful debate that's shaped the Muslim world today, certainly the Sunni Arab world in which we are embedded. And it's a debate about Muslim weakness, the sources of Muslim weakness, and what we do about Muslim weakness. And out of that debate grow some, pietistic, peaceful movements and also jihadi movements. And out of that debate, you get the kind of ideological movements of Hamas. You also get in the Shia sphere this Iranian regime, this ideology that says that Islam has been weak for a long time. And this is something that really becomes a problem Muslim theologians talk about because of Western imperialism of the 19th century. But this ideology then says, well, if Islam is to wake up, the first obstacle it has to overcome in order to show that it is returning into history as a powerful agent in history, and therefore redeeming Islam, and therefore redeeming ultimately the world, is overcoming the Jews, is overcoming the smallest, weakest thing that ever pushed Islam back. The Iranian regime, this is my message.
I don't know how much I could even try to verify any of that. So I don't know anything about the religious debate. I know that Hamas's big start as an organization largely came from mosques. I think even before they became Hamas, they controlled like 40% of the mosques in Gaza. I know that in the Hamas obituaries, when they talk about the rising up of these soldiers into the ranks of the Al-Qassam brigades, it often begins with a journey of them frequently attending the mosques and and sometimes even delivering their own speeches and getting educated in the mosques, especially on the resistance. But I don't know how much. I'd have to I'd either have to find someone who's compiled a bunch of transcripts of the things that get spoken about in these more Sunni and Shia extremist mosques, and I'd probably also have to maybe just learn Arabic to go into that. Like, I know that for pan-Arab nationalism, I understand that because for pan-Arab nationalism, they believe, like Saddam Hussein was a huge proponent of this, they believe that the Arabs were once a great nation of people, advanced in the world, the leaders of the world, actually, far more civilized and technologically advanced in the Christian world at times. And they lost their way, first of all, to the Turks, and then they eventually lost their way to Western imperialism. And the most immediate expression of that Western imperialism in the Arab world is Israel. This blip, this accident of humanity that basically carved out a Jewish state in what should be a pan-Arab, a unified Arab world. And so the first thorn in the side of the Arab world in terms of like the pan-Arab nationalist idea is to get rid of this Jewish state. And maybe they'll fluctuate between, is it the Americans or the Westerners who control the Jews, or is it the Jews who control the West? And they'll argue about that shit maybe. But I understand like Saddam Hussein pan-Arab Ba'ath Party view of it, but I don't really know what the general story is for the Islamic extremist world. I don't know if it's how he described it or if it's a bit different. Didn't Saddam mostly speak of Palestinians in lip service, though? Yeah, it didn't matter, right? But that was, he did he did what he could get away with, right? With firing Scuds, but yeah, most of it was rhetorical. He did support the PLO in a lot of ways. And they did see him as the great white hope at some points. So Hafiz al-Assad, yeah, same idea. But I don't know how much of this is true about the Islamic stuff. I know that in the Al-Houthis texts, in his transcribed sermons, he is talking, his big focus is Israel. His big grievance, even with the Yemeni government, is because they are complacent on Israel. It's like anti-normalization. And that Israel is basically like a cancer in the Muslim world. But I don't really know if he expresses it in the same way that this guy does. I don't know.
To Bernie Sanders doesn't fit in a little quip. It doesn't fit in a soundbite. We don't need American missiles in Gaza. That's not the kind of war Gaza is. The American arsenal, the American help is about Iran. And if Bernie Sanders can't explain to us why Iran wants to destroy Israel in the first place, why does Iran care about Israel? Why is Iran spending a double-digit percentage of its GDP so far with sanctions, with wars, with the billions it doesn't have invested in all these proxies, especially Hezbollah, the jewel in its crown? Why is it trying to destroy Israel? It has no border with Israel, it has no interest in Israel. And the answer is, it takes these ideas of Islamic restorationism and as the Jews being the first thing Islam has to overcome, absolutely seriously.
Where does he get that? Iran's war with Israel, or Iran's GDP that they spend on? Because I know they spend a lot on the IRGC Quds. Is that what it's called? The Quds wing of the... Have you read into Vilayat Faqih? No, but I do have it. That's the... oh, maybe that would actually tell me. I thought that was more about Islamic governance. Is that... That's like 90 pages long. Is there much about Israel in that? So Iran's defense budget is 2.6% of GDP, which is actually fairly low. Israel's is only 4.51. I guess that's around what America's was in the height of the Iraq-Afghanistan wars, 4.5. I don't actually know how much. Is it the IRGCQ? Is that what they're called? I don't know how much Iran spends on that. But he's including sanctions and, yeah, I don't know how you would calculate that. I mean, they do obviously spend a lot on something that doesn't really yield that much in return, but
And if we don't take it seriously, we're going to be surprised when they carry out on October 7. By the way, we know because Hezbollah has announced and Hamas has talked about that Hezbollah was planning an October 7 that was much larger and are very angry at Sinwar for ruining the surprise, so to speak. So,
is that true? Okay, wait, hang on. I know Hezbollah didn't support, or they didn't, like Sinwar wanted to get Hezbollah's help on October 7th. They wanted to coordinate something, and that's why they postponed it. But I don't know if Hezbollah were annoyed at Hamas for doing it first. Yes, is there a source for that? I know Conquer the Galilee was a thing, but they've been talking about that for ages, though. I don't know. That Hezbollah were ever saying, oh, fuck you, Sinwar, we were going to do it better than you did. We would have done a better job. Is that a thing? Was that like an internal communication? They didn't say that publicly. Obviously not. Is that just something they've inferred? Is he just inferring that? I think he's inferring that. Whatever.
So we face enemies who will come at us no matter what. And if America chooses to then disarm us, the war is still going to come. It's just going to be worse because we're not going to have precise weapons. We're going to have blunt weapons we can build ourselves.
Whoa.
That's my message there. You have to have that understanding of what the enemy actually wants when you're planning that to face them down, to have that conflict.
I feel like the Clash of Civilizations stuff, though, is actually a cover for not talking about the conflict in simpler, just territory or nationalistic terms. You can go back to the decline of the Ottoman Empire, but it's much simpler to explain the rise of Hamas by pointing to a couple acute things. One being the inability of Arafat, who recognized Israel, and recognized the existence of the state of Israel. And was engaged in long negotiations. And Hamas argued, you're being played by Israel here. Israel does not have, through the Oslo Accords or any other way, any serious commitment to actually reaching a two-state solution.
I don't think that was Hamas's argument. Hamas's argument was that they don't like a two-state solution and they would use violence to try and stop it, the same as the Israeli extremists. He always does this, like Ryan Grimm. He always does this thing where he just has to massage the narrative into what he would say. I guess it's weird. I don't know why you have to do that.
And what they would point to is that immediately after Oslo signed, more settlements are built, more settlements are built, more settlements are built. You have, elements of the, not including Netanyahu himself, saying that the existence of Hamas is extremely useful to the position of blocking a two-state solution. And so I don't think you need the ideological stuff and the Ottoman Empire talk when you can actually say, no, the idea here was that there's a faction within the Israeli political system that opposed the creation.
Even what he's saying here could, if you're a bit liberal with it, could explain Palestinian sentiment. I don't think it explains Iran and the Houthis and Hezbollah, like their level of commitment, because people say it's like, oh, they just empathize with their fellow Muslims getting attacked or whatever, but that's just not true, because they ally with a secularist who fucking presided over a civil war that got 500,000 Muslims killed and millions of them displaced. So it's not that. It might explain Palestinian sentiments. I can see that. But I also don't see how both can't be true at the same time with regards to that. But okay.
Creation of a Palestinian state, and had the power to put obstacles in the way of the creation of that state, and is now, since the election, talking about simply annexing the West Bank, fully. And even talking, further about, southern Lebanon being northern Israel, and on and on. But so can't you consider this in a much more kind of a simple way than needing to go back to the Clash of Civilization stuff?
They're not mutually exclusive.
Oh my God, that's what I said.
I didn't talk about Clash of Civilizations. I talked about the single biggest theological discourse in the Muslim world in the last century and a half. I can give you specific.
I wonder if the reason Ryan Grimm called it Clash of Civilizations was to tie it in with what do you call it? I wonder if the Clash of Civilizations thing was to he just said that to tie it into this kind of thing that white nationalists would say. I think that's probably why he said Clash of Civilizations. Very, very clever.
specific names and specific theologians and,
Sure,
and
these
the
are-
organizations
yeah.
they founded that produced this and the politics they're born from. Hamas was founded in 1987. Hamas doesn't go back a century and a half, but it's born on the ideas of the Muslim Brotherhood, and it talks that way. If you go to its mosques, you will hear those speeches. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I'll tell you.
That's what I want to hear, because I've read a lot of discourse. I've read a lot of mentions of the importance of the mosques in sort of like initial stages of recruitment or radicalization or whatever from the Al-Qassam Brigade's fires, but I don't know what he's referring to there. Maybe I need to read more of that Houthi document. Maybe that would tell me. There's all, no, fuck up. I have things that I should read. I just haven't got around to it.
Why what you call clash of civilizations, which is, it's such a Western discourse. That's not how Muslims think of it. It's not how Jews think of it. It's not how Middle Easterners think of it. But the reason that these religious ideas matter is that I'll give you an example. You were talking about the Palestinian argument, and it's not an argument made by Hamas. It's an argument made by Palestinian diaspora elites who are trying to explain away everything that Hamas has done for 30 years to Westerners. But the argument that Israel never intended for Oslo to ever actually work out for the Palestinians. Rabin is assassinated in 1995 by an Israeli Jew opposed to the peace process. And that actually puts the left was about to lose that election because people were really afraid that Yasser Arafat, this arch terrorist who had hijacked airplanes and launched terror attacks that massacred kids, was now going to take over the West Bank. And Rabin's assassination increased the left's standing in the polls, and they were set to win the next election. And the next election, because the assassination comes in 96, and Hamas launches a series of suicide bombings in Jerusalem in the week leading up to the election that tilt the election by the narrowest margin in the history of an Israeli election, I think 30,000 votes, to Netanyahu. That's Netanyahu's first victory as a function of Hamas terror attacks. Barak comes back, the Labor Party comes back. He's already talking about a Palestinian state. He's at Camp David with Bill Clinton. They're negotiating shared sovereignty on the Temple Mount. There's a 95% of the West Bank kind of Palestinian state. And
I think it would be 92 at Camp David, no? And then 97 at Clinton. Or it was 95. Yeah. Imagine not knowing the percentages. Cuck.
that's when 140 suicide bombings over the next 3 years, the second Intifada begin. And not only Hamas, also
there's
Al-Fatah,
definitely a real
fundamentally
symbiosis
driven by
between
Hamas.
the kind of Palestinian
I want
right
to suggest
and the
to you
Israeli
that
right. Yeah.
the Israelis are not angels in this story. There are different camps. They fight constantly. And by the way, we don't have the kind of winner-takes-all election system that you have. You're going to be a Republican for 4 years. Everything is going to be Republican unless Congress switches halfway through. In Israel, every government in the history of Israel, there's never been a majority party, has been a coalition. And therefore, the Israeli government always works at cross purposes because different ideological groups are, by the way, the Italian government, we're seeing this now if you're following Italian politics, the Polish government, and we will see this in these kinds of parliamentary systems. We had a government, the last government that Netanyahu ousted, actually had a left-wing minister of housing and a right-wing minister of housing and a left-wing minister of transportation, which means that the right-wing minister of housing was encouraging the building of more settlement homes, and the left.
Imagine being aligned with Tulsi Gabbard, Lonerbox. It's a good thing I fucking despise Tulsi Gabbard. What are you talking about?
Left-wing minister of transportation was refusing to pave roads to those settlement homes. The Israeli government is multiple forces operating in different directions. If the argument is if there's an Israeli right-winger in the room, then Israel doesn't mean it, then you're missing the fact that there was a culture war, the defining political civil war of the 90s, and even after the 90s. The withdrawal from Gaza was also part of this in 2005, was about getting out and creating space for the Palestinians and separating and not having an occupation anymore. And it failed.
I don't necessarily know if it was about giving space for Palestinians. It was about giving space for Israelis was the idea. Because Sharon didn't want to be burdened with the occupation and the threat of Palestinians eventually ditching the, what's the quote? It's about ditching the Algeria approach and warming up to a South African approach. They didn't want to govern that many people. Well, okay.
Failed miserably in rivers of blood. And it failed miserably in rivers of blood because of these religious ideas on the other side. So at some point, you're going to have to deal with these religious ideas from the other side. On October 7, again, let's imagine the Israelis are the worst people in the world. On October 7, Hamas didn't just massacre Israelis. It had built these tunnels for 17 years, and it had built them for one tactical purpose, so that anyone coming for Hamas has to cut through cities to do so. October 7 was 2 atrocities, not one. And the larger one wasn't committed against Israel, it was committed against Gaza. And it was Hamas's literal strategy. And so if you don't address why is Hamas willing to destroy Gaza? It's willing to destroy Gaza because it thinks that so much more is at stake, the redemption of Islam. Well, if you don't address that, if you don't deal with that, you're not going to fix the problem, you're not going to end the war.
Israeli commentators often say that the Western progressives don't take into account Palestinian agency. It's not, you know, they don't give Palestinians enough agency and judge them accordingly. But what about Israeli government agency? It's true that Hamas set up an enormous number of, you know, a gigantic tunnel network, and that destroying the entire tunnel network could require destroying all of Gaza and tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of civilians along with it. But what about Israeli agency? Like, they didn't have to do that, right?
Yeah, you're asking me, is this Israeli government or the last 8 Israeli governments massively at fault for thinking that you could hand money over to Hamas, watch it build those tunnel systems? We reported on those tunnel systems for 10 years. That was something you could just turn a blind eye to and sit around. Yeah, the Israeli crime.
I think he wriggled around that question a little bit. Grimm's saying that Israel doesn't have to do that because he's saying that Israel didn't have to go into Gaza right now and take out the tunnel system because it means destroying basically all of Gaza. If Hamas set up that circumstance that the only way you can get rid of them is to basically wipe out the entire strip, like, then Israel needs to do something different. But he's kind of just sidestepped that question and said, yeah, they should have taken out Hamas earlier when it would have taken maybe a month instead of 3 years. Honestly, in hindsight, I don't know what they should have done. I think they probably shouldn't. I think in 2005, Sharon should have spoken to someone before pulling out of Gaza. I think there probably could have been an arrangement at that 2005 pullout that protected the PA in Gaza. I think that was probably foreseeable. But what do I know, eh?
Other than, you know, if you're running a country and you make a terrible strategic mistake at that scale, as I was waiting to come on, I heard the commentary about the Iraq War and Trump talking about when you lead a country and you make a mistake at that scale, let's imagine it's in good faith. Let's imagine you believed what you were saying. You own it. You own that mistake. And this leadership owns that mistake, and that most Israelis will tell you to the face, and most Israelis still want it gone. And it doesn't cost me anything to give that to you. I scream it in Hebrew. But the fundamental mistake they made was not believing Hamas. And the great tragedy for Gaza is that the Israelis absolutely believe Hamas now. And so when Hamas says we're going to destroy all of you and there'll be more October 7th, which it still says, the Israelis believe it. And that is a disaster for Gaza, and it has to end, or Gaza can't be rebuilt.
One question I've been really curious of from the Israeli perspective, and I know you've got to run pretty soon. We can put up E6 here. This is just one example. A reporter who works for, who does work for us and some other publications last night, posted on Twitter just what was becoming his nightly routine. So he's saying that, like, in an apartment right next to him,
in Gaza.
Yeah, in Gaza, in Deir Bala, there's a baby that the mother, he hears the mother saying to the baby, "I'm going to get you food. I'm going to get you fed tomorrow, I promise." And by the end of the night, there's still no food. And I don't know if people can even hear this, but what he just took a little recording of what he hears constantly, and it's a baby who's just hungry and tired, but can't get fed, and can't get the sleep that the baby needs. And I'm curious from the Israeli perspective, how, like, does any of this penetrate? We're talking about 2 million human beings who are living through some of the most abject torture, imaginable. and people who have absolutely, nothing to do with October 7th. Is any of this breaking through at all?
Do Israelis know that the Palestinian civilians are suffering? Absolutely.
Do they know, and how do
Interestingly, the people that I met in Israel who were the quickest to speak about acknowledging Palestinian suffering were the people from the kibbutzim. I think probably the most attention I saw an Israeli give to the situation in Gaza was the woman who took us around Kibbutz Kfar Aza. The one that's like, how far is Kibbutz Kfar Aza from the strip? It was, you could hear IDF artillery going into Gaza like all through the day when we were there. It's about 3 miles east of Gaza. So you could go up to the fence of the kibbutz and you would be able to see Gaza. You could just about see the fence. I don't know. I don't like it when people like Ryan do that kind of thing because it's like the way that he was stumbling his way through that almost made it sound like he was aware of the insincerity of it almost, because Ryan Grimm wrote an article with that Jeremy Scahill guy that posed the argument that because a guy witnessed a rape happen on October 7th, that it would be worth poking holes in his story because he said he witnessed it, but then also said that at one point he looked away, as if he... That's the same Ryan Grimm now who is like using the sound of a crying baby to try and like extract a particular position from his interview guest. I don't know. It's really blackpilling because I've noticed how, and it's the same with, and everyone recognizes it as well, right? Everyone recognizes it. Everyone recognizes that if you get the kind of the Elon Levies, right? Like the kind of Israeli spokespersons who to this day will just think, oh, if I just show you another picture or another video of Shani Luke's body getting spat on in Gaza, then I'm going to like make people see otherwise. Meanwhile, everything you hear about Gaza, it's like, yeah, it's Hamas's fault. Not my problem. Hamas. Like no acknowledgement of any excesses, of any war crimes, of any like issues with the fucking soldiers, any like very clear violations of IHL by the soldiers or by the, like nothing like that. So everyone recognizes that when they start to like grandstand on the October 7th thing, whilst also having that same position on the suffering in Gaza or even in the West Bank, then it doesn't sound sincere. It sounds like a very, very, it's like, what do you call it? What would you call it? Like a kind of concentrated emotional outrage. Or selective outrage. Like it's cynical, you know? No, it's not sensationalist. It's like, I'm avoiding all the drama. It's the way that I think that everyone recognizes it when people like Elon Levy and those guys do it. I think that's very obvious. And when me and Destiny were interviewing him, it was so clear that he was trying to, the impression he had of us was that we would just be like helping him do propaganda. And then as soon as like, and then obviously every time we tried to move the conversation onto something that Israel should take responsibility for, because I think internal critique is always more, at the end of the day, if nothing else, internal critique is more interesting than just being like, oh yeah, what about these crazy leftists and all this shit. But every time we brought it up, like any kind of like Israeli misstep or any Israeli failure or violation, it was just like, yeah, you know, we can always do better. But the human shields and the Iranians and the campus protesters, like, bro, come back to it quick. Like, and I think I even asked him. I was like, you see that I think I asked him in the van. I was like, every time we bring up something Israel's doing that's wrong, you just kind of say, yeah, and then you move on to talk about something that you hate more about the left or the Palestinians. I'm like, and I asked him if that was intentional, and he got really annoyed at me. He was just like, okay, what should Israel do better then? I'm like, bro, come on, like, it shouldn't be that difficult for you. Like, you sound like it's a burden, you know? Fuck. It's just really, it's annoying because it makes me feel less sensitive as well. Like, it makes me feel like it turns me cynical. It makes me think like that these fucking like dipshits like Hassan can set up this standard where you just need to cross him by like 1% of what he believes, and he will tell you that you're like a pro-Israel, like pro-genocide, that you just want the Palestinians to suffer and die in the hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, no one bats an eye in that community of him saying that he has no issue with Hezbollah. Like, he's never told his audience what Hezbollah did in Syria, how many people died, how the majority of those deaths were at the hands of Assad and his accomplices, one of which was Hezbollah. And he's never spoken about the surrender or starve tactics that were employed by Hezbollah and Assad, that the Assad military was basically beefed up by Hezbollah. So I don't know, it's difficult. Makes me like feel like I'm turning into stone as well, but you know. Are you against Dustin's new strategy of ceding absolutely no ground to MAGA? I don't think I would ever cede ground to MAGA anyway. Like, what? Is that even a strategy? Like, I tend to cede, whenever there's ground that could be ceded, I'll cede it. Like, I think I ceded ground to Rob Noor by saying people shouldn't fucking advocate to assassinate the president or the presidential candidate in America. Yeah, I'll cede that ground, but generally, no, I'll... What ground is there to cede? You don't cede ground for its own sake. If a position is correct, you acknowledge it, right? Anyway.
How do they think about that? And how do they think about their role in that?
Yeah, that's a critical question. Many things are true all at once. There is a very clear knowledge that there is tremendous civilian suffering. Absolutely crystal clear. That's not something anybody's confused about. There is an absolute belief among Israelis that the world's moral emotions about this are not fake so much as fundamentally driven by bigotry against us. And the reason we think that is that it's worse in Sudan right at this minute, and none of you know and none of you care. And that's something you hear from a majority of Israeli Jews, certainly, and also I think quite a few.
How is this guy able to fire the most intense shots with it just seeming like he's a doctor telling someone that they're not going to... No, it's not even a doctor, it's like a therapist. Why is he able to sound like a therapist when he's just said... He just said... This is what he just said, okay? He said, fuck you Jew-hating fuck. You only hate these crimes because they're being done by the Jews. And the fact is if they were happening to any other group, by any other group, like Sudan or Syria or Yemen, you wouldn't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck because you don't care about these people that you're pretending to care about. And fuck you for standing on the grave of a fucking dead child and turning their corpse into a soapbox so that you can browbeat people that you can't defeat in an argument on the facts. Like, that's basically what he just said. But he sounded like really friendly and nice when he said it. I don't know. Jesus. It's not a social sciences voice. It's a... It's a This guy's a manipulator. Okay, this guy. I bet you this guy in different circumstances is probably the way he was talking at the beginning. I bet you this guy is like 10 times more right wing than he's letting off in this show as well. This guy is. This guy's kooky. I don't trust him. Media trained. That's not media trained. That's Why did that Dante person get banned from chat? I know they were a bit annoying, but what did they say? They said they got banned for arguing that for sarcastically calling Israel the most moral army. Did they get banned for cringe? Is that? My point is that Elon won't cede ground to Palestinians for the same reason Dustin won't cede ground to MAGA. No, I don't think that's the same. I think there's less ground to cede to MAGA than there is to cede to pro-Palestinians. I don't know.
Israeli Arabs, though probably not a majority. There's a sense that some of the discourse around Palestinian suffering has simply been untrue.
I think in Sudan, there was an aid truck, actually, an aid convoy that reached one of the camps, Zamzam. I think they hadn't had an aid convoy since, when was it? They declared famine in South Sudan was it South Sudan? They declared famine in the Darfur region in August. And I think the first aid convoy in one of these camps that has 500,000 people there just arrived today or yesterday. Yeah, because of how many conflict zones the convoys have to go through to get to the actual location. Not good.
There's been
Darfur is in North Sudan, not South. I'm thinking South Sudan's like the one that broke off from Sudan. Fucking dumb. Never mind. Wait. You're talking about North Sudan, the country. No, I'm talking about the south of Sudan, the country. No, wait. Darfur is in southwest Sudan. Is it not? It's not even called North Sudan. It's called Sudan. Oh, they're okay. Hang on. Okay, someone said a joke saying that his name was Dante the Arab, he had it coming. That's a joke, right? And now he's in my chat. Now he's saying that if he had said that about an Israeli or a Jewish person, he'd be labeled Hitler. I don't think you, bro. Have you read my chat? Okay, hang on. Why did they get banned? Who banned them? Do I know? What'd you ban him for, Maruzi? He's not banned. Oh, is he timed out? 24 hours. For what? I just realized he sent me a message ages ago saying he wanted to talk to me. Do I want to do that? Do I want to debate? Right now? Probably not.
Too much talk of starvation when there hasn't been actual starvation. And that doesn't mean they're not suffering disastrously. Families are literally for 13 months.
Nah, don't say it that way. You need to drop in the hook. You need to say anti-Semitism is when you hate Jews more than is absolutely necessary. That's what you say. That's your foot in the door to talk about that shit.
Now moving between tent encampments in order to avoid airstrikes. There are no summer camps. There's nothing for kids to do. There's no schools. This is suffering at a serious and dramatic scale. but the invention around it of some kind of systemic system of atrocities that is purposeful and is not true, and is meant to satisfy and to catalyze a kind of moral religious feeling that simply has nothing to do with the reality and has a lot more to do with Israel than with the suffering of the civilians. Because again, it's not the whataboutist argument. It's the simple, it's the selective outrage argument. You can't,
selective
you
outrage.
can't only think that way and only about these things. So first of all, they are suffering. They're suffering disastrously. And so I want to say they're not suffering as much as you think, but I don't want that to mean they're suffering at 8. I'm just arguing they're not suffering at 13, which is just simply not happening. They're not dying en masse. There isn't mass starvation. There are major problems in some places, and those problems are a huge problem. I have been I needed to say that before saying I've been very critical of the Israeli government. I, by the way, think that there's such complicated, difficult, painful ways, but we could solve a lot of these problems. For example, if we have to move them out of harm's way, we can move them into Israeli territory. There's a great fear in the Arab world that if you push them out of Gaza, it's the next Nakba, it's the next displacement. So just push them into the Negev. And then, what are they arguing? That we're moving them into Israel and not to... There are solutions.
Is that anyone suggesting that the Gazans should be moved into the Negev? Is that... what? Is that... Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to want that. What the fuck? He just did. Yeah, but this guy's not a fucking policymaker. He's a journalist. He's Times of Israel, I think. The Negev, not the Negath. The Negev is a desert. It's the little triangle bit in the south of Israel that leads to the Red Sea, that tips at the Red Sea.
There are Israeli Arabs who volunteered for the war effort after October 7. Hamas kidnapped and killed 50 Israeli Arabs. A Muslim girl, 18 years old, Aisha, we still don't know where she is and what's going on with her. There was a coming together of Jews and Arabs. And Arab Israelis are Palestinian. Their identity is this complicated intermingling of identities, but they include a layer that is absolutely Palestinian. And what if they ran some of that humanitarian aid on the Israeli side of a border for people displaced? And once you move them in, you can also check them and you can pull them out. And there are so many ways to solve it. This is a government that in many, many ways has been incompetent. I'll give you just a tiniest example. Soldiers, veterans of the war, after 150 days, they missed a school year, an entire college year they just missed because they were off fighting a war. They come back and discover that they have back debt on the tuition payments for their dorms, and something the government was supposed to pay for but never did. This is a government that has proven incompetent for Israeli civil society. 60,000 Israelis were fled the north, the bombardments of Hezbollah in the north over 13 months that shattered and destroyed cities. 12 kibbutzim and a third of 2 cities are literally demolished to the point where they have to be destroyed before being rebuilt. Wow. And this government hasn't properly followed these people and provided them education for their kids and social support. We are facing a government that a lot of what you're seeing in Gaza, a lot of the reasons they haven't filled in with easy solutions, I don't mean to excuse it. This doesn't excuse it. It's just a different kind of a crime, is incompetence, is just incapacity. So there are so many ways to deal with this better that I desperately wish Israel was dealing with it better. At the same time, I share the general Israeli view that I don't entirely trust the world's moral emotions, because give us a better way to fight this war. Give us an actual...
Last
question.
question.
Say don't do the war. And I think I think the steelman for what Ryan Grimm is about to say, because he won't say it in the best way, I imagine. The steelman for what Ryan Grimm is about to say would be that no one sincerely thinks any reasonably strong or competent force in the international community is going to be interested in coming in and taking Gaza away from Israel to rebuild. No one's going to do that. So basically, we're not talking about the best option. We're talking about the least bad one. And if Israel had the option to just take all the hostages back on October 8th and then just close the shit out of Gaza even harder and man the borders more and secure everything tenfold and stop fucking about when you see reports about irregular movements near the border, then maybe that's preferable, because business as usual was better than this amount of death and destruction with no good end in sight ever, then yeah, that's probably what you should say. I don't know if it's the most convincing argument, but that's probably the Steelman. But we'll see what this guy's going to say. Mr. Grimm.
And then I know you got to go. And speaking of that, I'm sure you saw these comments from the Jordanian.
Perpetual open air prison, then. Bub, it's better than perpetual open air rubble. Sorry, what the fuck? With no stage 2.
Foreign minister, where he said, look, create a Palestinian state. Every single Arab nation will recognize Israel tomorrow, and we will coexist peacefully. Just create a Palestinian state. And so you're saying, give us a way to fight the war differently. It feels like Israel feels like its only way to survive is to fight forever. That it is in a dangerous neighborhood of people who want it gone, they're driven by bigotry.
Until the ideologies were good.
They want them gone. They want driven into the sea. And so they have to fight forever, despite countries like the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, on and on, saying, create a Palestinian state, we're done with it.
Which one of those countries would dislodge Hamas's military capabilities? Because if you're creating a Palestinian state, I'm guessing that's a Palestinian state that's only going to be coexisting with Israel if the Palestinians have a military apparatus that's not run by Hamas. Which one of those states is the thing. They can make the guarantees, but they got to guarantee the guarantees. And they don't have a guarantee that allows them to say they can guarantee the guarantees. Do they? Uh-oh.
We want to move on with this. We will recognize Israel. But why this clinging to the belief that that war is the only path forward? And can war, sustainable, endless war, really be the basis for a safe and secure livelihood in a country that wants to be kind of Western? You want to have cafes and startups and clubs.
Politically cripple Hamas by propping up Barghouti. I mean, that sounds great, but you're in an issue there where a lot of people still remember Barghouti, at least I was told this. A lot of people still remember Barghouti as the guy who led the Second Intifada, right? He was a huge figurehead of the Second Intifada, which was not the greatest time for coexistence. And the problem is that Barghouti is seen as the bridge between Fatah and Hamas. That's like his thing, because they both like him to some degree. The problem is that if he does the kind of things that you would need for a Palestinian state to coexist with Israel, he would lose that support from Hamas really quickly. So I don't know how they get around that. I don't know how they get around that thing where he's able to reconcile all these things. Because it's not just reconciling Fatah and Hamas, it's also reconciling those three groups, but also Israel. He's good. He's a very convincing speaker and he's a very clever guy, but I don't know if he's that good. You know? I don't know if he can hold back that tide. Why can't they push Mohammed Dahlan? Isn't Mohammed Dahlan's popularity fucked? I know he's from Gaza, but at the end of the day, none of these organizations have the power to dislodge Hamas militarily. And if Hamas doesn't want to give up power, then you're kind of in a, where do you go from there?
And doing that under a constant war feels kind of unsustainable.
I feel like we're on different sides of some of these divides, and that's producing very, very good questions. So thank you for that really fundamental question. I don't mean that sarcastically. I mean it absolutely seriously.
Oh, he does. That's why he said it. This guy's a fucking... This guy's playing games. He's weaving.
The simple point on the West Bank, the Israeli political left hasn't won an election since the Second Intifada, since 140 suicide bombings ended the Oslo peace process. And it hasn't really been able to tell Israelis a new story. And what you're asking, what the Jordanian foreign minister wishes, was that the Israeli public debate had another story. The Israelis currently believe that if we pull out of the West Bank, it'll go the way Gaza went. 5 years before pulling out of Gaza, we pulled out of South Lebanon after 18 years. That was basically our Afghanistan. We moved in to take care of terrorists, and then we ended up getting stuck for 18 years and bogged down and pulled out badly, and the bad guys took over when we left.
The bad guys. That's you guys.
That has turned into a disaster for us. Every single unilateral withdrawal turned into a disaster, and the attempt at a multilateral or bilateral peace ended in the Second Intifada with 140 suicide bombings. So the Israeli public, and I mean left-voting Israeli public that to this day wants a Palestinian state, genuinely believes that if we pull out of the West Bank for a Palestinian state, it'll end disastrously in rivers of blood, and we're going to have to retake it. The West Bank is the highlands that overlook all of our major cities. The West Bank shrinks us down to 9 miles wide in the middle. People hear about this place so much. I don't know if they understand just how tiny this little land in which Israelis and Palestinians live actually is. And so it feels existential, the question of pulling out of the West Bank. And again, to left-wingers who want a Palestinian state. To right-wingers, there's even more so. And so the question of just found a Palestinian state. In Gaza, sure, why not? It's easy. If there wasn't a Hamas there, it would have happened, and it would never have not happened. In the West Bank, it's a whole different question. I still think a two-state peace is possible. Ironically, if we do something that the Jordanian foreign minister mortally opposes and absolutely hates, which is a kind of confederation.
The Jordan Confederation. Whoa, shit. I've heard Shlomo Ben Ami argue for this. This is his new position, is the Confederation. I think, and it's kind of opposed to the alternative, which comes from Yossi Beilin, who proposes a kind of Israeli-Palestinian Confederation, where it's kind of like the EU. I don't really know the details of that, but there we go.
Between that state of Palestine and Jordan. What if, 3/4 of the West Bank, the Israelis can't be in the valley 9 miles wide, so we push in 1/4 of the West Bank. That's roughly what's going on.
Did the ICJ require Israel to unilaterally withdraw from the West Bank, and do you support that? No, they didn't, and no, they didn't say unilateral. They said as soon as possible. They worded it in, I don't know why the ICJ does this, but they basically word all their rulings in a way that basically can be interpreted by the hardliners to mean exactly what they want, but also the more conservative people what exactly they want as well. Because I think the president said that they should move out immediately and unconditionally or whatever else in his additional statement, in his supplementary statement. But then the other two judges, Nolte and I can't remember the other one, they did a joint declaration, and they said that they voted in favor of this because they said immediately, but they didn't say all at the same time or when and under which circumstances. And also they didn't say unilaterally. So it's like, it's I don't know, just I'm becoming Benny Morris. Benny Morris is quite shit on domestic and contemporary politics, but he's it's that nobody cares about international law. Oh God.
On the Golan Heights. Israel doesn't control the Golan. It controls about 1/3 of the Golan to push back in 1967 the Syrian artillery out of range of the towns in the valley that they were shelling freely throughout the 1950s and 1960s. So what if the Israelis push up the mountain range? They actually hold the high ground with the Palestinian state, but then 3/4 of the West Bank plus Gaza, all within a Jordanian confederation that leaves the Palestinian-Jordanian border wide open. They have an international border.
The 2004 opinion was the separation wall. Yep. And the settlements, I think.
The Jordanians are now the custodians of the holy site in Jerusalem that they actually care about, Al-Aqsa. Very little would have to change. Palestine wouldn't be this tiny little fractured state surrounded on all sides by this massively powerful Israel. As soon as you start seriously thinking about solutions, as soon as you've solved the ideology problem that you don't want to deal with, and I understand why you don't want to deal with, it does sound like an Israeli escape hatch. Forget for a second the Israeli escape hatch. It might actually be the obstacle to everything. You might be able to yourself become prime minister of Israel. This will still stand in your way. And it will stand in your way if the Israelis are evil. This still stands in the way. And so if we can solve the fundamental ideological problem, it's unbelievably easy to imagine actual political solutions on the ground that solve everybody's security problems, policy problems. We spent 30 years trying to finagle trying to sort of wend our way through the technicalities of the policy problems, because that's how diplomats think. And we never figured out reconciliation, and we never figured out narratives that actually allow the other side to come in. You want to know the big problem of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? There are wonderful polls of Israelis and Palestinians. We're some of the best polled people in the world.
The best
and there was
you've
a poll
ever
about
seen, the
6
best
weeks
kind.
ago in which they polled both Israelis and Palestinians with an Israeli firm and a Palestinian firm. And they asked the same question. Do you think the other side wants to exterminate us? And
They all
both
said
sides
yes.
responded 90% yes. I mean, literally, one side was 89, the other side was 92. Both sides think the other side simply wants to destroy them. That's the problem, and that's what makes solutions impossible. First has to come the reconciliation.
Where's that poll? The problem with journalists is they talk a lot of shit, okay? Are the Poles in Israel? Good one. You said you spelled Poles like Polish people. Ugh. What does anyone know what poll he's talking about? I can't see it. Wonderful polls, the best polls, like none you've ever seen. I don't know where the fuck the poll is. He worded it in a very particular way. I can see the polls of Israelis saying they want to exterminate Palestinians and Palestinians who want to eliminate Israel. But this is 2014, mind you. Maybe it's changed. I'm not looking for the poll. Fuck that.
Then the political solutions are easy. As for fighting forever, look, we're speaking English. Every conversation in English about Israel is mediated through the sense that Jews are kind of like American Jews. We're not American Jews. I went to high school in Wisconsin. I apologize for the accent. I was born in Tucson.
Hey, we can bond over that.
Finally, Glendale, Wisconsin.
Oh, nice. All right.
We're not American Jews. We are not people who have discovered over the last 120 years the promise of liberalism coming true. We're the other half of the Jews. We're the actual survivors of the Holocaust. We're the actual survivors of 1,300 pogroms. We are the millions, we are the 250,000 Jews stuck in DP camps 3 years after liberation. America liberated Dachau and Buchenwald in 1945. There's still Jews living there that nobody will take in anywhere on earth, including the United States, in 1948. They only start emptying out in 48, in May 1948, and those DPs are a quarter of the IDF in the 48 war.
Whoa.
We're the Jews who had nowhere else to go in the world. And we are the Jews for whom the experience of living on our sword.
Who's the guy that said that the Haganah were literally fighting the 48 war in their striped pajamas outfits? Like, they arrived in the outfits, like they were still in. I think a lot of them were still in those outfits, but they weren't fucking fighting the war. And I don't know why people always need to take some of the worst tragedies of human history and like, embellish them. I don't know why people have to do that.
Your question to F in the 48 war. We're the Jews who had nowhere else to go in the world. And we are the Jews for whom the experience of living on our sword. Your question to me is, can you fight forever? The UAE wants to not fight. That's wonderful. By the way, we've never fought with the UAE. There's never been a war. The Saudis, wonderful. I'm a big fan of peace and normalization with everybody. But that they want it, and therefore it's possible. Iran wants us destroyed. We are the Jews who came out of a history of the 20th century in which the moment we stopped dying was when we could fight for ourselves. To the Israeli experience, everybody's living grandparents come from Iraq and Tunisia and Poland and Germany and Yemen. We are the Jews for whom the privilege of fighting for ourselves, of being able to fight for ourselves, is what redemption feels like. And so it's a great question from a Western perspective. Can't we end the war? That's not an option open to us. No Jew can live in Iraq. No Jew can live in Yemen. We are surrounded by societies with an ideological commitment to our destruction. I wish we weren't, but if they say it out loud, then if it affects their policy, and if Yemen is at war with Israel, really because of Palestinian rights? Everything you know about the Houthis and the terrible civil war in Yemen and the 85,000 children
Well,
starved
I mean,
to death, you
reach
think it's
a
about their
ceasefire
rights?
in Gaza and see if the Houthis lift the blockade. Right?
But it's about saving Hamas.
Oh God. He got set off by the Houthi comment. Would you debate Ben Gvir if you had the chance? Of course I would.
It's not a war with Israel, really because of Palestinian rights? Everything you know about the Houthis and the terrible civil war in Yemen and the 85,000 children
Well,
starved
I mean,
to death, you
reach
think it's about
a
their
ceasefire
rights?
in Gaza and see if the Houthis lift the blockade, right?
But it's about saving Hamas. It's not about Palestinian rights. It's about the ultimate destruction of Israel, and they'll be there at Hamas's side in the next war too. And so we are willing to fight because we don't have another option. If the other side gives us another option, I promise you, this incompetent government being what it is, and despite what you might hear, we'll take that other option.
Well, I do think that was clarifying, and I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
Havik Rettiger is
Thanks for having me.
prominent Israeli journalist over at the Times of Israel. Love to have
She has the most serious. All right.
have you back. We didn't get to get into the kind of politics of Netanyahu and Shin Bet and all that. It's fascinating and kind of broiling Israel. We hope to
Oh,
talk
you'll
about.
like what I have to say about that a lot more, I promise.
We'll do it
I bet
again.
we would. We'll get you back after Thanksgiving.
Would
to
be a
talk
good
about
Friday
that.
show,
Yeah.
actually.
Excellent.
Okay.
Good. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, if you liked that video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to Breaking Points.
I like that video. Okay, whatever. Interesting. That guy's a bit sussy. Don't agree with everything, but it's interesting hearing different. I think that's probably the first time in a while I've heard a fairly different perspective on that situation. I mean, he sounds very much like the thing that Rabin claimed to be, which is that with him talking about the Confederation or being a two-stater or whatever, whilst also being a massive fucking hawk on Gaza, basically just like, he's like the thing, you fight the terrorism like there's no peace process and you pursue peace like there's no terrorism. I don't know. Maybe I should learn to talk like that I can just say incredibly combative shit while sounding like I'm a relaxing whale noise compilation in human form. I should learn to do that. You already got the whale noises down. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Guys. What you should do is learn Arabic. Arabic's a difficult language, okay? It's such a Hey, bro. Vazraka, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that. Will you address the Lil Gup allegations? Lil Pug. Lil Bub. Okay. If I want to learn Arabic, what do I need to? I need to set up a routine. I need to be able to give it at least probably half an hour a day until I can say, or, there's that languages dude. There's that guy who basically spends 12 hours learning the basics of a language with different teachers and then just starts speaking it. Like, did your dad ever teach you Arabic speaking? Oh, not really, no. Duolingo stream. Duolingo just sounds like the shittest way to do. I think I need an hour a day, yeah. The thing is I know once I get into the swing of a thing, I get into the swing of a thing. So that's not the issue. It's just getting the start. It's always the start. Because once I start learning stuff, I will just start saying phrases randomly and it'll be really annoying, okay? I'll like start introducing the stream in Arabic and just to practice, okay? Just because I'm like, it's a new and shiny, but Just getting started. Progressive Windsor, thanks for the 10 Canadian. Appreciate it. But first of all, trans people. Chat, do you remember trans people? I don't. It's been a while since we spoke about them, but they're real and they're a topic that people discuss. Interestingly, not discussed that often by the Democratic Party in the last election. The people who spoke the most about trans issues for the last year or two that I've noticed have just been right-wingers. And right-wingers have a very varied view on trans people. They're like, some people on the right, and I think this is a small minority, are people who probably just generally believe like live and let live. I'm not sure about that kind of medical intervention for children, but you know, after you're 18, do what you want. I'll call you the he, she, them, it, flim flam. I'll do all that thing. But outside of that, then you might have some people who are like, they're fine with it, but they've got the reservations about sports. And these people, you can share a country with those people, okay? Like you can argue with them, you can dispute them. But then you got the ones, bro. You've got the ones, the Matt Walshes, the majority of the MAGA movement, who think that millions of kids are on puberty blockers, who think people who talk about pronouns and gender identities in school are the equivalent of groomers. And these people are a problem, okay? They're hateful. They don't like trans people but are concerned about XYZ. They're disgusted by trans people. And the problem with bigotry and disgust is it really reveals itself to be so fundamentally illogical. So in the election, which Trump won, we actually had America had their first trans woman become a member of Congress. Not like the House, not like a shitty member of Congress, like a senator, a state senator from Delaware, beat the Republican candidate John Whalen III. Talk about return to tradition, right? Imagine being called John Whalen III and losing to a trans woman, allowing her to become the first trans person to be elected to Congress. Sarah McBride, there she is. 34 years old. I think she's fairly center liberal, maybe a little bit center left, but she's trans. And for the Republicans, that basically means you're a radical left because she exists as a trans person. And the Republicans have this idea of having trans restrictions on bathrooms, not allowing transgender women from using the female bathroom. And this is kind of where you get to see that a lot of these concerns about trans issues are just so that it shows you just how much bigotry and hatred and fear can cloud your brain. Because the House Speaker supports this. Women deserve women's only spaces, blah, 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 blah. I'm here to fight for Delawareans to bring down costs facing families, even though I disagree with them. McBride, first openly transgender member of Congress. Openly? Well, there could be some... There could be some sleepers in there. Okay. And the problem with this position, obviously, the problem with saying that you should only be cisgender to use the women's bathroom is that it sounds like a very simple concept, but it crumbles as soon as you, and Republicans should try this, you think about it. Because, for one, trans men, the silver bullet in every debate about trans issues, where would they go? They're biological women, according to you. They have uteruses and XX chromosomes, etc. They produce estrogen at a higher rate than testosterone. Where do they go? Are you really going to have like Buck Angel or some whatever other big burly trans man in the women's bathroom with little kids running around and shit. And then, how'd you know? How do you know that they're a trans man? How do you know they're not a biological, like a cis man? How do you know they're not a cis man saying, yeah, I'm a trans man? What are you going to do? Genital inspectors? And then you're fucked. And then you die, okay? And then all the Republicans cry and shit themselves. So generally, and we do this with other things as well. We've done this with changing rooms and other segregated spaces and bathrooms. And we've been doing this for decades. It's been a thing for decades. People just, because what we do is people just organize themselves appropriately. And 99.99999% of the time, it's not a problem, because if someone is abusing the system, they're probably doing it in a way that you're going to notice. For example, if I decided to identify as trans and started dressing feminine and wearing makeup and all this, and started going into women's bathrooms, my guess is the women in that bathroom are probably mostly not going to care unless I start doing weird shit. Because people talk about, I don't want to see a penis in the gym changing room or in the bathroom or anything like that. It's like, if you are in a bathroom and if you're in a man's bathroom and you're seeing wallopers flapping around, you're doing it wrong. You're not going to the bathroom properly. There's something, you need to be trained. And generally, because of society and social embarrassment and everything else, trans women probably don't want people paying extra attention to them in the bathroom. For the same reason that most people don't want people paying extra attention to them in the bathroom. So these are things that can just naturally self-police, and they have done, and it's not really been an issue unless people are committing other kinds of crimes or violating other kinds of standards. But anyway. Yeah, the thing about seeing penises in the bathroom, if there's a trans woman coming in also, is like, women's bathrooms don't have urinals. They'd be going into the cubicle anyway. It's just, I don't know. But people say these things. They will. It'll come out of their face. So I think AOC responded to it.
What Nancy Mace and what
Whoa! Thank you, audio, Twitter. Thank you.
Speaker Johnson what Nancy Mace and what Speaker Johnson are doing are endangering all women and girls. Because if you ask them, what is your plan on how to enforce this? They won't come up with an answer. And what it inevitably results in are women and girls who are primed for assault because people are going to want to check their private parts in suspecting who is trans and who is cis and who's doing what. And so the idea that Nancy Mace wants little girls and women to drop trow in front of who? An investigator?
Drop
who
trow.
would that be? In order, because she wants to suspect and point.
Who's going to apply for that job? Man, you don't trust trans women in a woman's bathroom, but you do trust someone who's going to apply for the job of genital inspector at the bathrooms?
Fingers at who she thinks is trans is disgusting. It is disgusting. And frankly, all it does is allow these Republicans to go around and bully any woman who isn't wearing a skirt because they think she might not look woman enough. People have a right to express themselves, to dress how they want, and to be who they are. And if a woman doesn't look woman enough to a Republican, they want to be able to inspect her genitals to use a bathroom. It's disgusting. And everybody, no matter how you feel on this issue, should reject it completely. What are they doing? They're doing this so that Nancy Mace can make a buck and send a text and fundraise off an email. They're not doing this to protect people. They're endangering women. They're endangering girls of all kinds.
Ooh.
And everybody should reject it. It's gross. Thank you.
Thank you.
We just need her and the Tim Walz double act. We need Tim Walz to come in and be like, how are these people even using the bathroom? I'm sorry. Transgender women don't want you looking at her junk in the bathroom. What are you doing? You know, we got a saying back in Minnesota. Mind your own goddamn business. You know me, I'm pretty good with a firearm. I'm pretty capable with a firearm. You know, I might need to use that firearm to defend myself if you're gonna come in, put your hands on my crotch in the bathroom. All right. All right. It's just weird. Okay. Apparently Trump feels the same.
Leave it the way it is right now. There have been very few problems. Leave it the way it is. North Carolina, what they're going through with all of the business that's leaving and all of the strife, and that's on both sides. You leave it the way it is. There have been very few complaints the way it is. People go, they use the bathroom that they feel is appropriate. There has been so little trouble. And the problem with what happened in North Carolina is the strife and the economic punishment that they're taking. So I would say that's probably
people
the best
working
way.
in your organization?
I don't know.
No?
I really don't know. I probably do. I really don't know.
So if Caitlyn Jenner were to walk into Trump Tower and want to use the bathroom, you would be fine with her using any bathroom she chooses?
That is correct. Okay. Leave it the way it is right now.
This is from 2016, mind you. He was still shedding off that New York Democrat. Also, I just want to say, he's a lot more sharp, isn't he, in this video? Signs of aging. Guy's been eating too many McDonald's. He's in better shape here, cognitively, physically, politically. This is the most. This is the people always. This is probably the first Trump clip I've seen where he's just making perfect sense and actually just being reasonable for 45 seconds. I don't think I've ever seen a 45-second clip of Trump being reasonable. Does that exist outside of this? It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen a 45-second. Oh, the other time was his response to Ruth Bader Ginsburg dying, to getting that news. He just said what he needed to say really quickly, but that was a while ago as well. But I don't know. He's slowing down, man. Is this guy fit to be president? If this is the kind of decline that we've witnessed from here to, he was helpful in Home Alone 2 because because he gave Macaulay Culkin directions. Okay, 3 times, but that's a short clip. Okay, that's not a 45-second clip. Almost. It was like Bush when Arafat died. What did Bush say when Arafat died? Look, this is a short clip, okay? I have 45 seconds, but he's not there for 45 seconds, okay? He's just... Look, it's a filler. This is all filler. Look. Look, it's all filler.
Where's the lobby? Down the hall and to the left. Thanks.
Dude, that's not a 45-second clip, okay? That's almost 3 clips of Trump being reasonable, okay? Anyway, I thought that was interesting. He's eyeing Culkin. Yeah, he is, isn't he? Because you'd think he should be saying, why is there a kid in the hotel? But actually, there's a million reasons a kid might be on their own asking for the lobby because they might have gone to the bathroom or, like, they might be looking for their parents. So Trump's actually just eyeing up that kid for absolutely no reason. But anyway. That's okay. Thinking about Epstein's Island, bro. Shit. Okay. I wonder, has Trump commented on the bathrooms today? Is this it?
The WWE, Donald Trump may have to get his hands dirty himself. He may have to throw a set and get involved here. Hey, look at this! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump taking down Mr. Oh my God! The hostile takeover of Donald Trump!
No, that's not it. It's, I get things mixed up easily, because apparently the Republicans have as well. A bunch of these fucking wrestlers are part of the government now. Okay. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute, and then I think I want to learn about the Onion
Okay,
Infowars
everyone go
thing. That might
home.
be fun. Okay. Be right back. If I don't get a $3 million house, you guys you've all enabled fascists. Sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. It's gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice-looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure, a playground of terror, playground of death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that.
Day 2. This one we went with Corey to the West Bank. What did you
Of Israeli law. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Benny Moore's live. Fucking cunt. Anyway, there we go.
Yep.
You have it with meats and tatties, turnips and potatoes.
Nice.
Scumbag. That bag of scum.
Why are you looking at me? Look at the phone. Talk to them.
I was looking at the phone. Travel update. Travel blog. I'm being flown out to Dubai. Oh, we're playing tiny little chess. That's so cute.
Oh my god. I didn't know you were that into it.
Fuck. Okay, you have to start my clock. Oh, this is the fucking...
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Don't do a bullet game with a real clock. It's so dumb. Anyway, let's see.
Okay.
Hurry up. Whoa. Was that the Israeli trip film? It's part of it. Yep. Okay. What's happening here? What's the patter?
Okay, everyone go home. The Onion has done it. The Onion has done the funniest thing imaginable, and they have purchased Alex Jones's InfoWars out of bankruptcy. It's unclear exactly what they intend to do with it, but treating it with respect is probably not on the top of my list. How in the world did the Onion pull this off? Did they conspire with these Sandy Hook plaintiffs, as Alex Jones is alleging? And will Alex Jones be able to steal it back? Spoiler, he's trying. Chaos lawyer Liz Dye breaks down the whole saga.
Thanks, Devin. Alex Jones, the conspiracy shitposter who started the media company InfoWars to monetize hate speech, is watching his empire be sold off to his enemies, and it could not happen to a nicer guy. On December 14, 2012, a deranged kid with a powerful weapon gunned down 20 first graders and 6 staffers at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. Within hours, Jones called the surviving family members crisis actors and speculated that the massacre was actually a false flag operation perpetrated by the Obama administration to gin up support for gun control. He also encouraged his millions of fans to do your own research, which resulted in his ghoulish supporters harassing the grieving parents for years, accosting them in public, and even forcing them to flee their homes. When confronted with the horrifying consequences of his actions, Jones doubled down, calling himself a warrior for free speech. In 2018, 2 sets of family members filed...
Have you gone over Destiny being a creepy pedo? Do you know what's so interesting about people on the internet? Is that no one believes anything they say. If you believe someone on the internet is a pedo, and they've got a lot of power and wealth, and they're a big name, and they're probably at some from certain points going to be in positions where they could probably actually exploit those like positions, then why the fuck are you just going around Twitter and memeing about it and going into chats and spreading clips around online like you've done your job? Bro, if you think there's a pedo out there and they're threatening kids, fucking get the cops or the FBI involved. What the fuck? If you sincerely believe it, actually get some law enforcement involved. What the fuck are you doing? Do you hate kids? You're leaving them out there to fucking die? Or is it just because you don't actually care? Like, it's just something that, it's just like a meme, right? It's just like, people just love using child suffering, or in this case, imagined child suffering, to win arguments on the internet. It's just noise.
defamation suits against Jones and Free Speech Systems, the parent company of InfoWars. One suit was filed in Texas, where Jones lives, and the other was filed in Connecticut, where the families lived. Jones spent years refusing to comply with his discovery obligations and generally making himself odious to the court. At one point, he went on the air and called the parents' lawyer, Chris Maddie, a little white Jew boy jerk-off son of a bitch. His lawyers threatened to sue my employer when I reported that one, despite the fact that it was in a court transcript, which he failed to contest before or since. Jones's conduct was so egregious that he eventually got 2 default judgments against him. A default judgment is when the court says basically, you have behaved so badly that you've forfeited your right to contest this case. It's sometimes called death penalty sanctions because it's a draconian punishment that's almost never applied. And Jones managed to get it twice, meaning that neither the Connecticut plaintiffs nor the Texas plaintiffs had to prove their cases in court. So when they finally went to trial in 2022, the only question for the jury was how much money Jones was going to have to pay to the Sandy Hook families. And the answer was a lot. In Texas, the award was almost $50 million in compensatory and punitive damages. And in Connecticut, it was more than $1.4 billion. Jones laughed on air as the jury read out its verdicts.
Ain't gonna be happening, ain't no money.
Then he moved to block the plaintiffs from collecting on the judgments, both by appealing the trial cases and by declaring bankruptcy. Now,
I disagree completely with the DPedo allegations, but you can't get police involved just for someone being attracted to kids only for evidence of wrongdoing. I'm pretty sure these accusations go farther than... I'm pretty sure these accusations involve people saying that Stephen wants to or has abused like an 8-year-old or some shit, isn't it? The allegations go quite hard. Whatever.
We've done videos on the channel before about Jones's bankruptcy strategy, but long story short, Jones screwed around for a while in Chapter 11, which is the provision of bankruptcy for companies or individuals who plan to come to terms with their creditors and reorganize as an ongoing business. Only you cannot discharge damages for willful torts in bankruptcy because it would be terrible public policy to allow someone to commit, say, an assault and then just declare bankruptcy to make a judgment for damages disappear. So, in October of 2023, U.S. bankruptcy judge Christopher Lopez ruled that the vast majority of the jury awards were non-dischargeable because defamation is a willful tort, which meant that those monetary judgments were going to follow Jones around for the rest of his life. It also meant that there was no point in the bankruptcy for Jones other than delay, since he was never going to get rid of that debt. At that point, Jones converted his bankruptcy from a Chapter 11 reorganization to a Chapter 7 liquidation, since there was no reason to stick around paying his lawyers and having the court micromanage his spending. Under Chapter 7, you basically agree to let the court sell off everything you own and split the proceeds among your creditors. Jones owns 100% of FSS, and so on September 25th, Judge Lopez authorized the bankruptcy trustee to put the company up for auction. When Alex Jones converted his bankruptcy to a Chapter 7, the court appointed a trustee named Christopher Murray. Murray is a highly experienced bankruptcy lawyer whose job here is to sell off Jones's assets and divide up the proceeds among his creditors. Murray hired the auction company.
What an amazing job. God damn it. I want that job.
Transon 360 to begin selling off FSS in November. Goblin troll Roger Stone made noise about buying it, and progressive media outlets The Barbed Wire and Media Matters also expressed interest in purchasing pieces of the company. There was also a suggestion on social media that reporter Ben Collins, who had just purchased the satirical website The Onion, had the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. Murray planned for a two-stage auction. In the first stage, Transon would sell FSS's intellectual property, which was divided into two major buckets. The first bucket contained the InfoWars media assets, such as the product rights, domain names, social media accounts, subscriber lists, etc. The second bucket contained the InfoWars store, including domain names, product trademarks, the e-commerce platform, and the customer and vendor lists. In the second stage, they planned to sell the company's physical assets, so the microphone, screens, desks, company vehicles, basically anything you can put your hands on. But the auction listing made clear that they were willing to sell the whole business as a turnkey operation, so the whole thing as a package deal, including the physical stuff, in which case Murray would cancel the second auction. The first auction closed on November 8, and Alex Jones seemed pretty confident that the buyer would be someone who wanted to keep InfoWars going as a fire hose of hate, with him as the nozzle. CNN reported that there had been a seven-figure bid, and Jones said on his show that he was pretty sure that the good guys were going to buy it and let him keep running the place. But on November 14th, Murray, the trustee, notified the court that he designated the joint bid by Global Tetrahedron LLC, the parent company of The Onion, and the Connecticut families as the successful bid at the IP Assets auction. He said that the Onion deal was for the entire operation and was scheduled to close by November 30th, 2024. Collins posted on Blue Sky that The Onion, with the help of the Sandy Hook families, has purchased InfoWars. We are planning on making it a very funny, very stupid website. We own everything, the broadcasting equipment, the supplements, the intellectual property for Brainforce Plus. We are still trying to figure out what to do with it. And then he put out the statement from the fictional CEO, Bryce P. T-Trader, promising to melt down all the vitamins into one candy bar-sized pill that would bring immortality. In case you didn't catch that clever wordplay from The Onion, T-Trader is the German word for tetrahedron. Chris Maddie, the attorney for the Connecticut plaintiffs, put out his own non-satirical statement saying, "Our clients knew that true accountability meant an end to InfoWars and an end to Jones's ability to spread lies, pain, and fear at scale. By divesting Jones of InfoWars assets, the families and the team at The Onion have done a public service and will meaningfully hinder Jones's ability to do more harm." And there was great happiness in the land. The Onion, which for 10 years has posted a story about every mass shooting under the headline, "No way to prevent this," says Only Nation where it regularly happens, was going to take over the site that caused more than a decade of abuse for the Sandy Hook families. And The Onion had a multi-year advertising deal with
It's how we find out we're three payments behind. Oh, God
The Onion, I hate these. If you're a YouTube channel and you have an autoplay video on your homepage, I had a DM not long ago that said people were trying to mass report me for saying "kill yourself" in my in my live videos. So I had to scrub them all just in case, because I don't actually know exactly what the TOS is for saying that. I think it's probably fine, but I decided to be careful. But I was about to say some really nasty things about people who have autoplay intros on their homepages on YouTube. Anyway.
For gun safety, a pro-gun control nonprofit founded by Michael Bloomberg. Even Fox News managed not to get suckered by the fake tea trader announcement. But it did go to air with the claim that The Onion has 4.3 trillion daily readers.
It has 4.3 trillion daily readers.
Not everyone was pleased, though. Obviously, Alex Jones was pissed, and so were his allies who got beat out in the auction. And they were not going to go quietly.
And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off.
Now, obviously, Jones would have benefited from having a better lawyer during this whole bankruptcy process. But if you want a great lawyer from the start, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters, were involved in a car crash, or dealt with sexual harassment from Alex Jones or anybody else, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery and find out what your options are. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen right now for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. So click on the link below.
When he notified the court of the deal, Murray said that the runner-up bidder was a company called First United American Companies, LLC, or FUAC. It's not clear who the AC is that the company was FUing, but they were definitely throwing up middle fingers about the results of the auction. Within hours, FUAC's lawyer Walter Cisak requested an emergency hearing to, quote, address the apparent defects in the sale process, including changing the procedures, lack of transparency, and inaccurate disclosures to interested bidders. Because the value of the assets is in the process of being destroyed at this very minute, FUAC requests a status conference today if the court's calendar can accommodate. Walter Cisak previously appeared as counsel for one Charlie Cisak, who was deposed during the Chapter 11 proceedings. The New York Times describes Charlie as an entrepreneur who had sold products through free speech systems in the past and who claimed ignorance of the relationship and then deleted references to InfoWars from his social media accounts when the paper contacted him. Judge Lopez held a hearing that very
was it because of Sandy Hook that Alex Jones was banned on YouTube? I thought that was the first big string of YouTube bans for crazy right-wingers was because of Alex Jones, right? It does make me wonder if... It makes me wonder if there are... The reason you probably don't see that for left-wingers is that they just don't do that kind of... They don't go to that level on YouTube. And that's probably why they're less likely to get banned. I don't know.
Afternoon, and Cisak, the attorney, went first. He claimed that there had been no actual auction, that he did not know the winning bid, and that he'd never had a chance to match or counter the offer from The Onion and the Connecticut parents. The judge asked Murray if that was true, and Murray said, it's complicated, which is not what a court wants to hear in answer to a yes or no question. Judge Lopez hit the roof, saying, we're all going to an evidentiary hearing, and I'm going to figure out exactly what happened, and no one should feel comfortable with the results of this auction. Jones then spent the entire weekend telling his followers that the judge had canceled the sale and promising that Elon Musk was about to ride to his rescue. He even said that Collins was going to wind up in a jail cell. None of that is true. Let's start with the Musk piece. Yes, the world's most thin-skinned billionaire could easily dig around the couch cushions and find $3 or $4 million to buy InfoWars. But there is absolutely no indication that that's what's going on here. The company formerly known as Twitter entered a limited appearance solely for the purpose of contesting any sale of the real Alex Jones account, which it says cannot be sold under its terms of service. That may or may not be correct as a matter of law. The court has yet to rule on it. But Jones himself characterized seizing his personal social media accounts as a violation of the 13th Amendment, which outlawed slavery. But he only said that when he was talking to his fans. His lawyers weren't going to say anything so offensively stupid in court.
Liz, are you new here? Are you suggesting that Jones's lawyers can be shamed?
Yeah, okay, fair. Anyway, the court's decision about the social media accounts has nothing to do with the sale of FSS. That is a total red herring. On Monday, FUAC filed a motion to disqualify the winning bid, alleging serious misconduct by Murray, the trustee. CSAC accused Murray and the auction company Transon of impermissible collusion with the Onion in an effort to rig the auction with the goal of achieving a specific result desired by the Connecticut families.
Wow.
And he claimed that they changed the rules of the auction in violation of the court's order. Less than 2 hours later, Murray docketed a furious preliminary response, promising to respond in due course, fully and in detail, to the barrage of baseless allegations, selective quoting, and half-truths in FUAC's recent filings, and reserving all rights, including those under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 11 and Federal Rule of Bankruptcy Procedure 9011, regarding the duties of attorneys who sign their names to pleadings in this court, which is law speak for, you lied to the judge, and I'm going to move for aggressive sanctions against you.
Uh-oh.
Murray followed up with a detailed motion requesting that the court ratify the sale. That motion, and FUAC's filing as well, attached as exhibits all of the previously sealed bidding documents. So now we know that the auction included the InfoWars archive, the social media accounts for various businesses, and 7,000 square feet of equipment. We know that the InfoWars store brought in $35 million in sales in 2023 and $22.4 million in the first 9 months of 2024. We know that the purchase agreement names War Is Over LLC, an entity formed by the Onion, as the new owner of InfoWars. And we know that Alex Jones likes to hoard some very niche domain names. Goblins? What the?
So I never expected Trump charging into a goblin's nest to not get some goblin vomit and slop and blood on him. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin.
And thanks to these exhibits, we know a whole lot more about what went down here. I mean, we still don't know for sure who's behind FUAC, but we can now piece together what happened and why the lower bid was actually better for the creditors overall. But to explain that, we have to go back to the 2 Sandy Hook verdicts. Because remember, the first trial in Texas resulted in a $50 million verdict for Scarlett Lewis and Neil Heslin, who's—
That should be Voss's domain name. Huh? I think if they did a show together, it could work.
6-year-old son Jesse Lewis was murdered in his classroom. The second trial in Connecticut involved several sets of parents, and remember, that verdict was $1.4 billion. Jones has other creditors, but none with claims approaching that size. And $50 million is obviously a lot of money, but it's not $1.4 billion. And so if you sell off Jones's assets and divide them up pro rata among his creditors, the Connecticut plaintiffs are going to take 97 cents out of every dollar, which feels pretty fundamentally unfair. So the Onion's lawyers and the lawyers for the 2 sets of Sandy Hook plaintiffs put their heads together and they crafted a bid that would adjust the incentives so that the Texas plaintiffs would get more if the Onion was the winning bidder than if Jones's buddies tried to buy it. It's a little mathy, but stick with me here. At the end of the vetting process, there were only 2 qualified bidders, the Onion and FUAC. The Onion's opening bid was for $1 million. They bid $999,000 for the intellectual property and $1,000 for the store because they're a satire website and they're not interested in selling.
Sorry. I was muted. In chat, someone was saying that there was a demon picture of the judge on Alex Jones's website when he was being sentenced, and they showed it as they were giving the sentence. Is that true? I forget. I don't remember seeing that. I don't recall. Where's that? You must tell the truth. This is not your show. Where's the demon thing? Confronted about calling the judge a tyrant? Oh, is it this? This isn't in the sentencing. This is just...
This is the tyrant you've been telling your audience about, right? You've called this judge a tyrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually use that word a lot with your audience. You call people tyrants, don't you?
Yes.
Only when they act like it.
Okay. And one way that you've been conveying to your audience that Judge Bellis has been acting like a tyrant is by showing her with lasers coming out of her eyes, right? This is the tyrant you've been telling your audience about, right? You've called this judge a tyrant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you actually use that word.
Oh, 3DS Max 23, thanks for the $5. Are you interested in a convo with Haviv? He's not picky about a platform, including smaller ones, might be worth a DM on X, Facebook, etc. Yeah, I am starting to float potential conversations a lot more frequently now. I'm doing that behind the scenes. I'm emailing people, finding DMs. I mean, I started doing it already. It's just that so many people just refuse to reply. like the Vanguard didn't say anything. I wanted to talk to them. That fucking Javad Hashmi guy wanted to talk. I wanted to talk to him, but he wasn't up for it. Maybe going to reach out to, or there's like a middleman who wants me to talk to one of the Majority Report people. Well, I don't know. Everything just takes so long. I don't know why people are. How long does it take to get back to an email asking for a mutually beneficial conversation? I don't know.
Beet tincture and male enhancement vitamins. They didn't bid on the domain names at all. FUAC's opening bid was for $1.2 million, and they bid on every item in the inventory. And with two bidders, you're probably not going to hold a live auction with everybody putting up their paddles and, trying to outbid each other. So instead, after consulting with Transon, Murray went back to the two bidders and said, "Give me your best and final offer. How high are you guys willing to go?" Now, CSAC, the lawyer for FUAC, argued that changing the rules violated the court's order. And in court, Judge Lopez was clearly surprised since he was anticipating this and not this. But Judge Lopez's order very clearly allowed Murray broad latitude to modify or even cancel the auction. It said the trustee is authorized, with the assistance of Transon 360 and his other advisors, to market, solicit bids, and conduct auctions if necessary for the IP assets. It said the auction is subject to rescheduling or cancellation by the trustee in his reasonable discretion. It said Murray could modify any procedures of the IP assets auction, if any, and or terminate discussions with any potential bidders at any time. So Murray had broad discretion to change the rules at any time and without permission from the court. And crucially, Murray and Transon walked FUAC and The Onion through the revised bidding process, and neither bidder objected to that procedure at the time. When asked for its best and final offer, FUAC upped its bid to $3.5 million, and The Onion, through Global Tetrahedron, upped its bid to $1.75 million. But The Onion's bid had what they called a distributable proceeds waiver, meant to ensure that the Texas plaintiffs would get $100,000 more under The Onion bid than under any competitor's offer. It went like this. However much the auction brought in, the trustee and the auctioneer and the lawyers were all going to get paid first, and their cut was going to be about $650,000. That amount was always coming off the top, and whatever was left would go 97% to the Connecticut plaintiffs and 3% to everyone else. So if the FUAC offer of $3.5 million...
What are the terms in U.S. civics again? If you're a trustee, that's when you act in a way that the people have elected you because they trust you to make the right call, even if you end up making a call that disagrees with the majority of your constituents. There's a delegate who is supposed to do things that the constituents want them to, even if they might oppose it themselves. And there's a politico who does a bit of both. That's right, isn't it? Never mind.
$1 was accepted, the total revenue would be $2.85 million after that $650,000 administrative fee. And the Connecticut plaintiffs would get functionally all of that, because 97 cents out of every dollar recovered was coming to them. The Texas plaintiffs, along with every other creditor, would share just 85...
I know that's got nothing to do with trustee that she's talking about, but yeah. A trustee fulfills popular mandate regardless of their position. I thought that would be a delegate, wouldn't it? Hang on. No, yeah, the trustee is one that goes on by their own best judgment, even if it contradicts the will of the masses.
$5,500, which would not even make a dent in their legal fee.
No, I was right. A trustee is the one who would, like, acting as a trustee would mean that you sometimes go against popular will for the greater good, what you consider to be the greater good.
So the Connecticut plaintiffs said, we will forego as much of our share as necessary to get the Texas plaintiffs to a place where they are $100,000 better off than the next highest bidder. And to make that math even more fair, they said, let's call the Texas plaintiffs' percentage 25% as opposed to 3%, which was pretty generous. So here's a table explaining the math. If the bid from FUAC was $2 million, the Texas parents would be entitled to 25% of that, which is $500,000. And the Connecticut parents would then gross them up to $600,000 from their share. If the bid was $3 million, the Connecticut parents would ensure that the Texas parents got $850,000, and so on. In the event, FUAC's bid was $3.5 million, or $2.85 million after the administrative costs. 25% of that is $712,500. And so the Connecticut parents promised to get the Texas parents to $812,500, which would make them materially better off under this deal. So just to finish this math problem, the Onion's best and final offer was $1.75 million in cash. After paying the $650,000 in administrative expenses, that left $1.1 million. Under the 75-25 split, that's $825,000 for the Connecticut plaintiffs and $275,000 for the Texas plaintiffs. To get the Texas plaintiffs up to $812,500, that's the $712,500 plus the $100,000 that they agreed to get them, the Connecticut plaintiffs had to disclaim $537,500 and let the Texas parents have it. And that's exactly what they did. They cut a deal with the Onion to get paid on the back end out of ad revenue, and they handed the Texas plaintiffs more than $500,000 to ensure that Alex Jones wouldn't be able to use this platform to hurt people anymore. And Murray, the trustee, is almost certainly on firm legal ground when he says that this deal maximizes value for all the creditors, which is his job. It's kind of beautiful. Naturally, Jones and his allies are treating this issue with all the nuance and seriousness it deserves. I'm kidding. He actually filed an absolutely lunatic complaint alleging that it violates his First Amendment rights to be associated with leftists and gun grabbers because something Hillary Clinton. Not today, Satan. Meanwhile, Collins and his counsel explained that they fully expect to emerge as the new owners of InfoWars.
Yeah, look, we won the bid. We own InfoWars, and we are very excited about that.
But is it true that you didn't have the highest bid?
We did have the highest bid when you take into account the family's concessions here. They made a concerted effort to make this the best and highest bid for everybody involved.
On social media, Collins said, "We always knew the guys who currently run InfoWars were going to take this badly and use the loss to fundraise off it, and they did not disappoint. We expected all of this, obviously. Buying the site was always going to be fun later on, but annoying right away. The fun part is still to come." Oh, I think it's pretty fun already.
Hey, good
No,
one.
I would like to believe that out of all of this,
Cool. Okay. Ground news. Watching Alex Jones get mugged by that lawyer was so funny. When he was like, sinister laughing. Yes, Mr. Jones. Made me very happy. Okay. How long have we been running for? 3.5 hours. Okay. Okay. 3.5 hours. Okay. Okay. I wonder if I would just want to go into the trenches. Said I would avoid the drama. But sometimes the trench calls to you. Do I want to? React to the Southern testimony. That's not enough drama, okay? That's not enough mud shit slinging. Was President Sunday the one who got given the DMs first? That's surprising. What is it? Hmm. Oh, did I? Oh, no. By this Rose person. The Rose person gave the DMs to President Sunday. It was given to Queeman's Discord. Oh, no. Is there no new Hassan Ethan drama? I mean, there is, but it's just getting a bit tired now. Like, there's nothing to respond to because Hassan isn't watching the Ethan videos. He's just hearing about them from chat and then pretending to laugh and then moving on. And now it's this whole thing where people by default think that Ethan has said some very dehumanizing shit about Palestinians. I'm like, what? What has he said? I don't know. Feels bad, man. Dude, he's spiraling and obsessed. Logged off, dude. Log off, yeah. Hassan fans are brigading Try Guys saying Ethan hates Palestinians. It's just like, what are they hearing? How is the information traveling? You know, the one reason I have learned to worry a lot less about people clip chimping me is that after a week or 2 weeks of forgetting what was in the clips, people will just lie about it. People will just lie about what was in the clips and they'll forget about what they actually saw. It's just like, I am wondering, I think I mentioned this when I was in the studio. Maybe it was off stream, but it's okay. I floated to Destiny the idea of doing like a Twitter Spaces thing, like he does with Pisco, but for the Middle East. But then I remembered that if we do that, it's just going to be 90% tankies, and maybe once in a blue moon we get some crazy settler to argue with. Or some Kahanist. Or a BB fan. What happened to the weekly news stuff? Don't know. I guess it's just been like on and off. I don't know what's happened recently with it. A tanky Twitter space would be a nice change from MAGAs. Yeah, but the Pisco spaces don't have that much going on either, right? Yeah. It's just people who don't know what a tariff is. As long as there's some kind of, I think you would need 2 people to host it and 1 person to do the vetting. You just have to have like a 1-minute conversation to vet someone and then let them on. But I guess I could always just do that on TikTok. And maybe because of the way that social media works, you'd probably be more likely to get locals on TikTok. Like local Israelis and Palestinians more often than Twitter, which I feel like would just be dominated by Westerners. I don't know. Anyway. You have TikTok? No, I don't have TikTok. And I think you need to have a certain number of followers before you start streaming on TikTok as well. But honestly, after seeing that TikTok thing of the guy with the green light going over his body and people saying it was a sniper, I'm like, oh God, even Twitter nutters would see that and just think this is crazy. You could platform, well, I know Steph has enough TikTok following as well. You've got 4,000 TikTok followers. What do you do, Dan the Fireman? What's your job? What's your advocacy? Your patter? Oh dear. Please do it. That would be amazing. I mean, you can always just do trial and error. Like, if it gets too samey after 2 or 3 goes, which it probably will, we'll just do something else. You got any convos with interesting people lined up? Yep, I got a couple, but I can't talk about them. Sorry. Have you ever tried calling out Hassan or doing a Hassan reaction? True. When are you going on the H3 pod? Give me time. I'm too small. Not a big deal, okay? I'm just a viber. And I'm still not... I'm still not really in the whole, whoa, how do I grow the channel kind of... I don't think like that. It doesn't really... I don't even know if I can think of that. Like that. I don't know if I'm capable of thinking in that way. I just think about what's interesting to me. And sometimes it happens to coincide with what the audience wants to see when it's like Hassan Ethan drama, and other times it doesn't when it's research on the Al-Qassam brigades. You don't have to change the content that much. I think I do have to change the content much. I think, I don't know if it's either just like my presentation, like that I want to prepare things more, or just something, but I think I need to make the live VODs better, like the segments. For some reason, they were really good and they were performing really good around just before I went to Israel, but then I don't know, there are just certain things that I cover that I thought would be kind of popular, like American politics and shit like that, that people just don't seem to be interested in. I think that's only been the last couple of months, really. It wasn't even straight after Israel. Ooh. Okay. You got geotagged and YouTube is suppressing you. I don't think that's what happens. I don't know what that even means, but okay. But it's okay, guys, because I know going forward, we got plans, okay? We got big thoughts, big ambitions. Maybe we should. Maybe I just want to stir. Maybe we'll stir the pot, you know, ruffle some feathers. Maybe we will get sucked in to the concepts of a plan of the mad drama shit-slinging bullshit. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to find out just how many of these Al-Qassam Brigades fighters were actually in the police, okay? We're going to do it, okay? Notice how I did 6 pages by myself yesterday after ending stream? Okay. We will get to the bottom of this. We will be the first people to answer this question properly. Since 2008, no one has had a good answer to this question, okay? I will be the first. We will plug this gap in human history. Okay? I don't care if you all leave and never come back. It will be, I will have found the answer, okay? And that's what matters. Plug this little gup. What? Can you do Discord debates? Maybe that one where that guy attacked you for being a monster was amazing. See, debates like that are trash. Like they're so, when I'm just debating someone who is so uninformed and then all they do is they just resolve to try and getting like optical W's, it's a waste of time. I don't like it anymore. But honestly, maybe that was just that particular day. I wasn't up for it. I think I can do it. Like I like doing it in doses, but I also need to be doing stuff that's more stimulating as well, or more that has more of an end product in terms of like advancing my knowledge or understanding or blah 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 blah. Blah. Now where is? I'm missing one thing here, but I know exactly where it is. Majority of people you debate are uninformed. You got to reach out to scholars and journalists and stuff. I mean, I do. It's just that it's not always easy to get a hold of them. Is this it? Give us one trashy debate a month. Yeah. An important schizo video just dropped in stream chat. A very important one. What? What's this? Hassan Arki, the entire Hassan Piker and Ethan feud in one video. So I'm guessing. Explanation source. Explanation. Is this about? This sounds like 10 hours. Does it have this filter over the entire thing? Little bro, you are not getting noticed. Okay? The big man's not noticing you. Is that by a Hassan fan or a hater? I don't even know at that point. Okay. I've got this. I need to get the Orient report in Hebrew, and then we're good. Okay. Is that a hater? He was an H3 fan, according to himself. Interesting. Well, good luck with that, boy. Right. It's an H3 fan. Okay. Why are they called Hassanarchy? I guess maybe they turned on. Heh.
Assume
Fuck, where's
the
the
ICC indictments is true, that Israeli civilian and military leadership purposefully murdered Gazan civilians, used starvation as a weapon of war. Would you in this case regret supporting the war?
A war was going to happen regardless. That there's not really any other thing that could have happened after October 7th, in my opinion, anyway. I think the alternative to it is like just not convincing. But no, I don't think I would regret my positions on the war because I've always said that what they did at the beginning of October with regards to the blocking of aid and also what they were doing at the end, and also maybe even what they were doing throughout was like in some cases completely reprehensible, and in other cases they could have done better. So yeah. No, I don't think I would regret that much. Thanks for the £25. Anyway. What am I looking for? Where is it? Oh. It's oh yeah, here. Saying, "Do you support the war?" Seems like loaded language. Well, yeah, it's because it means that you support everything in the war, right? Or it's not even about. I don't even know about supporting. It's like it's also just like it's a strange burden of proof because I'd rather before anyone talks about whether or not anyone supports the war, like supporting a war just seems like a very strange concept because especially a war where you know civilians are going to die. It's like, yeah, do you support civilians dying? Like, not really. I don't think that's a good thing. I'd rather. I feel like if anyone was going to try to ask me to commit to something like that, I'd want to ask them like what they think should have happened instead. Because if they can't offer a good answer to that, then they don't really have a leg to stand on with asking anyone if they support the war or not. Yeah. Okay. But it's all just a bunch of optical bullshit. I guess you do support the tactics of the war, the starvation, is it? You know me, famous supporter of starvation tactics. I love those things. Do I have to shrink this? I think I probably do. Whoa. Okay. We're all organized. Okay, we're ready to go. Also, fuck me, new revelation, new breakthrough. I found B'Tselem's database on this same operation. Okay, so that gives us a few things because one, I can look at all the not applicables and know exactly which ones B'Tselem considers to be the police. So some people might say that some of these biographies are like, is that really enough to show that they were a police officer? Well, maybe. Let's just see if they're in the B'Tselem report because we know that if B'Tselem says it's not applicable whether or not they were participating in hostilities, they're referring to the police because they have 248 mentions of not applicable, and that's the number of police officers that they gave that were killed, police and security. So I've got a good answer to that. Another thing is that we have some people who are listed as Al-Qassam brigades by the Israeli study. They're not on the Hamas website, but B'Tselem calls them an operative as well, a military operative. So what's going on there? And there are some people, obviously, who B'Tselem doesn't mention are an operative, but they are. But that's more expected. You'd expect the Israelis to be more liberal with their definition of Hamas militant, and you'd expect B'Tselem to be much more conservative. So, yeah, it's. I think if B'Tselem says they were an operative, like a military operative, that almost definitely means they were. I think it's very unlikely that B'Tselem would list someone like that without having an ungodly amount of proof because they tend to be a bit more reluctant, I think, to call people militants without enough evidence. Who's this one? Militant wing of the Popular Resistance Committee. See, is this person mentioned? Halak. No. Anyway. Ziad? No. Okay. B'Tselem's Israeli too. Yeah, but they're Israeli in the sense that they they think Israel's a Jewish supremacist state, and all the conclusions of their advocacy suggest that Israel should be like abolished and it should be a one state. So they don't say that explicitly generally, but their advocacy seems to lean in that direction. Okay. Page 16. So this is my streamlined process, okay? Does it just count for Al-Qassam and not Islamic Jihad? No, there's Islamic Jihad mentioned here as well. The only thing is Islamic Jihad they just didn't have that many fighters at this time. They didn't lose that many people. Whereas Hamas lost quite a lot of people. They lost a lot of goons. Okay. So page 16, that would start here. Whatever this translator is, let's see. Muhammad, also, how do people listen to Spotify on stream? Do they not get DMCA'd or copyright to have Spotify music in the background? Kind of tempted, but I don't know. I'll probably just get absolutely mauled by the algorithm. There's copyright-free music on Spotify? Wait, I have a Spotify. Can I just look up copyright-free playlists? Copyright-free music. I bet it's all shit though, isn't it? Hang on. House music? No. Thank you. Classical? You know what? Oh, it's all gonna be concertos and shit like that. If I want classical, I just want piano. What's a good copyright-free playlist? Free jazz and easy listening. Ugh. Lo-fi? Twitch? No. Synthwave? No.
Karim Khan has also said he is investigating the early bombing in October for murder/deliberate targeting civilians. Almost all Gazans killed in October civilian. If these charges true or unjustifiable.
Oh, I didn't see that in the front cover. They just said 2 incidents. But if they're referring to specific bombings and specific airstrikes, that'd be really interesting. And be to see how that goes. Thanks for the £10. Can you show me where you got that from? If you put it on Discord somewhere. Okay, this is all just like synthwave bullshit. This isn't for the warrants. Oh, it's a different thing. Okay. Which one of these? Free jazz. Why not? That's a bit corny. Is it all like this? Is there anything else? Can you not get genres for copyright free? Can you not break down? Fuck. Royalty free. Oh, instrumental math rock. Interesting. What's this? cringe. I love it. It sounds like John Butler, but it's not. All right. Is that volume okay compared to mine, or does it need to be up or down? It sounds really quiet from my end. Bit quiet. Yeah, let's put it up. That better? Or is that too loud? I don't think that's too loud. That's probably fine. I'll bet you the audio is going to fluctuate because that's just an instrumental acoustic. This will be fine. Cute. Glockenspiel. Wow, it's so edited. No. Not the same person twice. It distracts from what you're doing. What? How is that distract? That Nasser will definitely with 2 S's. And the other one in the translation. Okay, that's our names. We have to get their dates of death. (27th). That's going to be most of them. Okay. Good. Play Houthi music. Here one. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna put myself up here. No, I can't do that. I need to put myself on top. That's what she said. How do I do that? Come on. Wrong way. Hey. So that's all their dates, okay. What do they say about their activity? Only active in Al-Qassam. More details there. Active, active. Not active. Active. Committee. Okay. Active in the Al-Quds brigades. Okay. So no details about him, none about him. This one. Joined in 2004. Special Forces. Sabra Battalion. Wow. Cheeky. Artillery unit. Is the music okay? Last chance. I might make one more adjustment if it's needed. Okay. What does the website say? So, Mohammed Mahmoud Al-Adram. Ooh, 2 mismatches. Fuck. Or 2 unsubstantiated. Okay, this means we have to go into my DMs first to see if anything's been reconciled. Because some of them have. And there are a few Muhammads in here, so Al-Adram. Al-Adram. No. Muhammad, how the fuck am I gonna find this person? Muhammad Ahmad Mahmoud. It's like all the most difficult, the most common names, all 3 of them. It's all the John Smiths. Could be a bit quieter. Okay. So they're not there. Is the other one there? Tabash? Tabasha? Abdul Rahman? No, no, no. Okay. Now, one more check here. So, Adram, see if there's any... Oh, no! Cool, fine. And this has all been translated? Because if it doesn't Google Translate, it won't come up in the Control F, I don't think. All right, let's try that. I don't think I'm ever finding this person. There's no chance. No. No. Okay, the last place to look then is B'Tselem. To see if they exist at all. Because I think they would. Okay, we have to go the hard way. Muhammad Ahmad Mahmoud. Okay. AGH Adham. Okay. So, what do you say about them, B'Tselem? Not applicable, so they are police, but not Al-Qassam according to B'Tselem. Okay. ADGHAM. Would that help? Or maybe... That makes me think of, could it be this? That's so close, but it's 2019. Okay, this person. Has been unfairly named, but they are a police officer. So, with that. No listing found. RIP. Same with this one. Okay. I'm gonna put this. Alright. Just to double check. How are they spelling most of their Muhammads? Like that. Okay. Ahmad. Ahmed? Jarada. Oh, we found this guy. Maybe? Muhammad Ahmed Tabasha. This is this guy, isn't he? Same day of death. Let's see if the birthdays match up. Did we just accidentally stumble across this guy? Muhammad Ahmad Abdul Rahman Tabasha. Oh, that's him, for sure, 100%. Ha, okay. And I think on the original, this is why we did this again, because this guy I didn't find earlier, so I put it in as a false entry. Okay. Who are you, sir? Just double check birthdays. Tabasha, 61. Born in 1961 or 81. Can't tell. 81. Yeah, okay. So there's no details there. What do they say here? Join the Al-Qassam brigades, join the military apparatus, preparation courses, activation courses, guarding the borders. This is a big one because this is the security rule that they tend to have if they're police and security. Now, where does it say he was killed? Killed at his workplace at the Central Camps Police Headquarters. All right. Gotcha. Hey. Now, what I'm also interested in double checking is this. Did they spell that Tabasha with a... Okay. Did it spell the same here? Do you have any? Nope. Tab? How are they spelling that? Muhammad Ahmed. Let's see. Ahmad? There he is. T-B-A-S-H-A. So out of interest, what do you think Bet Salem says about this guy? Who is Al-Qassam Brigades killed in the police station? I'm going to guess not applicable, whether or not he was participating in hostilities and killed at the police station. Uh-oh. Well, we'll go through that one separately. Okay. Mohammed Ibrahim Hussein al-Bushar. Killed after launching missiles at Israeli towns on January 9th. Earned a salary from his work in the Palestinian police. Okay. earned a salary from his work in the Palestinian police. Killed launching missiles after, sorry. So this is a police officer who was killed after launching missiles, which means they were very clearly, what does it say exactly? This music is horrible. What do you want me to put on? You can control the music, okay? You just gotta give me $50 per song. The thing is, for instrumental band music, I don't like a lot of instrumental jazz because some of it's just corny. I really like psych music, but instrumental psych music is shit. Ambient post-rock might be better. But is that copyright free? No, it's not. Hang on. What is shoegaze? I do like shoegaze. Not ambient music, ambient rock. Not just ambient. It's like whales and shit. This is a Spotify playlist, so it's probably not copyright free. There's no copyright ambient rock. Okay. Fuck! Fuck! What about copyright free post rock? Someone needs to start making these playlists because they don't exist. There's no copyright-free shoegaze. Lo-fi? What else? Okay, this could either be really good, like really chill, or just really horrible. It's called, this playlist is called Meaning Wave Instrumental. Meaning Wave. Like, is shoegaze like looking at shoes? Yeah, like music that's just kind of airy and dreamy and you stare at your shoes while you're listening to it. Yeah. Copyright and royalty free. Instrumentals. Okay. I think it's gonna be cringe. It's gonna be like that stupid fucking Epiphany instrumentals. I don't mind it. I'm okay with it. I'll tolerate it. Okay. This guy, Abu Shar. Get in there. Sounds like the House MD theme. No, it doesn't. You're stretching. Okay. Abu Amar. Okay, we got him. He says, worked in the security and protection service of the Ministry of Interior. Moving from one headquarters to another, according to the work required. Okay. killed in the Central Governorate Police Station. Okay. Eight hours of smoke detector chirping. Nice one. Okay. Mohammed Ismail. What the fuck is that? There's so much. That's so cringe. Fuck me. I need to listen to stuff off stream to find out what I like, because I'll be here forever otherwise. Okay, Mohammed Ismail Saim. Al-Qassam Brigades. Oh, there's no profile. So that's another false entry, is it? Let's see. Not you, go away. How many Siams are there? Not many. Mohammed Ismail. Oh! 1993. Okay. Well, that's not him. Look at that. Lionel Richie. Okay. Okay. Is this person... Is it Saim? Would that be different? Let's try Saim. Is that even a name? No. Yeah, I don't think those would be. Okay, Mohammed Ismail. If I do this, I'm going to get a shitload of them. No, it's Mohammed. There's going to... Oh, only 5. Okay. Yeah, there's one in 1993. Why would he be there? That is the exact same name, isn't it? Yeah. Born 1981. Send you a copyright-free jazz playlist if you want something calmer. Maybe I do. Oh, this is just on YouTube. Okay. Not a fan of whatever the fuck that is. It's okay, but... Just... Jesus! Okay, I'll tolerate that. Nice one, that's nice. Cool. Who's this guy now? Mohammed... How is it spelled here? S-I-A-M. So they say that he's Special Forces. So they've got one extra detail on him. King Gizzard has a copyright free. That's cool. This is nice. Okay. Right. Fuck off, Alex Jones. Where would I look next? Oh, my DMs, because I've got another list there. Okay, is he... If he died after the initial airstrikes, maybe B'Tselem would have him. How many Mohammed Ismails do you have? None! Siam? How many of those? How about Saim? Spelled the wrong way around. Oh. How many... Wait, really? No Ismails? No fucking way. They spelled it like that? What? Do I have to go through all the Mohammeds? Fuck you. Why must they do this to me? Well, I can go for the date. the date of death is 15th of January. Okay, so he dies quite late on in the war. Did anyone here die on the 15th? Oh yeah, loads of people did. And just hope it's actually the day that he died, not just like mortally wounded and dies 3 days later. Come on, come on! How are they spelling? Oh, they're spelling Ismail with the fucking... Here he is. With the apostrophe. S-I-Y-A-M. Object of targeted killing. Oh, he was a bodyguard of Said Siam. See, that sounds like there's a big deal going on there. S-I-Y-A-M? Would that come up? There's no chance it's this guy, is it? Does he just have a hidden Ismail in there? No, not even close. Wait. If there's a Said... Okay. God, this Said guy was a big target. They killed how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? They killed like 14 people to get this guy? Well, I guess like 3 of them were objects of the targeting. Oh, wait, here he is. So Said Siam. Okay, I see. See, why is that not in, is it because he's a political guy? Minister in the Hamas government in Gaza. Lower the music a bit. True. Okay. Where the fuck is the... Where'd I put it? I've got so many windows open. Alright, let's do this. There we go. That better? I need to close some windows. I'm closing windows. Okay. We're in control. Don't need that. Don't need that. Do I really... I have 200 cunts watching me in the fucking Destiny in bed right now, doing this shit. It's okay. Best thing for them. Calm them down, little buggers. Alright. Okay, so they said he was Special Forces. No entry in Al-Qassam brigades that I could find. Maybe because he wasn't... Yeah, okay, makes sense. Listed in... B'Tselem as the bodyguard of Said Siam. A minister there in the Hamas government. I'm just gonna leave that one blank for now because I don't know. Not enough evidence to suggest that he carried out hostilities. Well, what did they say? If in doubt, probably not. But yeah, I'll figure out spellings of Said, because surely there must be a Said kicking around here. If he's a minister, though, he wouldn't be Al-Qassam. Like, I see a Said there, a few of them. Whoa, that's a lot of them. Said Siam. Okay, Siam. Well, let's have a look. Hmm? Okay, not finding him. If anyone knows about this Hamas minister, or if there's anything else on him, you can let me know, but otherwise this guy is a no entry. Big rip for the Israeli intelligence guys. Mohammed Al-Dosuki. Popular resistance. Oh. This would be in the B'Tselem one. Popular Resistance Committee. Not him. Fuck me. Finding this guy is going to be a pain as well. Resistance Committee? Huh? Why is this coming up? Oh. Oh, killed in this particular strike. Oh, okay. Well, is he mentioned? If they've mentioned, if they identified that. Where is it? Mohammed Al-Dasuki, Kamel Hamad Asili. Okay. There? There he is. Not applicable. So they just say not applicable. Okay. The music's not getting louder when I stop speaking. It's just, I'll just turn it down more. That better? It does? Well, I don't know how that's happening. I'm not doing that. That might be YouTube that does that, because I think YouTube does do a little bit of the old normalizing. Okay, did I miss one? Mohammed Ismail Abdul Rahmri. Okay. Anything about his job? Okay. Join the Al-Qassam brigades. Okay. Worked at the site of Battalion 13 in the central government. Okay. Died in the bombing of... I'll probably have to see something for him about whether or not he was definitely one of the cops, because that's another part. And they haven't really given enough there, so B'Tselem might do. Okay. Mohammed Ismail. Wait, how did they spell Ismail again? Fuck me. Ramri? Fuck me. How did they spell Ismail? Alright. It's on the 12th, so let's go Muhammad. Isma apostrophe eel. Okay. Let's go up to the top. There we are. Try again. Abdul Ramri. Is that really gonna... Oh, I guess it would be because Abdul... Okay, okay. Killed at a police station, same date. 23 years old. How old is he here? Born 1985. He'd be 23. Okay, that's him. Yeah, okay. Listed as not applicable. Okay. Applicable and killed in a police station. Alright, that means he was police, according to B'Tselem. Okay, and Orient. Okay. Not going to find this guy because he's from a different organization. Not a big deal. Muhammad Abdul Kara, military wing of Islamic Jihad. So he would be this one. All right. Oh, he's not going to Google Translate. Fuck you! Okay. I have to do this. This is him anyway. Double check. Archive. Get the original. There he is. Okay. Not applicable. Not applicable. Okay. Muhammad Al-Abd Muhammad Nasser. Ooh. There he is. Why did I highlight this one? Is it because I was worried about the name being slightly different before I was... Back when I was cucked. Bro, that's him. That's you. You from the Jabalia battalion? Yep. Guarded the western borders of Jabalia. Ooh. Al-Husseini admits that land purchases and colonialism wasn't a thing in an interview with BBC, that the aspect wasn't a thing during the Nazi minute. If you can show me a link, sure, why not? But I don't think that speaks to how the average people felt necessarily, but okay. I mean, it's true that they rejected, like, it wasn't so much that they thought the partition plan was unfair in terms of percentages, it's that they rejected it entirely as a concept. But people talking about whether or not Israel's going to go into Bint Ishmael. Oh, scary. All right. Fuck that. Oh, this guy's got a very different name. What? Birthdays match. Bakir Muhammad al-Namas. Okay, let's see. Is this definitely the same person? Muhammad Khamis Bakir would be Muhammad Bakir Muhammad al-Namas. Al-Namas. That's a pretty different name. What the fuck? Sabra Battalion? Similar birthday, same day of death. Why are these matched up? Did I do that? I don't think I did that. On page 16, maybe I did. How's he listed? Oh, maybe how he's listed on B'Tselem would be closer. Martyrdom days matched? Yeah, but loads of people died on that day. Muhammad Khamis Bakir. What are they listed him as here? Bakir, but it's that Al-Nams thing. What's he called in B'Tselem? This B'Tselem is more trouble than it's worth. Bakir? We're going to the Muhammads. Let's go. Sinwar. Wait, what's he called here again? Khamis, okay. That's 27th, right? So we're going to go zoom down to 27th and start there. And just hope he didn't die of his wounds later. Fuck. Why'd the music get so much more quiet? Why don't they fucking balance their audio when they make these playlists? Oh, I hate this guy. Please be here. Please be a real person. They're not real people. They're all fake. Okay, we're getting to the date. Bunch of Egons. True. I don't think I'm gonna... I haven't found anyone with this... Oh, there is a Khamis. Okay. So I could have looked for that, but it's okay. We'll give it one go like this. Mohammed Khamis. Back here. Even though Khamis might not be in part of his name because B'Tselem doesn't do it that way. Fuck me. Baker. Fucking Baker. Bakir. Killed at a police station. Abbas police station. Okay. Were you killed in the Abbas police station? No. He was killed in Zaytun. With... Oh! Hisham Sayam. I don't think I'm finding this guy, dude. Muhammad Bakir, Muhammad al-Namas. These are different people. These are very different people. No, that's even the right person. It's him I'm looking at. Okay, did he die in the Abbas police station? He did. Usual workplace. Oh, he tried to free the prisoners, the people who were stuck in the... Okay. Okay, Mujahid police. Okay. I need to... Fuck me. I need a Muslim to explain to me how this name... If it's possible that Muhammad Khamis Bakir Zagra can become... Muhammad Bakir Muhammad al-Namas. How is that possible? Is it possible? Or are these just definitely different people who died in the same place and have roughly the same birthday and share, like, the name Bakir? Fuck. I need the original Arabic from the Hebrew document. And someone actually sent me some. Oh, wait. Yeah, I know. I know the thing about family names being missing and shit like that. I know it's possible. That's what's really annoying about it, is that it's possible. What are these? This is someone who translated them through a different software. What do we have here? Fuck. Okay. These are different page numbers. Okay, back here. It's the same thing. Muhammad Bakir, Muhammad al-Namas. Okay. That's not helpful. Could be kunya, nom de jour. What if I use the original Hebrew document and find the Arabic there? Fuck this guy. So I've got the Arabic here. No, don't worry, I've got it. It's on page 16. And it would be, why are you saying de jure when you mean de jure? Because I don't have your education, okay? I'm a retard. Fuck! They won't let me copy the normal way. Give me this. Nom de guerre. Like, fuck this, man. Oh my god. Translate images. Well, that's how it comes out in Google Translate. I want to know, is there any way that this name... Wait, let me just... Let's do it this way. Give me the Arabic. It's not even... There's Bakir. Okay. I just want to know if there's any way this guy can be this guy. Would that happen in the Arab world? Is that feasible? That's all I need to know. I can't believe I'm stuck on this one. No! Oh yeah, that's definitely him. Shut up. I don't trust you. Why did I ask that? I only trust Sev. Where is he? Or Sundowner. Or Bambi. You can tell because the scribbles are the same. Fuck off. Hang on. Is there anyone called Namas here? Wait, maybe I'm overthinking. Wait. No, there's no... Any Bakirs? Okay, there's more? I can look at all the Bakirs in... No, I can do this. I can just look at the Bakirs in fucking the B'Tselem one. Because I think they spell every name the same. Whereas this one is very hit and miss. Nice. Raindrops. Okay. So they spell Bakir as B-A-K-E-R. Nice. Okay. Mohammed Bakir Mahmoud. No, it's Mohammed Bakir Mohammed Al-Namas. See, he's not... Okay. If this guy's name is not listed anywhere, he's not... Because B'Tselem reports every death. Civilian, militant. Wait. Sulfur, that's a link. That's a strong link. Who? Nams. Al-Nams. Now, the big question, Sulfur, is... Does this guy's name exist separately on the Shireen website? Mohammed Khamis Bakir. Does that guy exist? Because if they're separate, then we've got our answer. If they're not separate, then I think this guy is that guy. Because they got their birthdays match. Place of death matches. Al-Nams. See, what does that Zugra thing mean as well? Like, he's got brackets. He's got fucking brackets. Is that normal? This could be the kunya. What the fuck does that mean? Stop saying words. Stop making noises at me. What is it? Mohammed Bakir Mahmoud Azabut. What the? That's completely different from Al Nams. Sabra. Sabra Brigade. Sabra Battalion. But did he die on the right day? No, he died 2 weeks later. Nom de Jihad. Shut up. Wait, let me zoom in on this. What does this say? 86. Yeah, so the dates are, it's 1 year off, but that's usually what happens with these reports for some reason. They're always a year off of each other, even when it's a direct match. So we know that this person exists, Mohammed Bakir Mohammed Al-Nams, right? Does this person exist though? Mohammed Khamis Bakir. Here you go. Is that person? Because I think he's in the B'Tselem list, but this other one isn't. See, this guy's here, Mohammed Khamis Mohammed Bakir. He's there. Wait! No, never mind. Mohammed Khamis Mohammed, so... And this guy... I don't... So I can see this guy correlates with the B'Tselem one, but not with this person. Wait, if they're age 30... And Orient is saying they were born in 86. He should actually only be... 96, he should only be 22. I think this is a different... Do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like they've named a civilian. But someone with this birthday... No, it's not gonna... No. No. I'm gonna leave it, okay? I'm gonna leave it, and I'm gonna be like... Yeah, I know families and naming structure fucks things up. I know. I'm just gonna put him here and be like, where are you, okay? Because if he doesn't show up later, because this guy is obviously police and security. He died in a fucking police station at his usual workplace. So he should be... Wait. Does he show up anywhere else? No? Does he show up anywhere else on the left? See, he's not anywhere else in the Orient study. So here's what I think happened. I've only heard Westerners say Bakir, it's always Bakr. What, Bakr? Like that? Bakr. Listen, you leave a lot of vowels up to the imagination, you Arabic speakers. But here's what I think happened. I think they mean this guy, but they found someone else called Bakr and confused him with a fucking civilian who died. I think that's what happened, because this guy's not on the Orient list, even though he's a police officer who died on the first day of the initial strikes. But he's not on their list. But someone else called Mohammed Bakr, at least. Bakr is... Bakr. Is it Bakr? Is here. But this guy's not Sabra battalion. Did they mention Sabra at all here? No, but they don't mention what battalion either. No. Bakr. Fuck me. What do I say? Bakr. What do I say? How about this one? Alright, here's what I'm gonna say. Thing found. This person's matches. Hang on. Listed on Shireen.ps. But with an 8-year age discrepancy. But as 8-year age discrepancy. Maybe they meant this person. So I'll say it like that. Okay, listed on Shireen. But with an 8. Maybe they meant this person. Okay, that was way too long to get stuck on that bullshit. Fuck me. Okay. This guy you're looking at, his kid died on October 7th. What? Hang on. Can I Google Translate this? I guess I have to do it the hard way. Huh. Al-Nims. He was 17 years old. Son of the martyr Muhammad Bakr al-Nams. Huh. Wait. Fuck. Never mind. But okay, that's bringing us a bit closer to something. Okay. And this guy should be listed on Shireen. Okay, let's see. Also seems like his 17-year-old son died on October 7th. God, the things you learn, eh? Copy. Now, do you think they died in the attack, or do you think they died in the counterattack? Oh, they say. No, wait, this is cast lead. Mohammed Khamis. He's a different person. He's a different person. So they listed, this guy is not who they say he is. Okay. So they are different people. Because this guy was 21. Right, gotcha. Okay. 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 Well, that clears that up. And for this one, I'm going to put him here just so we know he's a different person. And I'm going to say this is just wrong because I can add new ones afterwards. All right. What a fucking drag. Okay, Bassam Anan. Artillery unit. Oh my god, this guy seems straightforward. Can you imagine? Can you believe it? Mohammed Bassam Mohammed Anan. Did he have a police or security role, though? Guarded the borders. What was he doing when he died? Killed firing mortar shells. Alright. Okay, I promise it doesn't take that long to do a single page. Oh no. 17. Okay. Hamid Bashir, Hamid Khader. Abu Hajjaj. Okay, I'll bet these guys will be a fucking joy to find. When did they die? Next. 6th of January. Okay. 27th December. 27th December. 27th December. 17th of January. 27th. 27th. Two 2009. 27. Ah. Okay. And these guys are all active in Al-Qassam brigades. Oh, the important thing here is to make sure that whether or not they have details or not, because Goldstone is very suspicious of the ones that just say Al-Qassam brigades. He doesn't trust those ones. They have to have more detail. So this top one has plenty. Jabalia Battalion is one of and I just fill this blank so I can distinguish the ones that have details from the ones that don't. That's what I'm doing here. So even just that would be fine. Those are anything really interesting. Killed after killing a soldier in an ambush. I'm trying to take his body. Crazy, okay. This says commander of security in Khan Yunis. This one says nothing, so I leave that one blank. This one says air defense unit. This one says nothing. This one says worked in the Palestinian police. This one says stationed in forward positions. I think this usually means they defended the border. But military trainer. Nothing. Executive force. All right. Now I check the Al-Qassam websites for page 17. So you can see here the guy that did the ambush and tried to kidnap a body. Al-Qassam says ambushed and killed. Ambushed. Killed an IDF soldier. Died in an airstrike. Well, okay. Died in an airstrike after ambushing and killing an IDF soldier. But we haven't written enough about his roles, so let's see that. The next thing is to see if he was actually police and security or not. Because these are people who started to die later on in the war. Police, security, and border. Guarded the borders. Okay. The treachery of the cowardly Zionists. Whoop. Rip. Hyperlink. Tick. Good. Next. Jamil Atiyah Hajjaj. Use 2 T's there. This one they say commander of security in Khan Yunis, and here they say been there since the Second Intifada. Security and Protection Service. Service officer in Khan Yunis. Okay. Killed in strike on in security and police headquarters alongside other leaders. Oh yeah, this guy, the older one. Mohammed Hisham Al-Zahra. So they have no details about him in the Orient study, which would which would mean that Goldstone would reject it. But the website says worked in the Abu Medin police station. What else do they say about police? Okay. Answered the call of the great Islamic project as a soldier to work in the Palestinian police force. Killed in strike. Killed exercising his work duties at the Abu Medin police station. Okay. Ooh. Mohammed Zuhair al-Aidi Abu Shaban. Air Defense Unit, what do they say? Killed in the Security and Protection Headquarters. Tick. What else did you do? Okay. Worked in the security and protection apparatus in the Palestinian government. Mohammed Ziad Zadek al-Nabia. Is this one of the ones that they don't have on there before? Police chief. Oh no, we've got to do Abdo first. Abdo. This is apparently a false entry. Mohammed Ziad Ibrahim Abu Abdo. Okay, let's check DMs. Oh, here he is. I just missed him the first time. What was his job? Worked in the police force as a policeman under the Palestinian Ministry of Interior. That's not from this site, that's from this one. Killed in guard post in the Towers area. Okay. Huh. Mohammed Ziad Sadiq Al Nabia. Okay. Here he is. What do they say about him? Wait. Oh no, this is what they say for... Never mind. That's what Orient said. Stationed at the borders. There's... Died in a military police course at the passport headquarters. Happy birthday, loner. You call this birthday money? Fuck you. Dick. Auntie Lou, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Holy heck. So kind of you. Okay. Mohammed Khalid Assad Shahber. It's a slightly different way to spell it, but okay. What did they say about him? Oh. Fucking happy birthday. How long has they been playing this version of it? Interior. Okay. Worked in the police. Killed on a police refresher course. Killed attending. Rose refresher course. Okay. Muhammad Khalil Diab al-Tatar. Okay. Well, this page is looking very strong for the Jews. Basically, every entry here is correct. So far. Oh, the military trainer. Trained in the first courses by the Palestinian police. Just mean he was killed in the field. killed in the field during the Israeli ground invasion. Right. Muhammad Khalil Hassan al-Makid. That looks like it might be a mismatch. Muhammad Khalil Hassan al-Mukid. Oh, I remember this one. I think this one's actually quite embarrassing for the Israelis. This guy died on the 27th of December, but he died in 2007, 1 year before Cast Lead. And I think the way he died, he was cleaning his weapon and accidentally pulled the trigger, which led to the firing of several bullets, one of which hit his head. Year before Cast Lead. Accidentally pulled the trigger. Whilst hitting himself in the head. So that is a very bad entry by the Orient Study. I guess they just saw. They just probably, which suggests it's all the human error. Like they probably just saw someone who had died on the 27th of December, but didn't see the year and decided to claim him. What else does it say in Orient? What did it say in the report for the other entries? Muhammad Khalil Hassan al-Mukid. And they just add everything else in. They just throw in police, cop. Was he even a cop? I forget. Oh, he was border patrol. So he was police and security. You mean that B'Tselem isn't serious? No, Scarlett, this is not B'Tselem that did this. This was actually the Israeli intel organization that supported the government, that the government used in evidence to back up their claims. This wasn't B'Tselem. This was this was Orient that made that mistake. Wait, maybe I'm being retarded. Hang on. This name is quite different. Muhammad Khalil al-Mukid. But his name here is just Hazem Muhammad Khalil. Wait a minute. Wait. This might be me being stupid. 1 second. He's not Muhammad Khalil Hassan al-Mukid. Orient is Israeli based. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I wonder if I could find this guy anywhere else. Mukid? Muhammad Khalil Hassan. Did I list any other Khalils? Now I'm thinking I might have made a mistake. Let's see. Can't go too fast because the dates are not in chronological order. 2008. Yeah, this is the Muhammad Khalil I can see. Just to double check. What is the... So this is Hazem Muhammad Khalil. Here he's called Muhammad. He's got Tatar in his name. Muhammad Khalil Hassan. Oh no. No, this is all right. Okay, wait. Let's see if he exists in B'Tselem. This person. Muhammad Khalil. Hassan. Oh, Muqayyad. Oh, he's a real person. He's different from the guy who shot himself in the face. Not applicable, so he's a cop. But is he just not on the Al-Qassam page? Oh, he was a real... He's not the same guy. Ah, I'm stupid. Muqayyad. Never mind. I'll just say listed in B'Tselem. No entry found. Okay. Okay. If you're talking about what is Orient, I think the cast letter that you're talking about is from an independent academic research. No, I know it's not from the government, but the government cited it in their defense of the attacks on Cast Lead. Because everyone was fighting over whether or not the police were civilians. That's the whole dispute, right? Okay. There's no entry found for this guy, so we're leaving him. We're leaving him be. Muhammad Khalil. Yeah, he's not here either. Okay. Right. Mohammed Khamis Hassan Haboush. Is he there? There he is. Okay. Executive force. Is he part of the executive force? So what did he do? Specialist in engineering. They don't mention the executive force then. Oh. All right, killed in Abbas police station. I don't think this guy was police and security then. Although he was not one of the employees in the station. So he went there after the bombings and then died after he was hit. Does this guy have any security job? Seems like he was just a sniper and an engineer. Head of the sports committee. Worked with the sports committee. Popular Action. Joined during the Second Intifada. Popular Action. Okay. I'm going to put this as a bad entry because they're supposed to be listing police deaths and security, not just taking random soldiers on their list. I think that's how I would do it. And this guy didn't do any of these things they're talking about. All right. Unless, one more thing. Unless he's here. Did they mention him? Not applicable. Oh shit, that means he's a police to B'Tselem. Does that sway it? So B'Tselem and Orient both agree that he's... I don't know. Double check. All right. I'll put this as a cross for now. Okay. Page 18. Which only has 7 entries on it for some reason. Okay, when did you die? We're almost halfway through. We're almost halfway through this document, you guys. Not taking long, is it? How do people bother? I'm gonna do it for Protective Edge as well, okay? That'll be easier because it's just the Al-Qassam website, even though it's like 3 times as many names. Alright. I just want to know whose numbers I can trust in the future, and I need to know that by seeing who was more correct in the past. It's the only way. Well, you got a better idea? 27? Oh, he died on the 27th. Rip. This guy has no... Nothing. This person here at the bottom. Okay, what the fuck? Blank? Okay. Comments from the report. Active in the Al-Qassam brigades. Really? That's crazy. No way. Now this guy, they don't say that they're active in Al-Qassam. But they say... an officer in the governor's Hamas office Is this another guy who they're saying is Hamas but not Al-Qassam brigades? Seems like it. There's 2 of them they've done that for so far. Okay, Al-Qassam, Al-Qassam. Wait. 2. Mohammed Hafez. This would be a E here, usually. Mohammed Hussein. Here. Wait, did I just put the same name twice? What the fuck? Alright. Nope. No, okay, Hussein. Yunus. Okay. Then nothing. Okay. Additional comments. Nothing. 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 Additional comments here, though. Joined in 2001. Launched rockets, dug tunnels. Party. Joined in 2007. Military photography. Oh, is he one of the media guys, maybe? Dug tunnels. Launched rockets. recorded filmed attacks. And managed the communications and public relations office. The Deir al-Bala Battalion. Interesting. Busy guy. You haven't seen me eat. I ate through the Legal Eagle video. Okay. How accurate are we feeling for these guys? Mohammed Khamis, Mohammed Zahra. Whoop! That's a fucked entry. Is he here? Nope. Betsalem? Oh, it's another Mohammed Khamis. Beautiful. When did he die? 27th. Ugh. Nowhere to be found. Okay. Why? Zara. There are gonna be lots of these? No, can't do that. This guy's not even on the Betsalem list. That's interesting. How is it spelled in this other translation? Zara. This is going to be spelled fucking horrible, isn't it? What if I go Khamis Muhammad? Wait. This is the guy we looked at before. Mohammed Khamis Mohammed Bakr Zuhra. Zahra. Are these the same person? Is this like an alternate fucking name? What did I say about that person? What does that say? 87. Where's the other Mohammed Khamis? What did we say about him? I can't even remember. Oh no, he is the other one that we have. Wait. Is it this guy? What's this one called? No, it wouldn't be. That's just another... Mohammed Khamis Bakr Zakra? But there's another... Wait. I think it's this guy. This is this guy. Okay, this is definitely this guy because he's listed in Betsalem with that name. Okay, this is him. Okay. So this one should be a false entry. Yep. Okay. This is him though. Because if he's born in 87, he's 21 when he died. Yep. Yes. And this guy... He was very keen on jihad, and he used to chant jihadist songs and poems that raised morale and spirits. His greatest concern was to carry out a martyrdom operation to kidnap Zionist soldiers. Oh. Worked at the Abbas Center for Palestinian Police. And I think B'Tselem says killed at his workplace. Okay. Listed in B'Tselem. Why are there... How many fucking happy birthday variations are there in this stupid playlist? What the fuck? Why would you do this to me? No. Okay. And they also put him as not applicable. So he's a police officer and a soldier. Okay. Same age and everything.
Keep up the good work.
Whoa.
Do you publish your notes anywhere?
Yeah, I'll publish these ones. I'll probably put these ones out today. And if you look at the description of every video, you'll see Obsidian notes. That's where they are. That's where the ones that I published are. I don't publish all of them, but I publish some. Yeah. Now, is this the guy? Wait, isn't this guy on Shireen as well? Oh, wait, hang on. It's on my history. Shireen. Here? No, not that one. Oh, that is him. Thanks for the 19.99. I really appreciate it. It's really kind of you. Okay. Ellen. Ellen and ages match with this. With Shireen. Yes. Okay. Okay. Mohammed Khamis Suleiman Awad. Worked in security services, affiliated with the police in the Hamas government. Killed Jan 4th during the ground invasion. Suleiman, there we are. Oh, I don't need the date because the date's already there. Keep it simple. Ugh. Mohammed Hafez Mohammed Al-Kurubi. Oh, false entry? Hafez Al-Kharoubi. Mohammed Hafez? No. No. I feel like these are the least trustworthy ones because fuck you. Because they don't have any extra details. Those are usually the least trustworthy ones. Are they in the B'Tselem report? Ahmed Hafez. Yep, first one. Not applicable, killed in the police station. Okay. All right. No listing found. Mohammed Hussein Abdul Rauf. Okay. Just to double check. If I don't find it here, I'm never going to. Yep, he's not there. Okay. Mohammed Hussein Abdul Rauf. Here we are. Meeting of leaders. Okay. Wait, no? Not this guy. Here. Okay. This guy's got a long story. He helped his father in spending on the family. He used to deduct the amount of his salary receiving his worked in. Okay, worked in the security and protection agency. Killed. In a meeting of the security protection apparatus inside the security forum site. Might as well mention some other hobbies that he had. Built fired rockets, worked on tunnels, participated in ambushes. Oh! $3Ds Max, thanks for the $5. Just giving you the much needed research boost. Next round of caffeine is on me, thanks. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. If there's one thing I learned from 50 Cent, it's that it doesn't have to be your birthday for us to party like it is. Wow, cute. And Gurm, thanks for the $2.79 Canadian, thanks. Lonerbox Midwest emo album when? It's a really good question. I'll think about it. 3DS Max 23 is what they're called. I don't know. Muhammad Yunus Abu Labda. This guy? Whoa. Worked in the Marine Police. Killed in the Southern Police Station. Guy sounds very much like a cop soldier to me. Whoa. All right. Whew. Yahya Salim Mohana. Oh, this guy who made videos. Wait. This guy's probably not going to be reconciled there because I think if he was, he would be in the media page. Unless he's just not there at all. There he is. This is why I missed him the first time, because he's in the media page. Because he made videos. Okay. Did he also do police work, though? Did they say that? Did they make that claim? Yeah, they do. Preparation courses, Frogman course, military, media, and war photography, physical fitness, guarding the borders. There we go. Guarded the borders, listed in military media. Guarded the borders. Dug tunnels. Launched Qassam Lava. Interesting. Just say launch rockets. Don't need to be silly about it. Where did he die? Killed in the Southern Police Station. So that's reconciled. Okay. Last one. No bio. Oh yeah, this guy didn't have a bio. He's just listed there as a police guy. Hamdan. Mohammed Matkat. Eesh. Am I gonna find him anywhere? Let's see. Hamdan. Geez, that bit will take a while. I don't think we'd find this guy because they're not even claiming him. Oh. 2008? No. They don't even tell you when he died. Who is this guy? Why is he there? Why is he in yellow? Oh. I just went maybe affiliated, they would say Hamas next to his name. They don't even have the date of death, so I just have to find the name, hopefully. Rahman? There he is. Is it? No. It's just close. So it's it's so close. What do they say here? Oh shit. Is that actually him? Oh, Medhat. Abd Muhammad. Oh, this is him. Okay. Are they going to say not applicable? So they'll say he was police forces killed at Abu Medin. Okay. Well, we've got the date that he died. Listed by B'Tselem as one of the... Okay. Not applicable. I guess not applicable. Okay. That was a fairly quick page. Wasn't it? Page 19 only has 7 entries. Why do they have less entries now? The other pages had 13 entries. Looks like he was just a cop. Just gonna put no bio. No bio. The spellings of these are atrocious, but okay. Now this guy, dates of death. Okay, 27th. We're looping. Yeah, this is Groundhog Day. I'm actually just doing the same table and listening to the same music. I'm going back. I'm going back to one of these royalty-free, not Meaning Wave. That sounds cringe. Royalty-free jazz. What does this sound like? Please don't be shit. I like it. Barely audible. Of January. Oh, there's 2009. Didn't you used to work in music? Yeah. Let's see if they troll us with happy birthday. We can only be so lucky. 27th. Beret, 26th of January. It's pretty late on. He must have died of his... Wait, was the war still going on the 26th of January? I don't think it was. This guy will have died of his wounds. A month later, okay. I have no idea what any of this says. 27th, okay. Just about buried in there. 27th. 27th. Okay. Hamid Moti Muhammad. No. Yeah. That's Sharafi. There he is. Guarded the borders of Jabalia. Treachery of cowardly Zionists. Based. Hang on, I forgot to do. Wait. Wait. They don't claim this guy as Hamas. But it just turns out that he is. Okay. Unaffiliated? No, it's Committee... The Popular Resistance. Is that a bit loud? It's a bit loud. Okay. This guy, unaffiliated. This one, active in Al-Qassam Brigades. Al-Qassam. Okay. Further. This guy was in Hamas since '87, since the founding. Arrested by the PA. Joined Hamas in 1987. Stationed in forward positions. Dug tunnels. Is that it? Beit Lahia? Is that what it's called? Never mind. Fuck it. Nuseirat Battalion. Oh, executive force is what matters. Okay. Now this person is not listed as Hamas by Orient, but he is Hamas. He was part of the Al-Qassam Brigades. Okay. Guarded the borders of Jabalia. What was he doing when he died? Killed in an airstrike on the civil administration. Are you sure these aren't throwaway entries in some cases? It seems like similar language is repeated. Guarded borders, dug tunnels. I mean, if you're a military, you've got people working multiple jobs. You think this is throwaway? Primary education in UNRWA schools in Jabalia. Moved to secondary school, Ahmed Al-Shokiri School, where he obtained his high school diploma and then joined Al-Aqsa University and specialized in occupational therapy. Thank God he obtained his university degree with distinction and success. During this educational journey that our martyr, may God have mercy on him, went through, Muhammad was known for many qualities and morals that made him a source of love and a place of appreciation and respect for his peers and fellow students. More the combatant history. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense because what did Hamas do for the last 17 years? They built a shitload of tunnels, right? They don't have that. They're not going to have that many distinguished jobs, especially in 2008 when they've only been in control of Gaza for a year or 2 years. Preparing explosive devices, launching rockets, like booby trapping, artillery. Anyway. I mean, you can look at the... So this guy only has 2 pictures of him outside of uniform, but most of these profiles, the pictures do show them kind of like, it's generic. Yeah, but if you lose like 200, like the whole website is fucking scuffed as hell. This guy is their media guy, right? Like this guy's a soldier, right? This guy's obviously a soldier. I don't think an entry is proof, it's evidence. At the end of the day, if you're like, if Hamas are claiming them, if Israeli intel and security organizations are claiming them, and if, yeah, it's like, at that point, like Israel's not going to release their military intel, or they're not going to declassify how every single strike went and everything they knew about each person. It's like circumstantial evidence is the best you can go with. And as far as this goes, B'Tselem trusts this website, like they use it, and their director told me so. That complaint from Goldstone is like, even if you read the complaint from Goldstone, it doesn't even make sense. They say that, oh, these guys, they claim martyrs all the time, but it's like, yeah, but this isn't claiming martyrs, this is claiming fighters, this is claiming mujahid, not shahid, right? So it's stupid, anyway. Hamid Moin Atta. Oh, who's this one? I don't think this one's not claimed, is he? Because they don't seem to be affiliated. Yeah, unaffiliated. So they don't falsely claim Mujahideen. I've never seen any evidence of that. Oh, whoops. Tick. Okay, unaffiliated. This person who joined in 87. Oh, that's an old dude. I'll double check. There's no extra pictures of him. Okay. What did I say about him here? Did I already do it? What was this guy's job? This guy's older. Joined in the Al-Aqsa Intifada, founding Nucleus, fired rockets. Secrecy, sincerity. He was near the Abu Madin station. It was a station as well as a military site, waiting for a friend, completing an administrative mission in the police that required him to go to Gaza City. So is this guy a police officer himself, or? Oh, the end of his life was working in security services. Headed by Professor Ismail Hania. Worked in the security services. Okay. And he was killed near Abu Madin military site. How do they spell his name here? It's purely 2 J's, right? No, Al-Nusra. Okay. Guarded the borders of Jabalia. Borders of Jabalia. Killed in the support security site. It's also, these biographies are going to be similar because these guys were bombed. These guys were mostly killed in bombings of the same targets. Most of these deaths are from Israeli bombing raids on the police and security headquarters. So obviously the people you're killing there are going to be the ones who are part of the police and security apparatus of Gaza. For the most part. So they're going to have very similar jobs. Security? Wait, hang on. Did this guy die a month later? He was mortally wounded then. Security site. Died a month later. All right. Mohammed Mansour, distinguished Qassami, wounded in Beit Lahia. Hey. Guarded the borders of Beit Lahia. Like, it's not like every Hamas fighter is guarding the borders of their own refugee camps, right? It's because they're security workers. And if you go to the security building, you're mostly going to hit border guards, police officers, and security workers. Okay, active in the Al-Qassam brigades, da-da-da-da. He should have gone through, Goldstone should have gone through this exercise. Well, I can see why he didn't, because this is pretty fucking taxing. Wait. This is in March 2008. Did this guy die? When did this guy die? 27/12. The same night. What? Is this date just arbitrary? That's not the right date. What the fuck? Bro, he a soldier. The fuck? Alright. Mohammed Mansour Abdul Karim Nafia. Where is he? Hmm? Give me this fucking word. How are they spelling this name? How are they spelling Mansour? Mohammed Mansour. There he is. What do they say about him? Killed at a police station. Okay. Killed in Bethlehem. All right. If text is literally duplicated, that's very suspicious to me. Why would it be? How do you think these things were filmed out? Like, look, does this look duplicated? Guarded the borders of Jabalia, guarded the borders of Jabalia. They weren't, it wasn't always worded in exactly that way, but I'm wording it in that way because these are all people who died within the space of 22 days. Most of them died in the first couple of days of the war. So whoever's writing these out is probably going through them one at a time, one after the other. And yeah, they're just like, they're obviously going to streamline their process and they're going to repeat phrases, especially if people did similar jobs, especially if people died in similar circumstances, especially if they're in the same army, especially if they died at the same time, especially if they grew up in the same area or, yeah. Okay. Mohammed Masbah Hussein Hamad. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Is he a bad listing? Why don't I have him? Ooh. Mohammed Masbah. Not there. Should you not be archiving these pages as you go? I think they're already all archived by Sulfur, but I'll do it after, okay? I'm gonna do, after this, I'm gonna do a few passes and just touch everything up and all that shit, okay? First of all, I want to find this guy who's supposedly in the executive force. Hussein Hamad. Okay. Should be easy enough to find. Masbah? Fuck. Oh my god. Okay, there's only one. Let me see if I can find him here first. Mesbah. Not applicable. Okay, killed Abu Madin. Mesbah. Don't they have a long biography for this one? They do. Very long. Muslim Brotherhood. Executive Force. Al-Qassam Brigades. Let's look at all the Hamads first. Oh, did I miss him? No. Oh, there are some Hamads that are separate. Okay. Fuck me. Only 9. Hussein? Jesus. I don't think we're finding this guy. I think he's a bad entry. Big bad entry. This does make it seem like, although Goldstone definitely overextended, overplayed his hand, it does seem like these guys from Orient were sometimes just saying Al-Qassam because they were in the police, but not 78 of them. So far we're at like less than 40. Okay, what if I go here? Ooh. Box, I hope you know I like you. If the throwing money at you think doesn't make that clear, I just don't like your stance on the war and want you to change your view. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate the money as well. Just so you know, did Goldstone provide an estimate of militants from the police? No, he didn't say they were all civilians either. He just kind of didn't answer that and just nitpicked and, well, not even nitpicked, he just made weak criticisms of the Orient study. He also said they reject that the majority of them were Al-Qassam. He rejected that completely. This guy, however, is not appearing anywhere. So, we're going to put a cross next to you. No listing found. And they are listed in B'Tselem as not applicable, which again, that always just means that they're a cop, generally. Okay. Nafaz Shaban Maxine. There you are. That's one guy. Died in the passport office. Killed in the passport office. Thanks, Clarabelle. Appreciate it. Is this the same guy for sure? Where's the birthday? $1982. Oh, this isn't the same guy. No, it is. It's the exact fucking same name. But why is the birthday 73? Nafith? Is that Nafa? Shaban Mukhazen. The birthday is way, way off there. But it seems like that Nafaz versus... What does B'Tselem say? Nafaz? No. Just give me NAF, please. There he is, Shaban Muhsin. Would you ever get that N.A. Nafez or Nafaz from this? Rip. Did we just get effed in the chat? I just saw my OBS died and then reconnected. Is that right? Are you here? Back. Okay. Never mind. Okay, so 34, that means he's born in the 70s. Because this was 2008. But this one hasn't born in 82. Anyone else with that name? Eh? Oh, they're doing it for all of them with that name. No, this is definitely him. Yeah. Who else would it be? Blech. Okay. Okay. Worked in the Palestinian police. Killed in the passport office. And I think that's what they say about him here as well, right? Police station. Isn't that right? Because the passport office at this time was just a police station. It was like a police and security building. That's why that. Okay. Whoa, we're making excellent progress. Page 20. And then we're halfway. Yeah. Although some of the last pages are really short for some reason. Let's go. Page 20. Shaggy Lunch Cake, that's a tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. You've grown for getting 500 watching this stream. Yeah, I know, that's crazy. Okay. Nabil Ahmed Barut. Whoa, don't get too excited. Spell things properly. I'm going to say it's going to be spelled like that. Mahram Naeem Hatta Ahmed. There's no way his name is spelled Shak Shak, but okay. We'll go with it. Mohammed Salim Mohammed Abu Abda. Ismail al-Muqaddima. Muqaddima? Okay. Dates of death. Whoa, you died on December 27th? That's crazy, chat. Okay. As did this person. 14th of January. It's near the end of the war. Muhammad Naeem, shut up. That's how Shak Shak translates. Cute. Okay. 27th? 27th. Okay. Affiliation. Were they active in the Al-Qassam brigades? Well, that person was. That person. This person, unaffiliated. Civilian. Unaffiliated civilian. Al-Qassam? Al-Qassam. Unaffiliated. Al-Qassam brigades. Okay. Any extra details? Lots. Joined in 2000. And launched rockets. Okay. Second person joined 2005. Unaffiliated, unaffiliated. Joined 2005. Oh, security guard for Ismail Jabari, commander of the security apparatus. Air defense unit. Unaffiliated, unaffiliated, and last one. Second Intifada. Prepared trenches. Laid traps and mines. Mines. Dug tunnels. Okay. Muhammad. Do you think Israel's committing a lot of war crimes, just some, or way too many? I think they're committing the perfect amount of war crimes. The Goldilocks zone. Okay. Okay. Is it because now that I know there are people who come in here to try and bait me for clips, I just kind of want to give them a bunch of fucking memes. Okay. Okay. Here's this guy. Whoa. Oh, it's Barghouti. Okay. Not that guy, but okay. Deputy commander of the artillery unit. Ooh! You all captain hat. Did he do police and security? Oh! Worked in the security and protection service until the moment of his martyrdom. So they do make it quite clear in a lot of these that they were there until the end. They didn't just... I haven't seen cases yet of people sort of like leaving their post at any point. Like because I guess this all happened in 2 years, right? So the security apparatus that they're talking about only existed from 2006, 2008 at this point. So it's very unlikely someone would have joined and then got bored and decided it wasn't for them. Killed in airstrikes on the security and protection position. Okay. Boom! Mohammed Noor Mohammed Rizk Al-Fayumi. Sniping Corps. Police. Security. Executive. Order. Okay. Worked at the police headquarters. Killed in airstrike on the police headquarters. Isn't the death toll at least 100K according to the American doctors? Those American doctors used a very strange method to make that calculation. What they did was they took the IPCC's warnings and assumed that they were actually widely agreed upon and put into place and like actually existing for each time, and then just took the number of deaths you would need for that particular phase and just add it all together. So it's like, for example, if there's a stage 5 famine, then you would expect X number of deaths per day. So if the IPCC said we're warning that there might be like a stage 4 or 5 famine at this time, then they would just count that anyway. Even though other non-violent deaths wouldn't just be starvation. There would be things like disease and shit like that as well, but they just went straight for starvation. Because I think for phase... I can't remember if it's phase 4 or 5, but for phase 4, I think it's 2 deaths per 10,000 people, at least. Per day dying. But the problem with that is that the IPCC had their warning for quite a while, and then they downgraded it because the UN and other organizations said that they didn't have the evidence to prove that this was actually like at the stage that they were saying it was. There are obviously massive issues. Like there's issues of malnutrition and people getting sick and not getting treatment and all that stuff, and people will be dying because of that. They'll be dying from dehydration, very young people are dying from malnutrition, but that's not the same as a famine. But people keep saying, they keep using that language, famine, or like mass starvation, and they're invoking numbers that would come from a famine, like, which isn't, it's just it's that whole thing, everything that's bad has to be fucking put into the multiplier, because I guess people don't care enough if it's just malnutrition. I don't know, even though malnutrition is kind of horrible. Okay. Yeah, you can intend to starve the population without a famine actually happening. Yes, that's possible. Because you can get fucked by the international community and the aid agencies. Okay. Naeem Mohammed Mahran. Wait, is he a bad listing? Born 1979. Oh, no, but he's unaffiliated, as is the other one. Okay. Just to double check. Naeem. Any Muhammad Naeem? No. Okay. So the unaffiliated ones are unaffiliated. I'm just so paranoid about this now because I did find one or two people who were listed as unaffiliated who were actually soldiers. So I'm having to just double check that see how sure I am of these unaffiliated people actually being unaffiliated. Be worth seeing if they're listed as cops, just because they would be the civilian cops. Now, how are they spelling Naeem? Like that? Nope. Like that? No. For fuck's sake. Atta? Give me a space. Just show me how you're spelling Naeem, please. Fuck off. Oh, God. I guess there's no point trying to find these people. They don't want to be found. Oh, good guess. Okay. He's from the 14th of January. No one died on the 14th of January with that name. Okay. Let's go. Oh, this one is... Who's this? Not applicable. Killed in the police station. Okay, so he is a cop. We'll put that one in. So he'll be a civilian cop. Now this one, Naeem Atta. Oh, they were mortally wounded. They died later. Ah, okay, I remember. Okay. So let's try again. No, they... Who's this? Naeem Atta. Do they just not exist? Muhammad Naeem. Is this a mortally wounded guy? No. Naeem Atta, please. Okay, this dude doesn't exist. RIP. Out of interest, what did they say about this Shak guy? Not applicable. That's interesting because I know that that Shak guy is a soldier. Killed accompanying... What? Oh, he was killed whilst accompanying. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So he did accompany the guy. Okay. Need... Al-Jabari. Killed at the Security and Protection Headquarters. Cringe. Okay. Mohammed Salim, Mohammed Abu Atta. There you are. Deputy Commander of the Air Defense Force. Any police and security job? Worked in the executive force. Oh, wait. Yeah. The executive force is police and security. The force. Settled in the police force. Okay. Also air defense. Deputy Commander of Air Defense Unit in the Barrage Battalion. Okay. And which police station? Killed in the Abu Madin Palestinian Police Center. All right. Fine. Just double check it's the exact guy. Yeah. Okay. 2 unaffiliated civilians. You know what? I'm not going to check. Fuck you. If these guys turn out to be fighters, it's not my fault, okay? The truth can wait. Mohammed Suhail Mohammed Hassan. There he is. This playlist is good. Thank God. I'm gonna like it. I'm gonna give it a like. How do I like a playlist? Whatever, bro. Okay. What did you do? Patrolled borders. Heirs of Jabalia. The borders. Any particular organization? Police, security. Killed at the passport security site. Ooh. All right, so wait, this guy, Mohammed Khamis Bakir, he's been fat. Whoa. We found him, didn't we? Why? No, we didn't. Why won't you let me search the fucking... Alright, hang on. Well, let me do it like this? Yes. Wait, this guy still hasn't been listed yet. I thought we listed him. We found him. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, it's this Zara guy because he had two last names. We did find him. Okay. And he's there and on Shireen. Okay, so we can get rid of that. Cool. Banger. Okay. Hey. What is the Shireen database? That's just anyone who died at the hands of Israel. I don't think they tell you if they're a civilian or a militant. They just say that they died and how they died, where they were, how old they were. Yeah. Just like a martyrs list. Okay. Do I... Do I wish to continue? I have... I don't even know. How long does it take me to do a page? Like 20 minutes? If I'm rushing? But I think some pages have taken an hour. Okay, it's 8:47 now. Okay. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna give myself a stopwatch, okay? First of all, go away. Go away. Don't need that. Okay. Let's close as many tabs as possible. Reddit? Hell no. Times of Israel? No. YouTube? No. 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 Okay, everything else can stay. Alright, let me give myself a stopwatch. Okay. Page 21. Okay, go. Okay. What a name. Careful. Okay, dates of death. The fuck is this date? What? Okay. 5th of January. Okay. What the fuck just happened there? Okay. th 15th of January. It's like right to the end. No date. 27th. Did I skip a fucking name? Abdul Hadi. No. Oh, there's one I missed here. Okay, cool. Okay. 18th of January. Definitely would have died of their wounds in that case. 27th. Okay. Active in Al-Qassam. Active in Al-Qassam. Reported as a police officer. Civilian. Police officer. And police officer. Kentucky. Active in the Al-Qassam Brigades. Unaffiliated. Unaffiliated. Okay. Stationed in forward positions. Dark tunnels. Okay. Appointed a company commander. A commander. All right. Worked in the Palestinian police. Nothing extra. Nothing extra. Nothing extra. Okay. First guy. Al-Jamasi. Killed firing mortar shells. Cringe. Regularly guarded the borders at night. Dug tunnels. Fired mortars and Qassam rockets. Okay. How did you die, sir? Killed firing mortar shells. The IDF. Okay. Next. Sawaf. I think I know this one. Completed distinguished military defense and police courses. Was he? Worked in the Palestinian police. Killed. Is this the same guy from the B'Tselem one? Hosni. Who are the ones that died at the mosque? Depends on which mosque, right? 27th. Is it this one? No. This was the one where they said that there was ammunition and weapons. There's also the Al-Katiba mosque, wasn't there? Not that one. The Shifa mosque? Nope. Al-Katiba, was it this guy? Suaf. Oh, Muhammad Saleh Hosni. Hassan. Seems like the same guy, 27? So a bunch of these guys went to the fucking mosque. Not applicable? Yeah, it's probably him. Okay. Killed the entrance to the Al-Katiba mosque. Is he 27? Yeah, he was. Yeah, okay. That's the right guy. All right. Mohammed Samir Abdul Latif Salim. Unaffiliated. Oh. Well. Hopefully Orient didn't fuck up there. And the other one, Al-Qassam, Saadi Taki. Worked within the ranks of the Palestinian police. Survived the initial strike. Went home, had dinner with his family. Like, went home to eat with his family. Left to fire anti-aircraft missiles. And was killed. in an airstrike. Jesus. What a guy. Okay. Mohammed Saeed. Mohammed Siam. What a name. Really? You can't find that guy? There's a few of those. No Siam. There's a few of them. Oh, that's Saeed. Only one? No. Okay, this person is definitely not listed. Unless... Alright. What does Betsalem say? When did this person die? 15th. They don't... What a difficult name to get around. Okay. How are they spelling Siam? Siam. Okay. So this guy should exist somewhere. This the only one. 1 day earlier, okay. Does it say not applicable? They just say no. Killed when she came. Oh, it's a woman, so it's obviously not her. Huh. This guy's just missing from everywhere then. Doesn't exist anywhere. Huh. Do they exist? Does anyone know if they can find that person on Shireen? Mohammed Siam. Died on the 15th of January. Actually, if they died on the 15th, maybe I could find it. Anyway, no listing. Found. Big fucking cross, bro. Couldn't find on Elm either. Just to double check for Siam. Hussam Saeed Mohammed Siam. Well, that one is not applicable. would you get? $1986. No, they wouldn't be that age. Saeed Mohammed Siam? Oh, object of targeted killing. What age? 48. Minister. Oh, is this like a bombing of a whole house full of people? Mohammed Saeed Mohammed Siam. Here, 22. That's the age. That's the person. Yes, participating on hostilities. Oh, so he's listed in Bet Salem. Listed in Bet Salem. As a policeman and son of Saeed Siam, who was participating. A policeman who was participating in hostilities. Huh. Now, is that a cross or a tick? I think it's probably a tick. So this is like, they were targeting this guy, Mohammed Siam, because I think he was a Hamas minister. So he was targeted, but it seems like, why would the policeman who was with him, because they can't confirm that the minister was was participating in hostilities, but they said the police guy was. This is the only guy listed as participating in hostilities in this whole family. Because look how many people died. 1, 2, neighbors died. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 neighbors. People in the house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 14 or 15 people killed to get to this guy and what, 2 other guys? This minister. Anyway. Well, but Salem say he was participating in hostilities, so blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right, next person. You've waited weeks for one of these. One of those what? What? Mohammed Aish Ta Suleiman. Just an unaffiliated civilian, so. What, me making that noise? You guys are weird. Aish Abdullah Abu. Alright, are these guys going to be fucked entries as well? I have a feeling they will be. Yes, yes. So, Mohammed Aish Abdullah. Where's that person? Active in Al-Qassam. No listing. Okay. When did they die? Med Aish. Lapta. Only one. No. Oh. Muhammad Yunus? Would that be? No, I've already got this guy. Never mind. Abdullah Abu. Wonder where they are here. Labda. Nope. Everything's spelled differently. Nice one. Abdullah Abu. Oh my god. How are they spelling Abdullah? Fuck me. Thought there's only one spelling of that. Aish? Wait. Don't make me look through all the Muhammads in the 27th. Fuck, man. Gah! Abdallah. Oh, yeah, that could be it. For sure. I'm looking for Muhammad Aish. Abdullah. Oh, I see it. The Abdullah. Okay. No, that's how they do it. See that? Abdallah. Fuck me. There's a few ways they're spelling it. Surely we're going to find out in a minute, right? Let's try that. Let's start from the 27th. Think this guy might not exist. Trump said he'll be the negotiator in chief for the end of the war and release of the hostages. Based? Never send a man to do a machine's job. Nah. This guy's not a real person. He's fake. Fuck off. Get fucked. Alright. This guy's not even in the B'Tselem page. At least not that I can't find. Not. Can't find. Couldn't find on the B'Tselem list. Try again later, bub. Okay. Muhammad Abdul Hadi Zahir. Oh, thank God you're real. Wait. You just got a much longer name? Yeah, okay, that's him. Okay. Okay. What does it say about him? Zahir. Killed in an airstrike, okay. Murder. Okay, none of that shit. Okay, Mosque. Joined in the 90s. Al-Aqsa Intifada. Northern Brigade. Jihadi work. Emir of a group. Artillery unit. Knight of the artillery unit. In the Northern Gaza Brigade. Took out many jihadist tasks. Guarded the borders. Okay. Borders. Dug tunnels. Love those. Okay, his martyrdom. Killed near the civil administration area. Okay. Say mortally wounded. On Jan 4th. Might be worth seeing because the details of his security role are quite scant. So we'll see what B'Tselem says about him. Actually, if he died on the 18th, I wouldn't have him here because I end mine on the... No, I don't. Okay, 18th. January. He listed here? Muhammad Abdul Hadi Zahir. No. Is the name... Fuck. What about Abdul Hadi? It would be Abdul Hadi, right? Oh, there's a lot of them there. But I guess for him, if it's not the 18th, it would be the 4th? No? Muhammad Abdul Hadi, Muhammad What's his name here? Oh yeah, that could be him. Only one letter off. 4th, okay, the same date. What'd they say about him? Killed with 2 other combatants. They list him as a combatant. Okay. Right. Later, I'll see if B'Tselem have anyone that they list as a combatant that I missed. Just in case. Okay. And the last one, unaffiliated civilian. Okay. So that was a page. What's my stopwatch? 30 minutes. 30 minutes to do a page. Fuck me. Jesus. What's the goal of the spreadsheet? What's this? Hang on. Oh. Oh, okay. Ooh. What the fuck? Okay. So, a civilian. Boom, boom. The police, the military. What does that mean if they're unaffiliated? Oh my god. Do I need to... I think I do. I need to see if this person exists. Rahman Aziz. Would I be able to find Aziz? Okay. Yeah, they... Oh. Don't go too fast. Oh. Mohammed Abdul Wahab. Hey, there he is. We got him. Not applicable. Which means you were a cop, probably civilian. Okay. What drama are we avoiding? Don't know. All of it. Clearly all of it. Any relation to John Aziz? Ugh. Don't know. Good luck with that. Get. Matt Gaetz will not return to Congress. RIP. How many are on page 22? Only 7. Okay. We did get a bit unfortunate. Okay, we did get a bit fucked over by that one name. I think we can do better this time. I think we can make huge improvements for the next half hour. Okay. Fuck you. Go. Ramadan al-Akluk. No. Need more names. Mubarak Saleh. It'll be Saleh. I'll do it with an A. No, do it with an E. I'm Lebanese. Adnan Salim Atta Allah. Okay. That's all the names. Dates of death. 27th of the 12th, 2008. RIP. RIP. 29th. 27th. 27th. 6th of January. 27th. Okay. Active in the Al-Qassam Brigades. Active in the Al-Qassam Brigades. Active in the Al-Quds Brigades. Means they're Islamic Jihad, which means they'll be easy to find. Good, good. Good. Unaffiliated. Civilian. Active in the Al-Qassam Brigades. Who the fuck is this guy? Unaffiliated civilian policeman. All right. Were there any extra notes from Orient, director of the Office of Ismail Ajavara, Commander of Security? Director of the Office of... Okay, this guy, Ismail, is not fucking spelled that way. Oh, God. What's the other guy called? I'll find it here. Tawfiq. Chief? Is it the police chief? There's a guy who was a security guard. Security? No, not security forces. There's a guy who's like a security escort for one of the guys. Ismail al-Jabari. Okay. That's the one. Okay. That's what they're talking about here. Okay, that was quick. Yeah, director of the Office of Ismail al-Jabari. A commander of the security apparatus. All right. Deputy commander of the security apparatus. Oh, he's a deputy. Okay. Should be easy enough to find these ones if they're big deals. Al-Quds brigades, easy enough. Nusairat battalion. Unaffiliated. Deputy commander. Launched rockets. Deputy. Ooh. Deputy commander. Okay. What did the Hamas pages say? Oh, there he is. Oh, they say that he became deputy emir of a faction. So that's where that came from. If you consider joining Blue Sky, I'm on Blue Sky, motherfucker. Director? Did they mention the colonel? No. What do they say? Emir of a faction. So here's his... The Clever Mujahid. Intifada, sniping courses. Damn. He knows about sniping. He's just like me. Okay. Let's see. Leader of the sniper unit. Okay. Guarded the borders. Killed work in the security and protection service. Okay. Right. Mohammed Abdul Latif Al-Ashkar. Okay. This guy's a deputy commander. And Al-Qassam lists him as deputy director of the security and protection service. Is that what they say there? Yep, they do say that. Okay, so this guy's definitely a big guy for police and security. Why did I write so much about him? Police work. Oh, they're just talking about the agency. They describe it. Okay. Killed at a meeting in the security forum site with other leaders of the security and protection apparatus. Too many words. Security and protection. Bam. Al-Quds. I think I've already got this guy. Abdulaziz. Yep. There he is. All right. Fuck you. Archive. Okay, easy enough. Not applicable. Might as well see what the guy's job was. Ugh. No, don't care. Wait. It is worth seeing if these Al-Quds guys are listed as not applicable in the B'Tselem report. Where were they killed? 29th, in front of a house. There's no way. I don't think they would. Islamic Jihad? Member of the military wing. That's someone else. So we're looking for Mohammed Abdulaziz Khalil. Should be way down then. No? Not there. Oh, here he is. Khalil Akara. Here he is. Killed in the street with other armed men. Participating in hostilities. So they say he was fighting, but not that he was Islamic Jihad. Okay. Alright. Listed as participating in hostilities by B'Tselem. Okay. Mohammed Abdul Fattah. Okay. Ooh. Where are we here? We're here. Ooh, no entries. Okay. Qatarawi. Fuck. I don't think the other guy who sent me a bunch of names is able to find this one. But they've got a whole... It's always weird when they have a full biography on them, but they're just not real. Or they're not actually fighters. Among the first to join the Al-Qassam Brigade. You think this guy would be really easy to find if they got that information. Qatarawi. Qatarawi? Fattah. Mohammed, no, Khalid Abdul Fattah Abu Hasna. None there. Here. Let's look at my other doc. Okay, might just ditch this one. Muhammad, it's always when they have like a weird translation, where like when it translates an English word. Al-Fattah. Abd al. Okay. Among the first to join the Al-Qassam battalions. But they don't find shit on him. What does B'Tselem say? How are they going to spell Qatarawi? No, it'll be like that. Not like that. Fattah. Oh! Mohammed Abdel Fattah Ahmad Al Qatarawi. Oh, it's Qatarawi. That could be it. Jesus Christ. Killed at a police station, not applicable. Okay. So there's just no... No. Mohammed Abdel Fattah. I'll just open a few of these just in case. So that's Abdel Fattah. Is afflicted. Yeah, good for you. I don't think it's gonna be this guy. No. Okay. Fucked entry. No entry listing. Found. Cross. And put that so I know where to look for it next time. Yeah, because it's definitely them here. This is not applicable and died in a police station. 36 years old. Well, rip, not finding them. Wait, what? Oh, they thought. Okay, I see what. Okay. What do we have here? Salah. No listing because they're a civilian. Okay. Now this person's the deputy commander, apparently. These are a possible mismatch. Muhammad Abdullah Muhammad Abeid. Okay. I see. No, that would be fine. That's definitely him. If the birthdays match up, okay. Because vowels can be very fluid in Arabic. Okay. So, Deputy Commander, what is he here? So, jobs. Police? No. Security? Okay, border. Guarded the borders of Jabalia. Did Jabalia borders. Okay, repelled invasions, days of rage. Tanks, digging tunnels. Right. So he was killed when he was kidnapping someone. Killed after kidnapping a soldier. Okay. Am I going to find out about him in... Probably not. Died in January 6th. Oh, here he is. Jabalia. Yes, participating in hostilities. Killed with 2 other armed operatives. With 2 other operatives. All right. And the other 2 guys, do they have the people I need to get. There's all these things where they list other people as well, because I want to grab their names just in case they're never mentioned anywhere else. Like, whatever. Fine. And unaffiliated civilian, Mohammed Adnan Salim. Okay. Boof. 20 minutes. Bam. Much quicker. Oh, I need to put the tick in. Yeah. Whoops. Death by workplace accident. Good one. We do have quite a few mistakes, though. A lot more overcounting than undercounting, it seems. The thing I'm going to need to do when I do another pass of this is that I found one person. I found one person who B'Tselem said was a militant, but they're not, and Orient said it, but they're not listed in the Al-Qassam website. Which probably means they're a soldier. They just didn't get listed. Because we know that some people don't always get listed. Okay. 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 Am I doing another page? 23. It's only 7 entries. Saying nothing. And once we're past the Muhammads, which will be in after this page, this is the last of the Muhammads, we'll be fucking sailing. The Mahmuds might be a bit of a roadblock. Wait, what am I doing? I should time myself. Always. Because apparently that motivates me. Dipshit. Okay, go. These guys have such similar names. What the fuck? All right. Dates of death. Page 23. 27th of December is the most common one, so I'll copy that one. 5, 1, 9. What the fuck? 1227. Just about see it in there. 06. Oh. 1227. All right. Right. Unaffiliated civilian. Active in the Al-Qassam brigades. Active. Active. Active in the Al-Aqsa brigades. Okay. Not many of those. No details. Parliament Security Force. No details. So this one joined in 2005, forward positions. You're going to do Middle East in the foreseeable future. I mean, I'd like to do other things, but you guys always stay for the Middle East stuff, so I'll do it for a while, especially since the fucking madness surrounding it isn't really going away anytime soon. People are still pretty obsessed, so, you know. Stationed in forward positions. All right. Hamas pages. Okay, the unaffiliated guy is not being found anywhere. Blah, 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 blah. Not bothering. Okay. This is the Abu Sabra guy. Worked in the ranks of the Palestinian police. Worked in the Marine police. Gotcha. Basically all we need. Killed at the Naval Police site. Easy as hell. POW situation. God, this guy was busy. What the fuck? Oh, he had a long story because he kidnapped someone. Police. Guarded the borders of Jabalia. Nothing about the executive office or anything like that? Okay, no. He joined Hamas in 96, so he was there for a while. Nucleus of the Qassam brigades. Think about protection or interior. No. Okay. And he died what? Killed in a POW situation with 2 other fighters and 1 captured Israeli. Shit. They don't mention anything about Parliament Security Force, do they? Government? I'll have to double check this guy because they're probably going to say he was DPH, but I wonder if they would mention that he was also a policeman. Because the border guard is probably the more vague one. What's his name? 5th of January. Farid. Would he show up there? Farid. Ah. No, there's more than that. Muhammad Farid Muhammad Abdullah. Here. DPH. Killed with 2 other armed men. Oh, we've already done this story because there's 3 of them. Okay. All right. So, should be this. Just copy paste it again. All right. Muhammad Farid Abdul Fattah Abdul Nabi. Okay. Active in the Al Qassam brigades. Ooh, bad entry. Farid. Okay. Anything here? Wait. This is him. Muhammad Farid Abdul Hilnabi. He was a media guy. Same death date. Muhammad Farid Abdul Fattah Abdul. Yeah, this is him, I think. Born 1984. '86. Yeah, 2-year gap generally happens. Okay. If it's any more than like a 2 or 3 year gap, then there's probably an issue. But for some reason, they have gaps all the time for that. Okay. So he did media, did he? All right. Patrolled the borders of northern Gaza. Borders of northern Gaza. One of the Mujahideen of the special unit. Special unit. And the military monitoring unit. He participated in digging the tunnels that turned into a nightmare and a curse that haunts the Zionists. Hey. And he's also in the media office. Soldier of the media office. Okay, well, you're not a mismatch at all, buddy. You are very real, very serious. Killed at the Intervention and Public Order Forces site in northwest Gaza. Found on the listed on the military media page. Okay. Then we have Muhammad Farid Abdul Fattah Rab al-Nabi. Okay. Wait. What? 1 minute. 1980. This is the same guy. Oh no, which one is it? Fuck. Is there 2 of them with that basically that same name? Oh no, I see him. He's a different guy. Oh. Is it? No. Which one of the? Oh, oh. Is it? It looks like they got the same name twice. So this guy should actually be here. That's why they've got more of a bio on him than this other one. So who the fuck is this guy? Copy URL. Okay, get rid of this one. Okay. Did they just list the same person twice? B'Tselem? Nabi? Okay. Abdel Fattah Abdrab Anabi. That's one of them. Not applicable. Is there anyone else with the same name? Do you think they listed the same guy twice? They might have. Okay. Bottom one? Okay. Well, either way, that's a big fuck up. Cannot confirm. All right. Well, no listing found. Okay. Mohammed Rizk Al-Bana. Nothing? Uh-oh. Another one. Sixth of January. Oh, Al-Aqsa Martyrs, so it would be not applicable. What does B'Tselem say about that person? Probably that they don't spell it the fucking way. Oh my god. Oh! Okay, the 6. Go, go. Shit. How do I go back up? Let me back. There he is. Yes, hostilities. Killed after ambushing soldiers. Alright. Listed by B'Tselem as participating. Say DPH. Killed after ambushing soldiers. All right. Mohammed Tawfiq Al-Nimra. There he is. Took courses in riding horses. What a guy. Would that be a police thing? Worked at the passports department. Under the Ministry of Interior. Interior. In the technical office. Affiliated with the Martyr Tawfiq. This is the guy that Goldstone says has no affiliation with Hamas. Tawfiq Jabir Brigade. This guy had a lot of soldiers around him when he died. He was vibing. Killed. Doing a training course. It's in the passports. We're building. Oh, they've got all these other names as well. Fuck. Do I need to take down other names just in case they appear again? Because I've noticed a couple of times that these names will appear here. Oh, but these are just police. But when they mention other soldiers, one person's obituary might mention another soldier, but that other soldier doesn't have their own page. But they're just described as a soldier in other obituaries. That's really annoying. But that would just mean they were in hostilities. What did we say about Nimra? Muhammad Tawfiq al-Nimra. Oh, here he is. And they say not applicable. Yeah, well. Clearly applicable, bro. He's applicable as fuck. Alright. Okay, what was that? Woof, 19 minutes. Get fucked. Let's go. 1950, to be fair. I'm blasting. I'm cracking eggs. Page 23? No, I already did that. Page 24. Page 24. Oh, it's only... it's only 11 entries. But we're out of Muhammad territory. Oh, shit. Wait. If it takes me 20 minutes to do a section, a page... 39 pages. That means I got 15 pages left. 3 pages an hour. 5 hours. I got 5 hours. No bother. That right? That was just shit maths. You can't count it like that. Why? Because it's also not mentioning the fact that I'm going to have to go and comb over this as well. Like, I won't be done when I've just done this first pass. I'll have to organize it, look out for missing things, try to reconcile any mistakes. Oh, God. Yeah, debug. And maybe put it with someone who knows how to make this shit into something like much more navigatable. Because right now, if I was given this, I'd be like, what the fuck do I do? Mahmoud Ahmed Al-Sharawi, Mahmoud Juma Al-Luban, Mahmoud Jamil Fakhri. Whoops. Khaldi? Really? Okay. I think that would be Khalidi, but okay. Mahmoud Hisham Azmi Abu Dalal, Mahmoud Khader Abd Bakir. Okay. Sorry. Restart the stopwatch. Go. One more. Because 24 is a bit busy. But that should also mean that there's just not much. Okay. 27th. 27th? 27th? 27th. 27th. 27th was a bad day for Hamas, bro. 17th? Probably died of his wounds. Right? There's a lot of unaffiliated here, so that should be a bit quicker. 27th. 27th. Is that the 18th? Yeah. Yeah, mortally wounded. Okay. Okay. Militant activity. An Orient note. Active. Active. Affiliated civilian. Active. 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 No extra notes for these ones. I'm guessing these are cops. Active. Killed in combat. Killed in combat. Known affiliation. Killed in combat. Interesting. Any extras? Nothing here. So this guy might be more of a red flag. Engineering unit. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, Andre. I really appreciate that. Nothing. Mustafa. Public Complaints Department. What the fuck does this mean? Member in the administration of the police chief's ceremony. Okay. Interesting. Student in the Islamic University. Wait. What did I do wrong? I missed one. You... I move these? You go here. What? You go here. Unaffiliated, unaffiliated. What else do we have here? Brr. Special unit. To special unit. Yeah, the wrong Mustafa. Imagine doing that. What a dipshit. Fucking prick. All right. Oh, we already have a false one. Oh no. Mumtaz Muhammad Ramaz Al-Banna. Now, I do remember there was an Al-Banna that I hadn't covered before. Is this him? No. So, Banna. I think this one's a mismatch. Unless there are other... Let's try Ramaz. No. Okay, where would I find this guy? Banna? Or is it Banna? Okay, so we're looking for a guy called Mumtaz Muhammad Ramaz Al-Banna from the 27th. Eh! Not applicable. No listing found. Listed. Ugh. So, police officer, probably not a soldier. Okay. But somehow accused of being one. There's this guy. Engineering unit. Worked in the Palestinian police. Palestinian police. Police. Set up explosives. Killed at the passport department in Gaza City. Okay. Musa Hassan, unaffiliated. No bio. Mustafa Yusuf Al-Khatib. Ooh. Okay. Qassam artillery unit. killed at his work in the Abu Madin police station. Oh. Guarded the borders. Might need to double check that this guy's definitely a cop, because the way that's worded might be a bit vague. So, Mustafa Yusuf. Is Mustafa gonna come? There he is. Not applicable. Which means he was a cop. Where's the... Oh, it's here. Mustafa Muhammad. Ooh, wait. Police. Worked in the police command in the protocol of the Martyr Major How did you die, buddy? Killed at a course prepared by the police apparatus at the passport headquarters. Right. Musab Ahmed. Lorna, keep up the good work. Thanks. You too, whatever you're doing. Okay. Muslim Brotherhood, mosque, join the brigades. Got what he was asking for. He took 4 bullets in the Second Intifada. Monitored the Zionists? Is that like a security job? Incendiary bombs? Fuck. Saeed Siam. Oh, the funeral. Okay. Right. Monitored the Zionists everywhere. That's the only thing that might make him look like he's in a security job. But I don't know. I need to probably find a list of all the police deaths because I don't think this guy's police or security. Fired rockets. Launched rockets. Killed in an apartment tower with 2 other Mujahideen. Well, I see if I can find him. Wait. Amrin. 17th. Is that when they have on his page? How long did Castlight go on for? '18th. Okay. There kind of been that many deaths on the 17th, so I can just go and look because that's when it was tailing off. Okay, yeah, there's not many. And there would be 3 names here. Okay. This guy is Musab Mohammed. Okay. First of all, Ali Abu al-Amrin. There he is. Killed in the Sheikh Radwan neighborhood, participating in hostilities. Okay. I'm going to say weak evidence of police and security rule. Because what do they say here? Do they say he was police? They do, don't they? Yeah, police. Sheikh Radwan. They have the neighborhoods, but I'll leave that one blank for now. Civilian, civilian. Ooh, capital A. Mahmoud Jamil Fakhri al-Khaldi. There he is. What did I say about him? Stationed on the borders, okay. Worked lieutenant in the Palestinian Naval Forces. Which building did you die in, bub? Killed at the naval site. Naval forces. I think the naval building for Gaza at this time was also like police because it was a beach station. And you know what? I can probably just check that. So it is Khalidi, yeah, with an I. Okay. So 27th, I just need to look for Khalidi. Oh, of course, they don't spell it fucking normally. Okay, Jamil. 27th. Ugh. Khaledi, okay. So they're going to say that not applicable, probably a cop. Killed at the police station in the former 417 compound. Yeah. The naval site, I'll just put here, former Force 17 compound. Listed by, I should probably put that here. Because if they say naval site listed by Salem as police station, former Force 17. But then there's also the naval compound. Why are they... What? Hang on. Maybe this guy just died in 2 different places. Like a fucking Giga Chad. Naval site. Never mind. Police station in the former Force compound according to Salem. Okay. True, Glitterbell. Very true. Need a fucking medal. Al Ansar Battalion. Okay. Ansar Battalion. Do I have this guy listed? I think I do. No. Oh. And he's got a fuck name. Azmi Abu Dalal. Oh shit. There's only one there. Mahmoud. So many Mahmouds. Hisham, sorry. Mahmoud Hisham Azmi Abu Dalal. No, I don't think he's here. Died on the 27th. Let's see if they're here. Hisham? There he is. Azmi Hisham Azmi Abu Dalal. Is there any Azmi? No. Abu D. This is all just Abu Draz, Abu Dhaka, Abu Dhaka, Abu Draz. There are some names that I just know don't appear on this site for some reason. Why would that be? Like I can tell by looking at the names now that they're just not going to show up here. Maybe I'm just fucking myself. All right. Well, Betsalem, what'd you say? Ooh, unknown. A paramedic killed in the bombing of, okay. Interesting. Listed by Betsalem as unknown regarding DPH and described as a paramedic. Why would you be unknown, buddy? What did you do? No listing found. Might as well put a cross, because I'd rather... Okay. This one, affiliation unknown. Mahmoud Kadir Abd Bakr. Oh! They say affiliation unknown. I know. I know your affiliation, dude. You're a Hamas guy. Died in the same day. You're a Hamas guy, bro. Whoa. What'd you do? Police? Yes, Palestinian police. Emergency police. Fired mortars and then went to see his wife. Oh, he was going to see his wife. But he was followed by Israeli planes. Lost his foot. Jesus, this guy had a bad time. Okay. Killed after firing. Mortars. Okay. Rip. Ripinho. $25 minutes. Hey, nice one. Absolutely sick as hell. Okay, there's not much more to go. There's a shitload more to go. Next is page 25. And if I do 5 pages on my own, okay, listen carefully. Just need to get food soon. If I do 5 pages on my own, I'll have 9 more to go. If I give myself half an hour for each page. Take 4.5 hours. It'll really take 4 hours. So I do 5 pages on my own, which will take a couple of hours today. And then okay. It's fine. We're going to be done in no time. Also, this table doesn't fucking expand all the way. I have to scroll. Why is it doing that? You know what? Maybe I'll publish this now. Or shall I wait? No, I want to give it a tidy up first. Because I think some of these can be reconciled. Why on your own? Wait. Because I need to also make my streams entertaining. Okay. Hang on, just out of interest. Did I miss? Okay, we got this guy. Mohana? Yeah, we reconciled that one. Al-Nabi? We reconciled that one. And back here, we reconciled that one just now. Apparently there are 1, 2, 3, 4 more. 5, sorry. There are 5 more to reconcile. How many more mistakes are there? Shitloads. Bro. There are loads of them here. Wait, out of interest. Do you know what's interesting is that Goldstone said that there were 78 fucked entries here. But we've fixed a lot of these ones. And this first pass only found 43. Boy just wasn't looking hard enough. It's going to be less than, it might even be less than 40. It might be less than 30, I mean. Mistakes out of like 300. This one wasn't a false entry. This was my mistake. Okay. Chat, has he been logging this stuff the whole time? Mate, I'll do whatever I want, okay? I am God. Okay. I need to go to the shop. Gonna get hungry. So, must have gotten another refill of Ritalin. Vyvanse. Okay. Listen, I love you guys. We will get to the bottom of this. We will see if those bobbies deserve to die or not. So stupid. Okay. But I think, no, honestly, if we finish this, like, it will definitely be the most, and like, if I can finish this and every page is archived and everything's accessible and everything's easy to navigate, it will easily be the most it will easily be the most accurate source on the police civilian to militant ratio in CASLAD. We will have solved that problem. Because right now, it seems like every report on it is dog shit. That's quite wild, actually. I wonder if you could sell this spreadsheet. I mean, I wouldn't want to sell it. I'd just want to maybe make a video and then publish it. And just have it as a footnote. Like, I'd only throw out a few examples. Anyway. All cops are Hamas. True. Main channel video? Maybe. All right. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.